Chapter 1523. Only Fang Chen could understand the pain of being struck by thousands of lightning bolts. In the beginning, his perfect sword body could still withstand it. However, in the later stages, even the perfect sword body's defense could not withstand the terrifying lightning snake's bombardment. In the sea of clouds, the dense lightning snakes continued to descend and bombarded Fang Chen. The place where the latter stood was immediately flooded by lightning. It's too terrifying. It's too difficult for Sanguinati to survive under such lightning attacks. Yeah, what kind of secret technique did Sanguinati cultivate to cause such a huge commotion? Many human martial artists felt their hearts palpitate. Even Jiang Quang and the others were stunned. After Yang Guiyuan died, there were only 6 of the sea demon race left. They were Su Xinyu, Mu Hanfu, Zhong Wenshan, Fan Dong, Dao Ancestor Purple Flame, and Dao Ancestor Monster. Among the 6, only Su Xinyu and Mu Hanfu were stronger than Yang Guiyuan. The others were at most on par with Yang Guiyuan. Yang Guiyuan's death had completely enraged the sea demon race. Damn it. Fan Dong could not hold back his anger and directly attacked. Boom. However, before he could get close to Fang Chen, he was bounced back by the terrifying lightning light. He seems to be transforming. Stop him. Fan Dong's face was pale as he said coldly, "Let's attack together." The 6 sea demons attacked together. With Su Xinyu and Mu Hanfu taking the lead, the 6 of them displayed their most powerful attacks. Seeing this, the human race could not sit back and do nothing. As a human race, how can we watch the sea demon race kill our compatriots? Slaughtering Heaven's sword roared and grabbed. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in the void. Then, they entered a chaotic battle. Kill. The young geniuses of the spirit race, Yuan race, and Luo clan all attacked. Even Jiang Quang on the golden stone platform attacked. Jiang Quang walked down from the golden stone platform and rushed into the battlefield. "I'll deal with her." Jiang Quang shouted and appeared in front of Su Xinyu. Slaughtering Heaven's sword, who was fighting with Su Xinyu, turned to deal with the others. Poochie. The human race and the sea demon race were in a full-scale war, and the human race had the absolute advantage. The sea demon clan didn't expect things to turn out this way. Fan Dong was the first to succumb to the humans' attacks. His body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. While the human race and the sea monster race were fighting, Fang Chen was undergoing the final transformation. At the end of the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique, one would encounter misfortune. When he had obtained the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique, the old man had told him about it. Boom. After a quarter of an hour, the 10,000 lightning strikes finally came to an end. His body, which was engulfed by lightning, was gradually revealed. Fang Chen's clothes were in tatters, and his skin had exploded. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough to effectively avoid the deadly attack of the terrifying lightning snake. Otherwise, he would have died countless times already. If he cultivated according to the incantation, the myriad lightning body would end and he would be considered to have succeeded in reaching the 4th level. But, it's not that easy. Bad luck had arrived. Fang Chen suddenly had an ominous premonition. Immediately after, an incomparably thick bolt of lightning in the sky suddenly bombarded his head. Dong. His primordial spirit trembled. After this strange aura drilled into his body, it instantly dissipated throughout his body. Immediately after, Fang Chen was shocked to discover his primordial spirit had undergone a great change. What's going on? Fang Chen's heart trembled. His primordial spirit had become like this, and he felt a trace of the threat of death. Could this be the curse? Fang Chen thought to himself. Break. Fang Chen urged his primordial spirit, trying to break the curse. However, a red halo appeared on the surface of his skin. This red halo was corroding his skin. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. Soon after, he stood up. While resisting the misfortune, Fang Chen rushed into the battlefield. He happened to encounter Fan Dong, who was retreating. He stretched out his big hand and directly grabbed Fan Dong. Immediately, the red halo on the surface of his skin penetrated his hand and drilled into Fan Dong's body. Fan Dong's body began to twitch, and white foam came out of his mouth. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Fan Dong's mouth. His vitality was disappearing. Bang! Fang Chen exerted force with his palm and crushed Fan Dong's head. Fang Chen was a little stunned. The red halo on the surface of his skin was corroding his skin. But it could also cause fatal damage to the enemy. Kill Sanguinati! Seeing Fan Dong fall, Mu Hanfu roared and rushed directly towards Fang Chen. However, at this moment, a fist light was placed in front of her chest, blocking her advance. Your opponent is me, Ling Ming said coldly. Hiss. Fang Chen was resisting the misfortune. His golden heart was beating rapidly, constantly absorbing the red halo. Okay. Fang Chen discovered that after the red halo was absorbed by the golden heart, it seemed to be suppressed. Could it be that the golden heart can eliminate the red halo? Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Although he had cultivated the 4th level of the 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique, something unexpected happened midway. His essence spirit had changed, and a fatal red halo appeared on the surface of his skin. If he did not resolve this, his life would be in danger. Continue to absorb. After discovering this shocking scene, Fang Chen naturally would not let go of this opportunity. He increased his strength and urged the golden heart. It kept absorbing the red halo. In a few breaths, the red halo on the surface of his skin disappeared. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that the red halo was completely suppressed in the golden heart. Great! Fang Chen was overjoyed. Did this mean that the curse of the 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique had been broken by him? After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen saw a cultivator from the human race's sacred land in danger. Swoosh! Using the true meaning of time and space, Fang Chen appeared beside him, helping him block the fatal blow. Sanguinati, go to hell. Seeing Sanguinati take the initiative to attack, Zhong Wenshan roared angrily. Immediately, he used the innate ability of the sea demon race. However, the current Fang Chen was not the same as before. After the breakthrough of the 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique, his strength had skyrocketed. 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique. Having just broken through, Fang Chen also wanted to try how strong the 4th level of the 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique was. Boom! 10,000 lightning bolts struck him. However, the target of the bombardment this time was not Fang Chen, but Zhong Wenshan. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Zhong Wenshan's body was drowned in lightning. He didn't even say a word before his soul completely dissipated. Moreover, his body was blasted into pieces. So strong. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The 4th level of the 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique was indeed much stronger than the 3rd level. Sanguinati. The sudden turn of events caused the Sea Demon clan to be furious. As for the people of the human race, they were a little dazed. Sanguinati has broken through. He's too strong. He killed Zhong Wenshan with one blow. Has his strength surpassed Jiang Quang's? Many martial artists were shocked. The battle was also interrupted because of this. Mu Hanfu and the others quickly returned to Su Xinyue's side. They looked at each other, their faces full of anger. Sanguinati, you killed a disciple of the sea demon race. You and I are irreconcilable. Su Xinyu said coldly, her words full of killing intent. Irreconcilable. Fang Chen sneered. When the Blood Fiend Emperor forcibly took the old faker away, he was already irreconcilable with the sea demon race. So what if I'm irreconcilable? So what if I kill all of you? Fang Chen's aura fluctuated and his attitude was extremely arrogant. He didn't put Su Xinyu and the others in his eyes at all. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill all of us. Don't think that you're on the same level as us just because you've broken through. You think too highly of yourself. Sanguinati, you're going to die in our hands in the end. That's right. Even if I can't get the strongest inheritance today, I'm going to kill you. Fang Chen looked at the remaining 4 people and a sinister smile appeared on his face. The strongest geniuses of the sea demon race. If I kill all of them, I wonder what the Blood Fiend Emperor will think. Fang Chen said casually. But when the others heard this, their faces changed drastically. The 10 strongest geniuses of the sea demon race were personally selected by the Blood Fiend Emperor. The Blood Fiend Emperor had high hopes for them and even fought with the human race's sacred leader to get the 10 spots. If they were really killed in the ancestral land, the Blood Fiend Emperor would definitely go crazy with anger. But so what? Fang Chen had already thought about it. Even if he killed all of them, the Blood Fiend Emperor wouldn't attack him in the human race's territory. The 5 giants weren't just for show. They would definitely stop him when the time came. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Moreover, the old faker had been captured by the Blood Fiend Emperor and he didn't know if he was still alive. Now, he would collect some interest first. If we fight one-on-one, I'll kill 10 of you. Purple Flame Dao Ancestor sneered. Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance. Let's see if you can kill 10 of me alone. Fang Chen opened his palm and stared at Purple Flame Dao Ancestor as he said coldly, Xin Yu, let me kill this kid. Purple Flame Dao Ancestor said. Su Xin Yu was silent for a moment and then nodded. Be careful. Use your trump card at the critical moment. Su Xin Yu had a certain understanding of Purple Flame Dao Ancestor and knew that he had a very strong trump card. That was why she agreed to let him fight. Sanguinati, wash your neck. Purple Flame Dao Ancestor was full of fighting spirit. Fang Chen turned around and looked at the human race martial artists. Everyone, leave the remaining 4 to me, Sanguinati. You can just watch from the side. Hearing Sanguinati's words, the crowd didn't think too much about it. As long as they killed the Sea Demon clan, it didn't matter who attacked. From fighting for the Golden Stone platform to killing the Sea Demon clan. This was something that no one had expected beforehand. Among the 10 Golden Stone platforms, only Yuan Liang didn't move. It wasn't easy to come to the Golden Stone platform and he didn't want to give up. Moreover, he also hated Sanguinati. It would be best if both sides were injured and then he would come out to clean up the mess. Chapter 1524. Purple Flame Dao Ancestor was dressed in a purple robe and surrounded by purple flames. Fang Chen could tell that this person should be proficient in the Dao of Fire. Sanguinati, I will burn you alive. Purple Flame Dao Ancestor was very confident in his own flames. He did not believe that there was a flame more powerful than his own in this world. Is that so? Fang Chen sneered and looked at Purple Flame Dao Ancestor quietly. The latter stretched out his palm and the purple flames that surrounded his body instantly gathered in his palm. The rich purple flames emitted an aura that was suffocating. Purple Flame Dao Ancestor looked at Fang Chen playfully. Are you afraid? Unfortunately, it's too late. Until now, Purple Flame Dao Ancestor had not recognized the reality. He thought that Sanguinati would be afraid and terrified. The flames that you are so proud of are just trash in my eyes. Fang Chen sneered. Chen-ph, who doesn't want you to say that later? Purple Flame Dao Ancestor said calmly in the face of Fang Chen's sneer. You are still pretending when you are about to die. You are really courting death. Demon Dao Ancestor sneered. Purple Flame Dao Ancestor no longer talked nonsense and directly attacked. The purple flames in his palm gathered into a ball of light and erupted with a scorching aura. At this moment, the temperature in the air became extremely hot. In the next moment, the purple flame ball of light rushed toward Fang Chen. Facing the powerful purple flame ball, Fang Chen shook his head gently. Too weak. In his opinion, the purple flame ball could not be compared to the black flame at all. One had to know that the black flame had the characteristics of the undying flame. The undying flame of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird, was the king of flames. In front of the undying flame, who dared to be superior? Although the black flame that Fang Chen controlled had not completely evolved into the undying flame. However, its power far surpassed that of the purple flames. If it was a head-on confrontation, Purple Flame Dao Ancestor might be able to hold on for a while. But he chose to fight with flames. He wanted to suppress Sanguinati with a strong stance. However, the nightmare had only just begun. Fang Chen stood there quietly, motionless. He allowed the purple flames to wrap around his body and burn him. Seeing this, the human race cultivators were all shocked. When Su Xinyu and the others saw this, they smiled dejectedly. This was the consequence of being arrogant. Hiss, hiss, Hiss! The purple flame enveloped Fang Chen's entire body, burning continuously. The human martial artists nearby all retreated. The air was filled with an oppressive aura. Sanguinati, how does it feel? Purple Flame laughed wildly and taunted. In his opinion, Sanguinati was already a dead man. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice sounded. You're just SOSO. Fang Chen's voice was heard leisurely. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame was slightly taken aback. Then, he stared fixedly at the ball of purple flames. In an instant, something strange happened. The incomparably powerful purple flame instantly turned into nothingness at this moment. It was replaced by black flames. The black flames jumped around Fang Chen's body and swallowed the powerful purple flame. Buzz! The temperature in the air rose sharply. Seeing this, Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's expression changed drastically and he cried out involuntarily. How can the undying flame be possible? Tao Ancestor Purple Flame was very shocked. He was good at flames and knew the flames of the world very well. His purple flame was considered a top flame in the mortal universe. However, in his memories, there had always been a type of flame that was superior to the purple flames. That was the legendary undying flame. However, the undying flame had always been a legend and could not be found in the world. He never thought that Sanguinati actually had the undying flame. How could this be possible? The undying flame was the exclusive flame of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. Once the undying flame appeared, who could compete with it? But now, it had appeared on a human race cultivator. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's thoughts were in a mess. He kept shaking his head. He could not believe everything in front of him. No, his flame is not the undying flame. It just has the characteristics of the undying flame. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame finally realized that something was wrong. Immediately, he discovered an even more shocking scene. The undying bird's blood essence. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame noticed that Fang Chen's body was emitting the aura of the undying bird's blood essence. At this moment, he suddenly understood. The reason why the black flame had the characteristics of the undying flame was entirely because of the undying bird's blood essence. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with greed. If he could obtain the undying flame's blood essence, he would definitely be able to evolve his purple flame into the ultimate undying flame. At that time, who among the younger generation would be able to compete with him? Thinking of this, Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's heart was burning and his blood was boiling. Sanguinati, hand over the undying bird's blood essence, or else. Before Tao Ancestor Purple Flame could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fang Chen. What can you do to me in this state? Fang Chen sneered and looked at Tao Ancestor Purple Flame as if looking at an idiot. The next moment, he made his move. Under his control, the black flames around him quickly turned into a huge black dragon. The dragon's mouth was filled with extremely dense black flames and it rushed straight at Tao Ancestor Purple Flame. Purple Flame. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame retreated and waved his hand, urging the purple flames to the extreme. However, under the attack of the black flames, Purple Flame himself felt fear. This was the suppression of flames, the suppression of all flames in the world by the undying flame. Purple Flame was no exception. Purple Flame trembled and did not dare to confront the black flames head-on. No. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame roared to the sky. He was unwilling to give up. The undying bird's blood essence is mine. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's eyes were filled with killing intent. Immediately, a jade pendant appeared in his palm. Boom. Without hesitation, Tao Ancestor Purple Flame crushed the jade pendant. Immediately, a wild aura spread out in all directions. Sanguinati, be careful. Jiang Quang roared. A terrifying aura swept over and immediately caused all the warriors to retreat. Space was distorted because of this, and Fang Chen's body was directly swept by the wild aura. This aura was comparable to the peak of the creation realm. Fang Chen could not avoid it at all. This time, let's see if you can survive. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's eyes were scarlet as he stared at the center of the terrifying aura. This was his trump card. If he could kill Sanguinati and get the undying bird's blood essence, it would be worth it. Su Xinyu and the others also curled their red lips, thinking that Sanguinati would definitely die. However, boom! An even more terrifying fluctuation spread out from Fang Chen's body. At the critical moment, he crushed the jade pendant given by Tao Ancestor Crane. This jade pendant was comparable to Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's jade pendant. The two terrifying auras collided, and the ground was blasted open. However, Fang Chen was safe and sound, wrapped in a layer of grey fluctuation. Dong dong dong. The two auras represented the peak of the creation realm. They fought fiercely, and in the end, both sides were injured. The two auras dissipated at the same time. As for Fang Chen, he appeared in front of Tao Ancestor Purple Flame, completely unharmed. Impossible. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's face was pale, and he had suffered a great blow. He had even used his last trump card, but Sanguinati was unharmed. Damn it. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's heart was full of hatred, but he knew his own limits and his body was retreating. Die. After the terrifying aura, Fang Chen immediately activated the black flame and blasted towards Tao Ancestor Purple Flame. The true meaning of time and space was activated, and Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's body flickered. He was wrapped in the black flame. Xinyu, save me. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame roared miserably. Seeing this, Su Xinyu leaped and her delicate body came in front of Tao Ancestor Purple Flame. She punched out, trying to force Fang Chen back. Fang Chen waved his palm, and the black flame spread out. Su Xinyu felt the danger and took a step sideways. In the blink of an eye, Tao Ancestor Purple Flame was burned to death by the black flame. Miserable screams could be heard endlessly. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame fell. Sanguinati. Su Xinyu was extremely furious in her heart. She wanted to tear Sanguinati into pieces. Don't worry, you're all going to die, Fang Chen said calmly. Su Xinyu, Mu Hanfu, and Tao Ancestor Monster. Fang Chen was not afraid of the last three. I'm going to kill you. Su Xinyu attacked aggressively. Dong. There was a tremor in the reception hall. Then, an old voice came out. Enough, all grudges can wait until the test is over. The old voice came out to stop Fang Chen, and he stopped attacking. Su Xinyu did not dare to move. After all, this was the ancestral land of the human race. If she was not careful, she would die. After half an hour, the 9 steps will close. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They immediately rushed towards the 9 steps frantically. Xinyu, let's also participate in the test. Purple Flame and the others will not die in vain. Sanguinati must die, Tao Ancestor Monster said in a low voice. The remaining 3 people of the Sea Demon race came to the right side of the reception hall and climbed up the 9 steps. Many warriors swarmed up. However, they did not go far before their bodies were sent flying. Fang Chen and Jiang Quang were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the golden stone platform again. Fang Chen looked at Yuan Liang thoughtfully and stood on the first golden stone platform. Of the 10 stone platforms, 7 were left. The 4th to reach the golden stone platform was Ling Ming. The 5th was Luo Qinghan, the 6th was Ling Lianzhu, the 7th was Luo Xia, the 8th was Yuan Jiaojiao, and the 9th was Tu Tianjian. There was only one golden stone platform left, but there were many warriors who were qualified to fight for it. Rhinoceros and Wei Xiong of the human race's sacred land. Yuan Hongyun, Yuan Liao, and Yuan Qian of the Yuan race's sacred land. Ling Yi, Ling Xian, and Ling Feng of the spirit race's sacred land. Luo Huakai, Luo Rui, Luo Fenga, and Luo Chen of the Luo clan's sacred land. These were the young geniuses of their respective sacred lands, and they all had the strength to fight for the last golden stone platform. As for the remaining 3 people of the Sea Demon race, they had all climbed up the golden stone platform on the right side of the reception hall. They were glaring at the human race warriors. However, just as everyone was fighting, Yuan Ming of the Yuan race arrived. CCC Pavilion Che came together with Black Blade Emperor's disciple. I almost missed the test in the reception hall. Yuan Ming's gaze fell on the golden stone platform. There was only one spot left. He tapped his foot and stepped onto the 9 steps. He then occupied the last golden stone platform. As for Black Blade Emperor's disciple, His gaze fell on Sanguinati. Chapter 1525. Sovereign Emperor Blackblade's only disciple, Purple Saber. There were 10 people on the Golden Stone platforms and 2 from the Yuan race. Purple Saber could not attack Yuan Ming and Yuan Liang. As for the others, the spiritual races Ling Ming and Ling Lianzhu were very strong. Purple Saber was not confident of defeating them. Even if he defeated them, it would be a Pyrrhic victory and would be disadvantageous for the later tests. The human Holy Lands Jiang Quang and Heaven Slaughtering Sword were not weak either. It was the same for Luo Qinghan and Luo Xia. Sanguinati, get down here. Purple Saber's voice resounded in this place. All the cultivators left the 9th step. Originally, they still had a chance to fight for the last Golden Stone platform. Now, it looked like they no longer had a chance. Ling Xian and the others shook their heads helplessly. Since they could not obtain the strongest inheritance, they might as well search for other inheritances. Let's go, Ling Xian said. After Ling Xian and the others left, the other cultivators quickly left as well. Inheritances were everywhere in the inheritance ancestral lands. Although they could not obtain the strongest inheritance, they could not waste time here. It was the same for the other inheritances. It would be best if they could find an inheritance suitable for themselves. Not long after, the front of the reception hall was empty. Only Zi Dao had managed to reach the 9th step. Purple Saber was furious that Sanguinati ignored him. Since you are not willing to come down, then I will force you down myself, Purple Saber said sullenly. Step by step, Purple Saber crossed the 9th step. Purple Saber arrived before the first Golden Stone platform. Get down. Purple Saber suddenly punched, wanting to force Fang Chen back. However, Xiao Chen was not to be trifled with. You are seeking death. Fang Chen clenched his fist tightly and punched, clashing with Purple Saber's fist. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, and Purple Saber was forced back a few steps. After Purple Saber steadied himself, his expression turned even more sullen. Brat, I underestimated you. However, do you think that you can fight me, Purple Saber, with this? Purple Saber said coldly. Purple Saber was very strong, at least on the same level as Yuan Ming. If Purple Saber fought him alone, it would be more troublesome. Just as Purple Saber was about to attack, Fang Chen took out the dark demonic wheel. If you want to die, continue. The dark demonic wheel emitted a terrifying aura that made the scalps of the others tingle. What is this? Those who didn't know Sanguinati were shocked. Sanguinati actually had such a heaven-defying treasure. Yuan Ming was the only one who was quietly watching everything. Zi Dao's expression changed. He did not expect Sanguinati to have such a precious treasure. This aura is too strong. In an instant, Zi Dao made his decision. If he angered Sanguinati, he might really die under the dark demonic wheel. He couldn't act rashly. Zi Dao forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly calmed himself down. If my guess is correct, although this treasure is powerful, it cannot be used without limit. You are afraid of it. Otherwise, you would have activated the treasure long ago, Zi Dao said. Killing you won't be a problem, Fang Chen said calmly. Sanguinati, I'll let you off today. If I have the chance, I will definitely behead you. After saying that, Purple Blade left the first Golden Stone platform. Finally, he stopped in front of the 9th Golden Stone platform. His target was Slaughtering Heaven's Sword. So, are you going to go down or do you want me to do it? Zi Dao said coldly. Even if I die, I will die standing. Slaughtering Heaven's Sword stood up and said coldly with a long sword in his hand. Then let's fight. Zi Dao's figure flashed and landed on the ground. He held his purple long sword in his hand and stared at Slaughtering Heaven's Sword. Come down and fight. Slaughtering Heaven's Sword jumped and arrived in front of Zi Dao. Let me see how strong Monarch Blackblade's disciple is, Slaughtering Heaven's Sword said. You will know in a while. Zi Dao attacked. His sword light was like a shadow, and purple sword light filled the sky. Zi Dao is very strong. This was Fang Chen's evaluation of Zi Dao. Zi Dao's strength was not weaker than Yuan Ming's. Especially that purple blade. It should be at least a rank 8 divine weapon. The battle between the sword and the saber was very intense. Actually, slaughtering heaven's sword was already strong enough. However, he met Zidao. After hundreds of rounds, slaughtering heaven's sword was defeated. Whoosh! Zidao's long sword carried an earth-shattering power. He slashed out and hit slaughtering heaven's sword's long sword. Crack! The long sword cracked and slaughtering heaven's sword's body flew out. I have lost. Slaughtering heaven's sword stood up and looked very calm. However, I will defeat you one day. Although slaughtering heaven's sword had lost, he did not lower his head. There will never be such a day. Zidao laughed coldly. He leaped up and landed on the golden stone platform. As for the heaven slaughtering sword, it left behind a lonely figure and left. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The test of the 9 steps has been completed. Those who have reached the golden stone platform are qualified to continue. A voice came from the welcoming hall. Whoosh! Suddenly, a towering tree appeared in the sky above the welcoming hall. On the towering tree, there were countless branches. When a gust of wind blew, the branches swayed endlessly, and the leaves on them drifted down. That is, Jiang Quang was shocked when he saw the tree. He immediately shouted, "Enlightenment, ancient tree." After saying that, Jiang Quang attacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jiang Quang's silhouette directly dashed towards the towering ancient tree. After which, he stretched out his hands, grabbing at the fallen leaves floating in the air. Grab it! Suddenly, everyone moved and grabbed the leaves in the sky. Enlightenment, ancient tree. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Although he had moved a little late, he used the true meaning of time and space to move at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed a leaf. Whoosh! Whoosh! He continued to grab. The Enlightenment ancient tree was a legendary plant. It was said that if a martial artist could comprehend the martial Tao under the Enlightenment ancient tree, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The Enlightenment ancient tree was a cultivation resource that martial artists dreamed of. He did not expect it to appear in the ancestral land. The leaves of the Enlightenment ancient tree were also supreme treasures that were of great help to a martial artist's cultivation. Moreover, Fang Chen believed that the welcoming hall would not release the Enlightenment ancient tree for no reason. It must have something to do with the next test. Therefore, he tried his best to grab the leaves. A quarter of an hour later, Fang Chen had already snatched over 40 leaves. He was far ahead of everyone. However, he did not give up and continued to grab. After 15 minutes, Fang Chen finally stopped. This was because he already had 81 leaves in his hand. It was not that he did not want to, but that no matter how hard he tried, he could not grab any leaves. It seemed that 81 leaves was the limit. Fang Chen's body landed on the golden stone platform. The 81 leaves in his hand surrounded his body. He suddenly had an epiphany and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. After a while, Purple Saber also grabbed 81 leaves and began to comprehend them like Fang Chen. The third was Yuan Ming, the fourth was Jiang Quang, the fifth was Luo Qinghan, and the sixth was Ling Ming. As for the remaining 4 people, each of them only had about 50 leaves. As for the Enlightenment ancient tree, it had already disappeared. What should we do? The few of them looked at each other with complicated feelings. The second test is to grab 81 leaves of the Enlightenment ancient tree and comprehend the secret method within. Those who do not have 81 leaves will be automatically eliminated after 15 minutes. Ling Lianzhu and the others were anxious when they heard the voice from the reception hall. Yuan Liang, Yuan Jiaojiao, Ling Lianzhu, and Luo Xia. The 5 of them did not have 81 leaves. This meant that one of them would definitely be eliminated. Everyone, I have 51 fallen leaves in my hands. If you can give me the fallen leaves in your hands, I, Yuan Liang, will definitely reward you handsomely, Yuan Liang said aloud. The 4 of them had more than 200 leaves of the Enlightenment ancient tree. Therefore, at least 2 of them would be able to stay. The others shook their heads. How could they give something so important away so casually? Yuan Liang and Yuan Jiaojiao looked at each other and then at Luo Xia. Luo Xia, hand over the leaves in your hand, said Yuan Liang coldly. His words were full of threat. The Yuan race is really shameless. They showed their true colors so quickly, sneered Luo Xia. Attack. Time waits for no one. Yuan Liang did not want to waste any more time. With a shout, he and Yuan Jiaojiao attacked Luo Xia together. Luo Xia was definitely unable to deal with Yuan Jiaojiao and Yuan Liang by herself. Once they defeat Luo Xia, they will definitely target me, thought Ling Lianzhu. Then, without another word, she helped Luo Xia. With Ling Lianzhu's help, the pressure on Luo Xia was greatly reduced. Many thanks. A smile appeared on Luo Xia's face as the four warriors started fighting. Seeing that the time limit was almost up, Yuan Liang became even more anxious. Bang! After a fierce collision, the battle stopped. Yuan Liang looked at the time. His face was filled with anxiety. Big brother Yuan Liang, what do we do? Asked Yuan Jiaojiao. They had no advantage in a 2-against-2 battle. If they continued, they would only lose their qualifications. There's no other way. Continuing to fight is just a waste of time. Yuan Liang looked at Yuan Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, give me your enlightenment ancient tree. I will compensate you. Yuan Jiaojiao's body trembled. She sighed and handed over the enlightenment ancient tree. Buzz. Yuan Liang gathered all 81 leaves and sat cross-legged on the golden stone platform. He began to comprehend. Ling Lianzhu was about to give up when Luo Xia spoke. Miss Ling, thank you for helping me, said Luo Xia with a smile. I did it for myself, said Ling Lianzhu. Luo Xia shook her head. No matter what, you still helped me. Right now, both of us do not have 81 leaves. We are destined to be eliminated. Luo Xia took out her enlightenment ancient tree and gave it to Ling Lianzhu. You stay. I will leave, said Luo Xia. How can you do that? Ling Lianzhu shook her head. Chapter 1526. The enlightenment ancient tree disappeared, and the 8 human prodigies passed the second round of the test. The 8 of them were surrounded by 81 leaves of the enlightenment ancient tree. Martial Tao aura filled the air as they comprehended. The enlightenment ancient tree contained the truth of the martial Tao. If a martial artist could comprehend it, it would be a great benefit. The competition on the golden stone platform on the left was very fierce. Out of the 10 human prodigies, only 8 of them passed the test. Yuan Jiaojiao from the Yuan clan and Luo Xia from the Luo clan were eliminated. The former was forced, while the latter gave up on her own accord. On the golden stone platform on the right, the 3 prodigies from the Sea Demon clan had it easier. This was because their second test was the complete opposite of the human race's test. The enlightenment ancient tree was not open to them. Therefore, they could only watch the human clan's martial artists seize the enlightenment ancient tree and comprehend it. Their second test was relatively more dangerous. However, the remaining 3 were extremely powerful. Su Xinyu and Mu Hanfu, the 2 prodigies, were not only beautiful, but also powerful. Their cultivation was on par with Jiang Quang and the others from the human clan. There was also Dao Ancestor Monster, who was relatively weaker. However, as long as the 3 of them did not encounter a 9th-level creation realm expert, they would not be in any danger. Huff huff huff. Dao Ancestor Monster's forehead was full of sweat. He panted as he stood on the golden stone platform, his face pale. The second test was beyond their imagination, and they had almost died. Fortunately, they had all passed the test. Dao Ancestor Monster looked at Su Xinyu and said, Xinyu, the human clan's ancestral land rejects the Sea Demon clan. Our test will become more and more difficult. No matter how difficult it is, we must persevere. Our clansmen cannot die in vain. Su Xinyue's pretty face was full of gloom. Beneath her beauty was a vicious heart. Mu Hanfu nodded. The group of 10 had wanted to control the entire ancestral land. Who would have thought that only the 3 of them were left? The other 7 had all died. The biggest reason for all of this was Sanguinati. Sanguinati must die. Otherwise, how will we have the face to return to the limitless ocean? Su Xinyue's eyes were cold. Sanguinati. Everything was because of Sanguinati. If it wasn't for him, the others wouldn't have died. The three of them hated Sanguinati so much that they could no longer tolerate him. On the golden stone platform on the left, 8 people sat cross-legged, with the Enlightenment Ancient Leaves surrounding them. Comprehending the Enlightenment Ancient Leaf required extremely strong talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to comprehend it. The first one to wake up from his meditation was Yuan Liang. He opened his eyes, and there was some displeasure on his face. He seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with his own comprehension. Damn it! Yuan Liang was ambitious and wanted to comprehend it. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not comprehend the profoundness within. Maybe this leaf of enlightenment is a scam. Yuan Liang muttered to himself. An hour after Yuan Liang woke up, Ling Lianzhu also woke up. Ling Lianzhu, who was dressed in green, revealed a smile on her pretty face. A dense aura surged around her. Boom! A dazzling light burst out from Ling Lianzhu's sea of qi. The original hexagonal starlight actually turned into a heptagonal starlight at this moment. As expected of the Enlightenment Ancient Leaf, Ling Lianzhu was very excited. Comprehending the Enlightenment Ancient Leaf had actually allowed her cultivation to increase by a small realm. Great! Ling Lianzhu originally thought that she was the weakest among the 8 and could not help Ling Ming. Now, it seemed that she was not as bad as she had imagined. Damn it! Ling Lianzhu broke through to the 7th level of the creation realm. At the side, Yuan Liang clenched his fists tightly, filled with jealousy. After Ling Lianzhu woke up, the other paragons also woke up one after another. Everyone had gained a lot, and almost all of them were able to increase their cultivation by a level. Ling Ming and Luo Qinghan were originally at the peak of the 6th level of the creation realm. After comprehending the Enlightenment Ancient Leaf, they easily stepped into the 7th level of the creation realm. Moreover, they had already broken through to the peak of the 7th level of the creation realm. This leap made Yuan Liang dumbfounded. Damn it, damn it. Yuan Liang's heart was filled with rage. He clenched his fists tightly, and the Enlightenment Ancient Leaf was directly crushed into powder. Rumble. 6 hours later, Jiang Quang woke up. The aura around his body rippled, causing everyone to be shocked. As expected, his cultivation had stepped into the 8th level of the creation realm. What a powerful force! Jiang Quang smiled and turned to look at the others. There were only 3 people left on the golden stone platform, and they were still comprehending the Enlightenment Ancient Leaf. Yuan Ming's aura was constantly increasing, and he had comprehended it very thoroughly. On the other hand, Zidao's aura was even more strange, giving off a sinister and terrifying feeling. Only Sanguinati's aura was very calm, and Fang Chen was like a weak martial artist, not moving at all. I wonder who among the 3 of them will last until the end. Jiang Quang glanced at the 3 of them and muttered to himself. The Enlightenment Ancient Leaf contained the truth of the martial Tao. The longer one comprehended it, the greater the harvest. The first comprehension was the most effective. If one continued to comprehend it, there would not be much of an effect. This was also the reason why everyone could not wait to comprehend it. A day later, Yuan Ming woke up, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the creation realm. He stood up and turned to look at Jiang Quang. Apart from Jiang Quang, no one else could pose a threat to him. After Brother Zidao breaks through, I will join forces with him. Not to mention Jiang Quang, even if everyone joins forces, they will not be a match for us. Yuan Ming thought to himself. A trace of killing intent appeared in the depths of his eyes. However, there was something that puzzled Yuan Ming. Why was Sanguinati able to persist for so long? Damn it, I want to see what a 2nd level of the creation realm martial artist can achieve. Yuan Ming thought to himself. Zidao's potential was very strong, and everyone knew that. After all, Zidao was the disciple of one of the 5 giants, Black Blade Monarch. Black Blade Monarch was a rogue cultivator, and he did not have any restrictions. He focused on nurturing his own disciple. All the good resources were given to Zidao. Moreover, he could personally teach Zidao. All of this was due to Purple Saber's heaven-defying strength and abnormal talent. Yuan Ming could understand why Zidao had been comprehending the Tao for a longer time than him. However, Sanguinati was not a disciple of the human race's sacred land, and he did not have a large amount of resources. Yet, he was able to persist until now. Yuan Ming was jealous of Sanguinati, and he wanted to get rid of him. Brother Yuan Ming, congratulations. At this moment, Yuan Liang cupped his hands. Yuan Ming collected his thoughts and nodded gently. The second stage of the test was not over yet, and everyone could only wait. They had just broken through, and they were all stabilizing their cultivation. Zidao and Sanguinati's comprehension had exceeded everyone's expectations. After 7 days, Zidao finally woke up. Whoosh! The 81 leaves of enlightenment that were originally floating around him suddenly turned into powder and entered his body. Everyone was shocked. Zidao was too domineering, and he even swallowed the enlightenment ancient leaves. Buzz! Zidao opened his eyes, and 2 rays of saber light shot out. Suddenly, the soil on the ground flew up, and a huge pit appeared. Saber chi filled the pit, and it was very terrifying. Congratulations, Brother Zidao. Yuan Ming was the first to go forward and congratulate him. Zidao withdrew his aura, and his aura changed drastically. It was as if he was a completely different person from before, and he gave off a very shocking feeling. Brother Zidao, what did you gain? However, from Zidao's aura, he could not tell how much Zidao had improved. Thus, Yuan Ming asked. Zidao's attitude towards Yuan Ming was more gentle, 9th level of the creation realm. Zidao did not hide his cultivation, and he directly said. Although his voice was soft, everyone present was a creation realm martial artist, and their hearing was very sensitive. What 9th level of the creation realm? Zidao's potential is too strong. In an instant, many human geniuses, including Jiang Quang, sighed. Zidao's potential was too heaven-defying. After comprehending the Enlightenment ancient leaves, he actually broke through to the 9th level of the creation realm. Among the younger generation, Zidao was the only one who could reach such heights. Even the geniuses of the 4 sacred lands could not compare. As expected of the Black Blade Monarch's only disciple. I admire you. Jiang Quang laughed. Yes, to be able to break through to the 9th level of the creation realm at such a young age, you will definitely become a monarch in the future. Congratulations, Zidao. Amazing, I admire you. As a human, everyone was very happy that Zidao's strength had become stronger. Zidao nodded indifferently, and his gaze fell on Sanguinati. Yes. Zidao frowned slightly, but he immediately looked away. With his current strength, Sanguinati was just a clown. No matter how strong his potential was, he could only break through a small realm. The golden stone platform on the left was very lively, while the people on the right were a little anxious. Damn it, Zidao actually broke through to the 9th level of the creation realm. This is troublesome, said Dao ancestor Yao. The ancestral land's protection for the human race is too strong. The Enlightenment ancient leaves are precious, but they did not hesitate to give it to the human race. What can we do? Mu Hanfu was very dissatisfied. However, there was no other way. This was the ancestral land of the human race, and they were the sea demons. In the eyes of the human race, they were a different race. So what if I broke through? Su Xinyue's red lips moved slightly, and she said softly. Xinyu, you. As soon as Dao ancestor Yarrow finished speaking, Su Xinyue's aura spread out. Then, a violent aura spread out from Su Xinyue's body. When Dao ancestor Yarrow and Mu Hanfu saw this, their faces were filled with excitement. Su Xinyue's breakthrough was really timely. Although she had only broken through to the 8th level of the creation realm, the significance was extraordinary. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Su Xinyu withdrew her aura, and her face was still indifferent. Xinyu, I didn't expect you to break through at this juncture. Chapter 1527. The ancestral land of inheritance was the foundation of the human race. Every martial artist who entered the ancestral land of inheritance could soar to the sky because of it. However, it was also very dangerous. Those who passed the second test had gained a lot. Except for Yuan Liang, the others had broken through. 7 of the 8 people of the human race had woken up. Only Sanguinati had been comprehending the Tao. 81 leaves of enlightenment were dancing slowly around him. Wisps of martial Tao aura entered his body. At the same time, the golden heart was beating rapidly. The golden heart was no different. So far, according to various guesses, the golden heart was at least the means of a divine realm almighty. In the mortal universe, there were very few things that could cause the golden heart to beat rapidly. Unless it was the birth of a true heavenly treasure or something that would benefit Fang Chen greatly. Hiss. As the golden heart beat, a clear stream appeared and absorbed the martial Tao aura in the leaves of enlightenment. As time passed, Fang Chen's heart was empty. He entered a state of enlightenment. This state lasted for a long time. The path of martial Tao was to go against the heavens. Cut off fear and have the belief of invincibility. A deafening sound rang in Fang Chen's mind. He gritted his teeth and almost couldn't hold on anymore. Hold on. Fang Chen was shouting in his heart. He must hold on. This was a great opportunity. He could feel that the martial Tao aura in the leaves of enlightenment was changing his body. Half a month. A full half a month. Fang Chen maintained the state of enlightenment. During this time, the martial Tao aura in the leaves of enlightenment had become very weak. In the end, the leaves of enlightenment turned yellow and cracks appeared. It could be blown away by the wind at any time. What's going on? Jiang Quang and the others were shocked and confused. Zi Dao was expressionless and closed his eyes. He didn't care at all. Crack. At a certain moment, a cool breeze blew past. All of a sudden, the 81 leaves of enlightenment were blown away by the wind. They turned into powder and scattered on the golden platform. Dong. The golden stone platform shook and Fang Chen's body twitched. Puchi Fang Chen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his aura was weak. Did you suffer a backlash? Seeing this, Yuan Ming and Yuan Liang of the Yuan race were secretly delighted. Looking at Sanguinati's current state, he must have been bitten by the leaf of enlightenment and was severely injured. Some trash just can't recognize their own status. Trying in vain to absorb the power of the martial way from the enlightenment ancient leaf, only to be devoured by it instead. What a joke, Purple Blade mocked. Brother Zi Dao is right. A clown will always be a clown. He won't be able to show his face. Yuan Ming chuckled. It's embarrassing for me to be in the same team as trash like you. Yuan Liang added insult to injury. The three of them echoed one another, mocking Sanguinati. The faces of Jiang Quang and the others changed slightly. They wanted to say something but stopped themselves. Fang Chen gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Instead of getting angry, a smile appeared on his face. That was because he had noticed that the astral light in his chi-si had undergone a heaven-toppling change. Since he didn't show it, everyone thought he had failed. Fang Chen calmed himself and slowly stood up. His pale face had regained some color. That's right. A clown will always be a clown. You're always proud of mocking others, but you don't know that you're the most ignorant idiot, retorted Fang Chen. Sanguinati, if you have the ability, then fight me. Yuan Liang was losing his cool. In truth, he had seen that Sanguinati had suffered a backlash and knew his combat power would definitely drop. So he wanted to take this chance to kill him. Are you sure you want to fight me? Fang Chen looked at Yuan Liang with a smile as though he was looking at an idiot. If you don't dare, then kneel on the ground and call me Grandpa 3 times. Then I can spare your life, sneered Yuan Liang. It's not that you can't fight me. It's just that you know my rules. When I attack, there must be blood. If I accidentally kill you, what if a mad dog jumps out and bites me? I don't want to waste time, said Fang Chen. Yuan Liang was infuriated. What a sharp-tongued fellow. If you can kill me, then I'll admit defeat, said Yuan Liang icily. The two of you, the most important thing right now is to pass the trial. Personal grudges can wait until you pass the trial, said Jiang Quang. He had stepped out to be the mediator, hoping that the two of them wouldn't fight at such a critical juncture. But how could Yuan Liang let go of such an opportunity? Jiang Quang, this is none of your business. With that, Yuan Liang looked at Fang Chen with provocation in his eyes. Sanguinati, is this all you've got? sneered Yuan Ming. "If you don't use that supreme treasure, then let alone Yuan Liang, anyone here can kill you." "Is that so?" asked Fang Chen. Yuan Ming didn't say anything else. "Sometimes I'm really curious. The Yuan race is one of the 3 god races. Why do you have so many idiots who are called geniuses?" What a joke. Fang Chen's words were sharp. He had angered Yuan Liang and Yuan Ming. But he didn't care. "Kid, you're courting death." Yuan Liang roared angrily and clenched his fists. His figure flashed and whistled. Boom. A punch as fast as lightning landed on Yuan Liang's body. The latter didn't have any strength to resist. His body fell off the golden stone platform like a cannonball. Poochie. Yuan Liang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his internal organs were damaged. The so-called top geniuses of the Yuan race are only SOSO. Fang Chen said coldly with his hands behind his back. His words were full of mockery. Yuan Liang was furious. He forcefully suppressed his rolling blood and jumped back to the golden stone platform. Bang! Before he could get close to the golden stone platform, his body was sent flying again. "You've fallen off the stone platform. You've been eliminated," said a voice from the reception hall. Yuan Liang spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. "I'm so ruthless." Yuan Liang was furious. His scarlet eyes stared at Sanguinati, who was on the golden stone platform. "Sanguinati, if I don't kill you, I'm not human." Yuan Liang swore a martial oath. Hearing the voice from the reception hall, Zidao and Yuan Ming looked at each other. Then, the 2 of them surrounded Sanguinati. "Are you going to go down by yourself or do you want us to do it?" asked Yuan Ming. Boom. A vast aura spread out from the reception hall and enveloped Fang Chen's body. "This person is first place. The first place of the second stage will be protected by the reception hall." This sentence directly ruined Zidao and Yuan Ming's plan. The 2 of them clenched their fists, their hearts filled with killing intent. However, the reception hall's rules couldn't be violated. Fang Chen was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the first place of the first stage would be protected by the reception hall. "You've passed the second stage. Next, you will take the third stage." As soon as he finished speaking, a wooden bridge appeared in front of the golden stone platform. This bridge is called the Bridge of Helplessness. Those who step on the Bridge of Helplessness will most likely die. The 7 of them looked at each other and stared at the Bridge of Helplessness. The Bridge of Helplessness looked ordinary, but it gave people a strange feeling. The bridge was about 10 meters long and connected to the reception hall. After crossing the Bridge of Helplessness, one could reach the reception hall. "I'll go first." Zidao was bold and took the lead. He took a step forward and stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness. I can't fly." Zidao's aura spread out as he resisted the pressure on the Bridge of Helplessness and quickly advanced. When he reached the center of the Bridge of Helplessness, a puppet appeared and blocked his path. Boom. Without saying anything, the puppet attacked. What? The puppet was too strong and nearly sent Zidao flying with one punch. Fortunately, Zidao wasn't weak and barely blocked the puppet's attack. Damn it. Zidao held his saber tightly and started a chaotic battle with the puppet. Rumble. The battle was very intense. Zidao's saber secret technique was very strange. After an hour of intense battle, Purple Blade seized an opportunity and dodged the puppet's full-force attack. He quickly fled to the other end of the bridge. Zidao finished crossing the Bridge of Helplessness and heaved a sigh of relief. The people left behind were full of worry. The puppet's attack power is very strong. It's comparable to the warrior who stepped on the Bridge of Helplessness, or even stronger, Jiang Quang said to himself. Next, the others took turns to pass the Bridge of Helplessness. At the same time, on the right side of the reception hall, the test of the 3 sea demons had also begun. Their test was more difficult than the human race's test. Xinyu is so strong, but it's so difficult to pass. I have no hope at all, Dao Ancestor Monster thought to himself. After a long time, Dao Ancestor Monster shook his head and sighed. He gave up the test. He was not willing to risk his own life in such a dangerous situation. "I withdraw," Tao ancestor monster said. Mu Hanfu nodded. Leave this to me and Xinyu. You go find other inheritances. If you have the chance, do your best to kill the human race's geniuses. Don't worry, you and Xinyu have to be careful. After saying that, Tao ancestor monster turned and left. On the left side. After Zi Dao, Yuan Ming also successfully crossed the bridge of helplessness. At the last moment, he used a trump card, and his strength increased sharply. Only then did he barely defeat the puppet. As a result, the expressions of the others became more and more serious. Let me try. Jiang Kuang stepped on the bridge of helplessness. Boom. Jiang Kuang attacked the puppet first. Crack. The puppet's fist landed on Jiang Kuang's body, forcing him to retreat. Fang Chen discovered that there was a slight fluctuation of power above Jiang Kuang's head. What's this? It was Fang Chen's first time seeing Jiang Kuang use a secret technique of the soul. Sure enough, everyone has a trump card. Crash. Beside Jiang Kuang, a figure that looked exactly the same appeared. It was Jiang Kuang's clone. All along, Jiang Kuang's clone had been kept a secret. No one knew that Jiang Kuang's clone was a very terrifying soul cultivator. Chapter 1528. Almost every creation realm martial artist would condense a doppelganger. Some people condensed a single avatar, while others condensed 2 avatars. The more clones one condensed, the more divided the origin spirit would be, which would affect one's future cultivation. Therefore, most martial artists would condense a single clone. Jiang Kuang used his clone, and a terrifying Soul Dao secret technique was instantly used. Rumble. Although the puppet didn't have a origin spirit, it had a control center. Jiang Kuang's clone was a martial grandmaster soul cultivator with extremely strong offensive power. When the Soul Dao secret technique was used, it instantly enveloped the puppet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Kuang's main body leaped and crossed the bridge of helplessness. Crack. The puppet broke free from the Soul Dao secret technique's attack and fiercely punched the arm of Jiang Kuang's clone. Blood splattered across the sky. Jiang Kuang's clone broke an arm and fled the bridge of helplessness. Whoosh. On the other side of the bridge of helplessness, Jiang Kuang's face was gloomy. Using one of his clone's arms as the price to pass the bridge of helplessness's test was a heavy loss for him. However, there was no other way. It was for the sake of the final inheritance. A martial grandmaster soul cultivator is really powerful. In Fang Chen's mind, he recalled the soul path secret art Jiang Kuang had used earlier. It was simply too powerful. After Jiang Kuang passed, it was Luo Qinghan, Ling Ming, and Ling Lianzhu. The strength of the 3 of them was relatively weak. However, passing the bridge of helplessness wasn't just a test of strength. There were other factors as well. Whoosh. In just a few breaths of time, Luo Qinghan failed. He had used his clone as the price to escape this calamity. Crack. Luo Qinghan's clone was shattered, and his main body used this opportunity to escape the bridge of helplessness. Brother Luo, are you all right? Asked Ling Ming. Luo Qinghan's face was pale. He shook his head slightly and turned to leave. Ling Ming glanced at Luo Qinghan's lonely back, then turned to look at Ling Lianzhu. Lianzhu, the puppet is too strong. You didn't bring your clone in, so you should give up, said Ling Ming. Ling Lianzhu nodded. She was ready to give up when Jiang Kuang's clone lost an arm. Among the people present, Ling Lianzhu was the weakest. Although she had stepped into the 7th level of the creation realm, her strength was not enough. Even Jiang Kuang had lost an arm of his clone. Given her strength, if she were to force her way through, her main body would definitely be destroyed. Once the main body was destroyed, the clone left behind would also be implicated. It was almost equivalent to cutting off the path of martial arts. For the genius of the spirit race, Ling Lianzhu, this was something that could not be allowed to happen. Big brother Ling Ming, you have to be careful too. Ling Lianzhu warned. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Ling Ming nodded heavily. Ling Lianzhu also left the welcoming hall. Only Fang Chen and Ling Ming were left on the golden stone platform. The latter exchanged a glance with Fang Chen before taking the lead and stepping onto the bridge of helplessness. Boom! The moment the puppet appeared, a terrifying aura erupted from Ling Ming's body. Silver-gray complex patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. These patterns quickly formed an extremely strong defense. Ling Ming let out a low growl as all the strength in his body gathered on his fist. Then, he suddenly punched out. The bridge of helplessness trembled. The puppet easily blocked Ling Ming's attack and then launched a counterattack. Just as Fang Chen thought that Ling Ming was about to be defeated, something unexpected happened. Ling Ming's body instantly disappeared. Fang Chen spread out his consciousness and shrouded the top of the bridge of helplessness. However, no matter how he searched, he could not find Ling Ming's body. What's going on? Fang Chen's heart trembled. Ling Ming actually had such a heaven-defying technique. He had hidden it too deeply. Swoosh. While Fang Chen was shocked, Ling Ming's body appeared from the void and then gave the puppet a fierce punch. Bang! Caught off guard, the puppet's body was knocked back by Ling Ming. This is the moment. Ling Ming seized the opportunity. With a tap of his foot, his body disappeared again. The next time he appeared, he was already at the other end of the bridge of helplessness. This sudden scene caused Zidao and Yuan Ming's expressions to change. Only Fang Chen was enlightened. His eyes were filled with surprise. If he guessed correctly, the technique that Ling Ming used just now was a super strong space-type true meaning. To be able to hide in an instant, it's definitely a space-type true meaning. And from the looks of it, it's definitely a supreme true meaning. It might even be a peerless true meaning. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Apart from him, this was the first time he saw a martial artist who seemed to have a peerless true meaning. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at Ling Ming. In the first two tests, Ling Ming had been lukewarm. Although he was the strongest among the younger generation of the Spirit Clan, his limelight was completely suppressed by Jiang Quang and the others. In everyone's hearts, Sanguinati could even suppress him. However, the test of the Bridge of Helplessness made Fang Chen and the others realize Ling Ming's strength. He's been hiding. Fang Chen thought to himself. He could be sure that Ling Ming's space-type true meaning was different from his space-time true meaning. However, he couldn't be sure what true meaning it was. It's my turn. Shaking his head and putting away his complicated thoughts, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the Bridge of Helplessness. Hula. He took a step and stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness. Yuan Ming and Zidao didn't say anything, their faces full of disdain. Not everyone can step onto the Bridge of Helplessness. The puppet appeared as expected and attacked Fang Chen. Without saying anything, Fang Chen used the fourth level of the Five Thunder Tribulation Technique. The Five Thunder Tribulation Technique was a very powerful Soul Dao secret technique. After reaching the fourth level and breaking the curse, its power was even stronger. Rumble. In the sky, lightning flashed and swooped down. It instantly merged with the Soul Dao aura, forming a terrifying attack. Dong. The powerful attack blasted on the puppet's body. Crack. Such a sound came from the puppet's body. The puppet gave up on defense and attacked with all its might. Although it's a Grandmaster Soul Cultivator, its attack power isn't weaker than my clone. On the other side of the Bridge of Helplessness, Jiang Quang commented. Before entering the ancestral land of inheritance, he didn't pay attention to Sanguinati at all. However, everything that happened in front of the reception hall made Jiang Quang feel that Sanguinati was extraordinary. It wasn't easy for a martial artist to have such powerful combat strength and Soul Dao attacks. After using the Soul Dao attack, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Ling Ming's expression changed for a moment, but it soon returned to normal. The true meaning of space-time could change the flow of time and space around him. Although Fang Chen hadn't fully mastered this point, it was enough to deal with the puppet. The puppet roared at the sky and attacked the void randomly. It couldn't catch Fang Chen's figure at all. Strolling in the void, Fang Chen changed the flow of time. In the blink of an eye, he came to the other side of the Bridge of Helplessness. So far, 2 of the 8 people had issued the challenge, and the remaining 6 had all passed. However, among these people, Zidao, Sanguinati, and Ling Ming passed with the most ease. Jiang Quang and Luo Qinghan had suffered more losses. However, it was worth it to pass the 3rd round. On the right side of the reception hall, Su Xinyu and Mu Hanfu had passed the test. Their bodies were covered with blood. The third round of the test was very destructive to them. However, they had finally survived. The third round of the test is passed. Everyone can choose a secret technique. A voice came from the reception hall. Everyone was wild with joy. The secret techniques in the reception hall must be extraordinary. Whoosh! A mirror appeared in the sky. Inside the mirror, there were many illusory images. Each illusion was a book, and the name of the secret technique was written on the book. Everyone, choose a secret technique. Instantly, Zidao and the others quickly reached their hands into the mirror and grabbed the secret technique they had chosen. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the mirror. It's best to choose the one that suits me, Fang Chen thought to himself. His gaze swept across all the balls of light. There were offensive secret techniques, defensive secret techniques, formation techniques, refining techniques, and talisman techniques. In short, there were all kinds of secret techniques. For a moment, Fang Chen did not know what to choose. Dong. The golden heart beat rapidly. Immediately after, Fang Chen felt an illusion appear in his mind. I choose the sacred dragon heart technique. Fang Chen did not think too much. He reached out his hand and took back a book with the words Sacred Dragon Heart Technique written on it. You only have 30 minutes to comprehend the secret technique you have chosen. After that, the final battle will begin. Hearing this, everyone did not dare to waste any time. They all sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. This time, the Sea Demon clan could also choose. They did not deliberately make things difficult for the Sea Demon clan. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Fang Chen opened the Sacred Dragon Heart technique to read. He did not know if he did not read it, but when he read it, he was shocked. Fang Chen's face was full of shock. It was not until this moment that he understood why the Golden Heart had guided him to choose this inconspicuous heart technique. One must know that under normal circumstances, heart techniques only played a supporting role. Geniuses would not choose heart techniques at all. They would all choose offensive secret techniques. The Sacred Dragon Heart technique was directly ignored by everyone. The Sacred Dragon Heart technique is a secret technique of the human clan. 80 million years ago, it was created by the Sacred Dragon King, a prodigy of the human clan. This heart technique can assist martial artists to cultivate the secret technique faster. Just reading the introduction, Fang Chen was extremely shocked. The Sacred Dragon Heart technique was actually created by the Sacred Dragon King 80 million years ago. And, most importantly, if one cultivated the Sacred Dragon Heart technique, any secret technique could be mastered quickly. What did this mean? It meant that one could learn it immediately. It was simply a heart technique that martial artists dreamed of. Fang Chen wanted to laugh wildly, but he still restrained himself. This time, I really picked up a treasure. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. At the same time, he was also lamenting that if it were not for the Golden Heart, he definitely would not have chosen the Sacred Dragon Heart technique. Start cultivating. The time was only 30 minutes, but for Fang Chen, it was more than that. Chapter 1529. On the path of martial arts, above cultivation techniques were secret techniques. Above that were divine techniques. Divine techniques were extremely powerful and could destroy heaven and earth. Their power was unparalleled. There was an insurmountable gap between secret techniques and divine techniques. As for the Sacred Dragon Heart technique, it was the ultimate technique of the Sacred Dragon King. It was the strongest auxiliary heart technique. According to the book, if a martial artist cultivated the Sacred Dragon Heart technique, he could learn any secret technique below divine techniques. Moreover, he could quickly cultivate it to the transcendent state. It was simply a cultivation tool. 80 million years ago, the Sacred Dragon King was famous in the mortal universe because of this heart technique. In the end, the Sacred Dragon King stepped into the divine realm and this heart technique was lost. He did not expect the Sacred Dragon Heart technique to be hidden in the ancestral land. Fang Chen felt that he was very lucky to be able to obtain such a heaven-defying heart technique. There were a total of 3 levels of the Sacred Dragon Heart technique. Time was accelerated by 100 times. Both his true body and avatar comprehended together. In addition, Fang Chen's super high comprehension ability. In a breath's time, Fang Chen cultivated the first level. It's too profound. Fang Chen looked at the golden light flowing in his palm and the golden dragon floating above his head. He felt comfortable. Continue cultivating. After successfully cultivating the first level, Fang Chen's understanding of the sacred dragon heart technique reached a very high level. He used 15 minutes to cultivate the second level. If the sacred dragon king knew that he had successfully cultivated the second level of the sacred dragon heart technique in 15 minutes, he would definitely be shocked. After cultivating the second level, Fang Chen encountered a bottleneck. He saw in the book that in order to cultivate the third level, he needed the assistance of the blood of a true dragon. It seems that there is no way to cultivate the third level. Fang Chen spread his hands, still unsatisfied. He glanced at the others and saw that they were busy comprehending the supreme-grade secret techniques they had chosen. At this time, there was still a little time before the incense stick burned out. Fang Chen gave up on cultivating the sacred dragon heart technique. He was ready to test the power of the sacred dragon heart technique. I wonder if the sacred dragon heart technique is as magical as the legends say. Fang Chen secretly activated the sacred dragon heart technique and a golden aura flowed around him. Then, he began to cultivate the burial sword art of heaven and earth. A miracle happened. When the incantation of the burial of heaven and earth sword technique merged with the golden aura suddenly burst forth. Dawn with a loud boom, Fang Chen felt that the burial sword art of heaven and earth had reached the minute subtlety realm. Isn't this too exaggerated? Fang Chen didn't dare to imagine. He continued to cultivate. A moment later, Fang Chen's eyes widened, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Just like that, the supreme-grade secret technique, the heaven and earth burial sword art, was cultivated to the realm of perfection. Fang Chen's heart was filled with joy. As expected of a secret technique created by the sacred Dragon King. While he was happy, he was also sighing. The Saint Dragon King was a peerless expert of the human race. His cultivation was earth-shattering. The secret technique he created was also so powerful. It was too shocking. It's time. An illusory voice sounded from the reception hall. The incense stick had finished burning. Everyone opened their eyes. A trace of displeasure flashed across Yuan Ming's face. He hadn't completely comprehended the secret technique he had chosen. The reception hall contains the strongest inheritance left behind by the human race's ancestors. One of you will definitely be able to obtain it. The illusory voice sounded again. However, if you want to obtain the inheritance, you will have to pay a price. Next, you will fight in pairs until the strongest person is determined. After the illusory voice sounded, the people in the air exchanged glances and then looked at the others warily. What should we do? Asked Yuan Ming. Since that's the case, let's fight, said Purple Blade. Everyone, the sea demon race is eyeing us covetously. Why don't we eliminate the sea demon race first and then fight for it? Ling Ming suggested. Alright, let's do that, said Jiang Quang. However, the rules say that we should fight in pairs. If we join forces, it will be against the rules. Then let's fight one-on-one. Purple Blade was in high spirits as he looked at the two beauties opposite him. Which one of you will go first? Asked Purple Blade. I'll go first. Mu Hanfu had long wanted to fight. The human race had killed several of her sea demon race brothers. She wanted to avenge them. What a clown. Purple Blade sneered. He didn't even take out his battle saber. Kill. Mu Hanfu attacked. Her clothes fluttered as she transformed into a gust of wind, quickly arriving in front of Purple Blade. Within the sea demon race, Mu Hanfu was already very strong. However, she had met Purple Blade. Purple Blade was a freak through and through. Bang! Mu Hanfu extended her hand, wanting to crush Purple Blade's head. However, she was forced back by Purple Blade's fist. Yes. Purple Blade stared at Mu Hanfu's hand. Her hand was actually made of metal. Golden palm race? Asked Purple Blade. Mu Hanfu didn't answer and continued attacking. Her palms instantly turned into extremely hard metal, comparable to a divine weapon. Bang! Bang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Mu Hanfu had released her innate ability. The sea demon race had many races. Mu Hanfu's race was called the Golden Palm race. As the name implied, their hands were made of metal. The Golden Palm race's innate ability was related to their hands. Using the metal in their hands, they could erupt with a powerful force and destroy their enemies' defenses. Swish! The battle blade was unsheathed, and a purple light instantly shot out. Crack! Purple blade's battle blade ruthlessly stabbed into Mu Hanfu's right palm. Ah! Mu Hanfu let out a miserable cry, her delicate body trembling in the void. Bang! Purple blade pulled back his battle blade and punched out, sending Mu Hanfu flying. Mu Hanfu's delicate body fell heavily to the ground. Her clothes were tattered, and her pure white body was exposed. Hanfu? Su Xinyu asked worriedly. Mu Hanfu gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Most of the metal in her right hand had been destroyed by Purple Blade. Her injury was very serious. Sister Xinyu, I lost. Mu Hanfu said guiltily. Hanfu, it's not your fault. Su Xinyu said. Mu Hanfu shook her head, feeling a little lonely. Failure meant that she was not qualified to compete for the strongest inheritance. Blood Fiend Monarch was full of confidence. He had personally selected the 10 most outstanding disciples of the sea demon race. However, only Su Xinyu was left now. The human race was eyeing covetously. Su Xinyu was under a lot of pressure. However, Su Xinyu didn't give up. Even if she lost, she had to lose righteously. Who's going to fight? In the void, Su Xinyu took a step forward, staring at the human race cultivators with her pitch-black eyes. Purple Blade had fought once and couldn't fight a second time. Jiang Quang and Luo Qinghan, one of them had lost an arm and the other had been destroyed. They had more or less suffered some injuries and were not suitable to fight. Only Ling Ming, Yuan Ming, and Sanguinati were left. Let me do it. Ling Ming was about to fight, but he was stopped by Yuan Ming. Ling Ming, let Sanguinati fight this battle. Yuan Ming said. Ling Ming frowned. Fang Chen also looked at Yuan Ming thoughtfully. Sanguinati, didn't you say that you want to kill all the sea demon race? Now the opportunity is here. Yuan Ming said with a smile. Although he knew that Yuan Ming deliberately let him fight. Fang Chen still stood up. Brother Ling Ming, leave this battle to me. Fang Chen said. Brother Blood, be careful. Ling Ming nodded. Seeing Sanguinati fight, a cold smile appeared on Su Xinyue's beautiful face. Sanguinati, I thought you would be a coward and not dare to fight. Su Xinyu mocked. Sanguinati had killed so many sea demon race clansmen. She wanted to take revenge. Saying these words won't change your ending. Fang Chen said calmly. Is that so? I want you to die in this battle. Su Xinyu said bluntly. Sorry, I want your life too. Fang Chen said. Then let's see who has more ability. Su Xinyu attacked. Su Xinyu was the leader of the 10 sea demon race clansmen. Moreover, she was the most outstanding member of the sea demon race's younger generation in the past 10,000 years. Blood Fiend Monarch had high hopes for her. He hoped that she could use the ancestral land to enter the life and death realm. A terrifying aura emerged around Su Xinyue's body. In everyone's eyes, this was bound to be a fierce battle. However, facing Su Xinyue's attack, Fang Chen sneered. You're courting death. Seeing this, Su Xinyu sneered and attacked Fang Chen even more fiercely. Looking at the aggressive Su Xinyu, Fang Chen took out the red glass sword. The level of cultivation doesn't represent one's strength. Fang Chen said inexplicably. Sword Burial Art of Heaven and Earth. The low-level transcendent sword burial art of heaven and earth was used. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light spread out, causing the space to tremble. He has become stronger again. Ling Minute and the others were also surprised. Fang Chen's improvement was beyond their imagination. This alone is not enough to make me retreat. Su Xinyu said coldly. Is that so? As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Fang Chen's body, making people's hearts palpitate. In his sea of qi, The 5-point astral light spun rapidly and a terrifying aura spread out. Yes, it was the 5-point astral light. Everyone thought that Sanguinati had suffered a backlash when he was comprehending the Enlightenment ancient leaf. However, the truth was that he had not only increased his cultivation to LV5 creation realm. Moreover, he had also absorbed all the martial Tao aura in the Enlightenment ancient leaf. The reason why he spat out blood was that he had wanted to forcibly melt the Enlightenment ancient leaf and had suffered a backlash. However, it did not matter. Now, Fang Chen had shown his unparalleled strength. When he was at LV2 creation realm, he could fight against a LV7 creation realm martial artist. Now, he had increased his cultivation by 3 levels and reached LV5 creation realm. The aura from his Sea of Qi made Purple Dao's face change drastically. How is this possible? Purple Dao screamed. How could Sanguinati increase his cultivation by 3 levels? It must be the Enlightenment ancient leaf, Purple Dao said in a low voice. Yuan Ming's face was complicated as he watched the scene quietly. What a powerful force. Su Xinyu, who was attacking, was instantly suppressed by the violent aura. Her attack was instantly annihilated. Then, a storm came. Su Xinyu could not resist the power of a LV5 creation realm martial artist and the transcendent sword burial art of heaven and earth. Poof! The sword pierced through Su Xinyue's body. The latter's delicate body fell softly to the ground. Everyone sucked in a deep breath. The strength that the blood sword saint had displayed was too terrifying. Chapter 1530. Fang Chen didn't have any pity for the Sea Demon clan. His heart was filled with endless anger. The human clan and the Sea Demon clan coexisted peacefully and didn't invade each other. This balance had lasted for countless years. But now, the Blood Fiend monarch had forcefully taken action and captured the old faker. Fang Chen couldn't take this lying down. He was in the ancestral land and didn't know the situation outside. So, he didn't understand the attitude of the 5 giants. He only knew that he had to take revenge for the old faker. He had to kill all the sea demons in the ancestral land. This was just the beginning. Sister Xinyu. Below, Mu Hanfu saw Su Xinyue's body fall to the ground and cry bitterly. However, what responded to her was Fang Chen's shocking sword. Whoosh! The red sword light pierced through the void and appeared in front of Mu Hanfu with the speed of a clap of thunder. Poochie! Without any resistance, the red sword light pierced through Mu Hanfu's body and killed her. This, Jiang Quang's heart was filled with shock. Not only him, but the others were also shocked. Fang Chen's strength had far surpassed all of them. How did he improve so quickly? Yuan Ming couldn't believe it. The first time he fought with Sanguinati, the latter wasn't his opponent at all. If it weren't for the dark demonic wheel, he would have died in his hands. After that, he could clearly feel that Sanguinati was improving every time they fought. Especially after entering the ancestral land, he wanted to find time to kill him. But now, it seemed that it was uncertain whether he could defeat Sanguinati. Thinking of this, Yuan Ming took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. The strongest inheritance is more important. Yuan Ming said to himself. Everyone woke up from their shock and looked at each other. After 2 rounds of battle, Zi Dao and Sanguinati won the battle with an absolute advantage. Next, Yuan Ming, Jiang Quang, Luo Qinghan, and Ling Ming would fight 2 battles. Jiang Quang, I'll fight you. In fact, Luo Qinghan chose Jiang Quang for a reason. His clone was destroyed, while Jiang Quang's clone lost an arm. Comparatively speaking, Jiang Quang's strength was lower. Ever since he saw Ling Ming's strange methods, he felt that he was unfathomable. All right, I'll fight you. Jiang Quang laughed heartily as he engaged in battle with Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan was the strongest in the younger generation of the Luo clan. Although he was strong, there was still a gap between him and Jiang Quang. After an hour of fighting, Jiang Quang finally found an opportunity to counterattack and soon suppressed Luo Qinghan. Actually, Luo Qinghan could have used his trump card, but he gave up. He had a trump card, but so did Jiang Quang. Brother Jiang Quang is very strong. I admit defeat. Luo Qinghan smiled. Even though he was not qualified to obtain the strongest heritage, he had still benefited a lot from his trip to the ancestral land. Jiang Quang nodded. Ling Ming, admit defeat. You are no match for me, Yuan Ming said in a low voice. How can anyone from my spirit race be defeated without a fight? Laughed Ling Ming. Since that's the case, let's fight. Bang bang bang. Yuan Ming and Ling Ming started fighting. Yuan Ming's aura fluctuated. His strength was very strong. Moreover, he had also cultivated the spirit race's ultimate arts. He displayed a very strong offensive power right from the start. Ling Ming already knew this, so he did not want to fight Yuan Ming head-on. He used his space-type true meaning to constantly travel through space. Yuan Ming could not even capture Ling Ming's body. How can you be considered a genius if you keep running away? Roared Yuan Ming. In a battle, the final victory is the most important thing. The process is not important. Ling Ming's voice came from the void. Damn it, I don't believe that you can hide for long. With that, Yuan Ming opened his hand, and a strange black aura came out of his qi. After this black aura appeared, it caused the space around him to distort. When Fang Chen saw this, his expression changed drastically. Yuan Ming's methods were very strange. Looks like this is Yuan Ming's trump card, said Fang Chen. The space distorted, and the black aura kept drilling into the void. Bang Bangaling Ming's body was forced to appear. Still want to run? Seeing this, Yuan Ming continued to unleash his thunderous attacks. Rumble. The battle continued, but the outcome seemed to be determined. Crack. Yuan Ming punched Ling Ming's body, and an armor appeared in front of the latter's chest. Protective armor. Seeing this, Yuan Ming's face darkened. As expected of a member of the three god races. Each of them has a trump card. Fang Chen sighed. In front of the welcoming hall, the battle was intense. In other places of the ancestral land of inheritance, there were also many battles. In a certain wasteland, Dao ancestor monster appeared and stopped a few geniuses of the Luo clan. Sister Feng leave quickly. Luo Chen pushed Luo Feng out and told her to escape. As for himself, he was fighting with Dao ancestor monster. Luo Chen was very young, and he was a genius of the Luo clan who had risen recently. Although he was strong, he was no match for Dao ancestor monster. All of you must die. After Dao ancestor monster gave up the test, he walked in the ancestral land of inheritance, looking for human warriors and killing them on sight. Before this, he had already killed more than 20 human clan warriors. His hands were covered in blood. Bang! Dao ancestor monster sent Luo Chen's body flying with a punch and walked towards him step by step. Luo Chen. At the critical moment, Luo Feng stood beside Luo Chen. If you want to kill Luo Chen, you'll have to step over my dead body first, Luo Feng said coldly. Don't worry, all of you must die. Dao ancestor monster looked at Luo Feng mockingly. All the strength in his body gathered on his fist, and he punched out. Crash. A person jumped out of the void and stood in front of Luo Feng. With a bang, Dao ancestor monster's full-strength attack hit the person. All of you, leave quickly. The person spat out blood and shouted loudly. Luo Rui. Luo Feng exclaimed. Seeing that Luo Rui was injured, she wanted to help. Leave quickly, don't let me die in vain. Avenge me. Luo Rui shouted hysterically, then turned his head and rushed towards Dao ancestor monster. Luo Rui hugged Dao ancestor monster, buying time for Luo Feng and Luo Chen. You're courting death. Dao ancestor monster grabbed Luo Rui's head with his big hand and crushed it with a crack. Then, a bright light shot out from his palm and shot towards the escaping Luo Feng and Luo Chen. Poochie. The escaping Luo Chen's arm was pierced. Luo Chen. Luo Feng carried Luo Chen and quickly fled. Sister Feng put me down. I'll drag you down, the injured Luo Chen said. I won't give up on you. Luo Feng's face was covered in tears. Whoosh. Dao ancestor monster caught up with Luo Feng in no time. All of you must die. Luo Feng was already in despair, but she suddenly saw some human cultivators appear in front of her. Save me. Luo Feng used all her strength and rushed in the direction of the human cultivators. They were Ling Xian, Ling Yi, Ling Feng, and Ling Yu of the Spirit Clan. They were talking and laughing. They had just obtained an inheritance and were very happy. Brother Ling Xian, the people of the Luo clan are being hunted down. It's Dao ancestor monster of the Sea Demon clan. Should we help? When did the Sea Demon clan become so arrogant? Let's attack together. Under Ling Xian's lead, the 4 geniuses of the Spirit Clan fought with Dao Ancestor Monster. The battle was earth-shattering. Luo Feng did not have the heart to think about this. She carried the injured Luo Chen and fled this place. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, it ended with both sides suffering losses. Dao Ancestor Monster was very strong. At the critical moment, he used his trump card and almost wiped out the 4 geniuses of the Spirit Clan. Fortunately, the geniuses of the Spirit Clan also had their trump cards, so they avoided disaster. After this battle, in the ancestral land of inheritance, the 4 sacred lands cultivators jointly issued a statement to suppress Dao Ancestor Monster. Luo Huakai and Luo Xia were furious and swore to kill Dao Ancestor Monster. The crisis was spreading, and Dao Ancestor Monster was secretly waiting for an opportunity to kill the human cultivators. And the human cultivators could do nothing about it. Above the reception hall, the battle between Yuan Ming and Ling Ming was beyond everyone's expectations. Ling Ming's space-type true intent was very heaven-defying. But it was a pity that the Yuan clan thought highly of Yuan Ming and gave him a battle sword formed by the will of the demon origin sword. When Yuan Ming took out this supreme treasure, he immediately defeated Ling Ming. Although the latter also burst out with his trump card, the will of the demon origin sword was too strong. The final result was that the will of the demon origin sword dissipated, and Yuan Ming was injured. And Ling Ming was directly defeated. Huff huff. On the ground in front of the reception hall, Ling Ming held his knees with both hands, panting, sweat dripping from his forehead. He had tried his best. The Yuan clan is really despicable. Fang Chen somewhat looked down on Yuan Ming in his heart. What was the demon origin sword? Fang Chen knew best. Although it was only a battle sword formed by a trace of will, it was beyond the scope of what a creation realm cultivator could withstand. He felt that it was not worth it for Ling Ming. The latter lost somewhat unjustly. If he had not encountered the battle sword formed by the will of the demon origin sword, he would not have lost. However, the outcome was already decided. There was no way to change it. Luo Qinghan and Ling Ming were eliminated one after another. There were only 4 people left above the reception hall. Purple Sword, Yuan Ming, Jiang Quang, and Sanguinati. The 4 of them represented the top battle strength of the younger generation in the mortal universe. Before entering the ancestral land of inheritance, no one would have thought that the last person standing here would be Sanguinati. After going through the cruel test, the 4 of them stood at the top of the reception hall. However, the next battle would be even more cruel. It was destined that only one person would be able to obtain the strongest inheritance. Therefore, none of the 4 wanted to give way. Jiang Quang, I will fight with you. Purple Sword took the initiative to choose Jiang Quang, not Sanguinati. Chapter 1531. There was another reason why Purple Blade chose Jiang Quang. Jiang Quang's clone was injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. 8-8 reading. 23 He could easily defeat Jiang Quang. If that was the case, he would only be 1 step away from the final stage. Alright, let's fight. Jiang Quang's body emitted a wild aura. Although his cultivation was not as strong as Purple Blade, he did not show any weakness. Purple Blade took Jiang Quang very seriously. He held his purple battle saber and stared at Jiang Quang. A battle between experts could be decided with a single thought. The 2 did not act rashly. Instead, they looked at each other. They were looking for the opponent's weakness. Once they found the right opportunity, they would defeat their opponent with lightning speed. Jiang Quang summoned his clone. The clone with a broken arm had stopped bleeding, but his aura was weak. Everlasting Holy Light Saber. Purple Blade finally made his move. His purple robe fluttered without any wind. In an instant, The 9-pointed star in his sea of chi rotated and rumbled. Then, a wild purple aura spread out. The purple battle saber in his hand drew a strange saber light in the sky. The saber light poured down like rain. Each saber light contained a majestic purple halo that shook people's hearts. Everlasting holy light saber. Seeing Purple Blade use this secret technique, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The everlasting holy light saber was very powerful. It was the Black Blade Monarch's secret technique. If one could cultivate it to the peak, he could destroy his opponent with a raise of his hand. Purple Blade had inherited the Black Blade Monarch's legacy, but this secret technique was very profound. He had not cultivated it to the peak yet. However, even so, it was still very powerful. The saber light contains a strong corrosive power. An ordinary 9th-grade martial artist would not be able to block it. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Purple Blade was too strong. Jiang Quang was going to lose. Heavenly Demon Fist. Purple saber light poured down and locked onto Jiang Quang's body. Jiang Quang's expression changed. He roared and gathered his aura on his fists. Dong. He stomped his feet and leaped up. Then, he punched out with his fists. The entire sky shook. Jiang Quang's fists were very powerful. Crack. Some of the purple blade lights that were close to his fists were instantly shattered. However, every time he shattered a purple blade light, the power of his fists would weaken a little. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of blade lights were shattered. At this time, the power of Jiang Quang's fist had decreased by more than half. The Heavenly Demon Fist is only SOSO. Seeing this, Zidao coldly snorted. With a leap, he arrived before Jiang Quang. The purple saber in his hand drew a strange trajectory. Swoosh! The purple saber bypassed Jiang Quang's fists at an extremely tricky angle and went straight for his throat. Left with no choice, Jiang Quang could only give up on attacking and focus on defending. Bang! Both of his fists struck the side of the purple saber. All of a sudden, the direction of the purple saber was disrupted. Then, his figure flashed and he quickly retreated. The air was filled with a terrifying aura. The destructive power of a battle between those at the peak of the Blessed Realm was extremely strong. He could easily destroy a city with a raise of his hand. Fortunately, there was the reception hall. Otherwise, this space would have been destroyed by the two of them. Zidao held the purple saber in his hand. In his pitch-black eyes, there was a hint of ridicule as he stared at Jiang Quang. To be able to display such power at the 8th level of the Blessed Realm. Jiang Quang, you are worthy of my respect. Zidao said in a deep voice. Hearing this, a helpless expression appeared on Jiang Quang's face. He didn't make a move because he knew that even if he used his trump card, he wouldn't be a match for Zidao. Rather than that, he might as well admit defeat. At his level, winning or losing wasn't that important to him. Black Blade Monarch's disciple lives up to his name. The most outstanding disciple of the human race's sacred land had lost to Black Blade Monarch's disciple. Jiang Quang shrugged. He retracted his aura, feeling relieved. You've won. However, I'll work harder. One day, I'll surpass you. Jiang Quang's face was filled with confidence. Under the life and death realm, everything is like an ant. Let's see who can enter the life and death realm first. After speaking, Jiang Quang leaped and disappeared in front of the reception hall. Hearing the words life and death realm, Zidao's face turned incomparably grave. Even if he was so talented that he could suppress all the younger generation in the mortal universe, he still didn't dare to say that he could enter the life and death realm. The life and death realm was a threshold. 99% of martial artists couldn't step into this realm in their lifetime. I'll definitely enter the life and death realm. Zidao clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. At the same time, he looked at the reception hall with a burning gaze. If he could obtain the strongest inheritance in the reception hall, he might be able to break through to the life and death realm. The strongest inheritance belongs to me, Zidao. Zidao shouted in his heart. Congratulations, brother Zidao. Yuan Ming chuckled. Zidao faintly nodded and said, it's your turn now. Zidao stood to the side, waiting for the final result. Whether it was Yuan Ming or Sanguinati, neither of them could pose a threat to him. The strongest inheritance was already in the bag of purple saber. Sanguinati, do you still remember the scarlet jellyfish mine under Green Bamboo Island? Yuan Ming stared at Fang Chen and asked. Of course I remember. I destroyed your clone there, Fang Chen said casually. Me. I, Yuan Ming, swore that I would definitely kill you, Sanguinati. And now is the best opportunity. Yuan Ming coldly snorted and said, What last words do you have? Hurry up and say them. If I'm in a good mood, I might help you finish them. Otherwise, you won't have the chance. Yuan Ming's words were filled with killing intent. He wasn't planning on letting Sanguinati off. Are you sure you can kill me? Fang Chen asked. If I activate the dark demonic wheel, you won't even have the chance to resist. Hearing the words dark demonic wheel, Yuan Ming's expression changed. However, he quickly calmed down. I bet that you won't activate the dark demonic wheel. Yuan Ming smiled sinisterly and said, That supreme treasure is an extraordinary item. With your strength, you won't be able to activate it for a long time. If you use it even once, your primordial spirit will be damaged and you'll fall into a coma. Even if you don't fall into a coma, your combat strength will be greatly reduced if your primordial spirit is damaged. You should know that there are still the Purple Blade Brothers behind me. I believe that you won't use the dark demonic wheel, at least not now, Yuan Ming analyzed. Fang Chen spread his hands. You can try. If he didn't even have life, what else was there to talk about? Everything was based on the premise that he had life. Of course, even if I don't use the dark demonic wheel, I can still defeat you. Fang Chen deliberately attacked Yuan Ming. Kid, do you really think that the younger generation of the three god clans is weak? Yuan Ming said coldly. His aura spread out and locked onto Fang Chen's body. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Crash. As soon as Yuan Ming finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. He suddenly punched out, and a rumbling sound was heard. Then, he took out his mace and used his strongest skill, smashing it towards Fang Chen. Sanguinati, die! Yuan Ming bellowed, his eyes filled with excitement. It's important to know one's own limits. As a disciple of the God Clan, you can't even see your own position clearly. You can't blame others if you die, Fang Chen said softly. In the next moment, the 5-point star in his sea of qi instantly exploded. A terrifying aura spread across the entire world. Using the true meaning of space and time, Fang Chen's figure was faintly discernible as he shuttled through the void. With the red glass sword in hand, he used the burial of heaven and earth art. At the same time, the clone that had not shown up suddenly appeared on the side and used the 4th level of the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique. Die! Yuan Ming roared. The mace in his hand smashed the red sword light and hit the red glass sword hard. Immediately, the sound of metal clashing resounded in the sky and sparks flew everywhere. At this moment, Yuan Ming's head was struck by a bolt of lightning that swooped down from the sky. Ah! A miserable cry came out of Yuan Ming's mouth. Crash! Yuan Ming lost control of the mace and was sent flying by the red glass sword. As for Yuan Ming's body, he was directly sent flying. His skull had been smashed, and smoke was coming out of his head. In his mind, Yuan Ming's primordial spirit was shaken. The 4th level of the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique was extremely powerful. Furthermore, Yuan Ming was caught off guard and could not block it at all. Clone. Seeing Fang Chen's clone, Zidao's expression changed. Sanguinati, you forced me to do this. Since both my original body and clone are here, I can destroy them both. At this moment, Yuan Ming still did not give up. Die! Yuan Ming quickly took out a talisman from his chest. Then, he activated the talisman instantly. Rumble. A terrifying aura spread out from the talisman. A sea of fire instantly enveloped Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen was shocked. The power that this talisman could unleash was too powerful. Rank 9 talisman. Zidao at the side said in a deep voice. Rank 9 talisman was a talisman in the legends. In the entire mortal universe, there were many rank 8 talismans, but very few rank 9 talismans. This was because there were only a few 9-star divine talisman masters. Yuan race seems to have a 9-star divine talisman master. A 9-star divine talisman master had the same status as a 9-star divine blacksmith, 9-star divine alchemist, and 9-star divine array master. Such an expert status was also one of the best among the life and death realm emperors. Even the 5 giants had to treat such an expert with respect. Rumor had it that the 9-star divine talisman master of Yuan race was invited personally by the Yuan race's master, Yuan Gu. Moreover, he had invited Yuan race more than 10 times before he managed to invite Yuan race. Yuan race really put in a lot of effort to give Yuan Ming a rank 9 talisman. In the Sea of Fire, the perfect sword body was activated and the sword-shaped talisman was activated. Fang Chen was trying his best to block the attack of the rank 9 talisman. Sanguinati, I want to see how you block it this time. Chapter 1532. 9-star Divine Talisman Master was the pinnacle of Divine Talisman Masters in the mortal universe. Although 8-star was only a step away from 9-star, it was like the distance between heaven and earth. Fang Chen had a deeper understanding of this. He had displayed heaven-defying potential in the Array Dao. In less than 50 years, he had reached 8-star Divine Talisman Master. However, he had only caused a small commotion, which wasn't enough to enter the eyes of the 5 giants. Even if Fang Chen had great potential, the 5 giants didn't think he could reach 9-star Divine Talisman Master in a short time. In fact, it was impossible for him to do so in this lifetime. Sanguinati, you should be proud to die under my grade 9 talisman. Originally, he had prepared the grade 9 talisman for the final battle. However, Sanguinati's strength had exceeded his expectations. Thus, he had used it in advance. The sea of fire that filled the sky gave people a very shocking feeling. Purple Blade's figure flickered as he left the welcoming hall. The power of the grade 9 talisman was too strong. It was comparable to the all-out attack of a high-level life and death emperor. However, because it was activated by Yuan Ming, its power couldn't reach its peak. Even so, it was enough to make Fang Chen feel his life was in danger. Even the perfect sword body can't block it. Fang Chen could feel the sword-shaped runes on his skin being rapidly devoured by the sea of flames. Once the sword-shaped runes were completely devoured, he would die. The clone at the side was also doing his best to fight. True intent of space-time. Fang Chen pushed the true intent of space-time to the limit, wanting to travel through the void. However, he was disappointed. The sea of flames sealed the void. Although the true intent of space-time was heaven-defying, it was useless. Damn it. Fang Chen glanced at the spreading flames and recalled his clone into the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Then, he also entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Dawn. Above the welcoming hall, a divine cave of similar size appeared. What is this? The moment the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave appeared, it isolated the sea of flames. Fang Chen's crisis was resolved. As expected of the Coiling Moon War Immortal, Fang Chen sighed to himself. He carefully sensed the sea of fire outside the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. The sea of fire enveloped the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, locking down the void. There was no way to leave. I wonder if the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave can hold on. Fang Chen was somewhat worried. In the outside world, when Yuan Ming saw this scene, his face was incomparably gloomy. Sanguinati, do you really think that a spatial treasure can withstand the attack of a 9th-rank talisman? Yuan Ming said coldly. Today, you will die. With that, Yuan Ming waved his hand. Terrifying flames continued to erupt from the talisman, drilling into the sea of fire. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was enveloped in a sea of fire above the reception hall. Master, do you plan on being trapped here forever? Suddenly, the dark demonic wheel artifact spirit spoke. Yeah, what do you have in mind? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. Master, why are you so muddle-headed? Don't you have the blood essence of the undying bird? If you use your black flame to absorb the sea of fire outside, you might be able to completely transform it into the undying flame, the artifact spirit said slowly. Hearing this, Fang Chen was startled. Why didn't he think of that? When faced with danger, he was still somewhat impatient. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave's defenses were extremely strong, able to withstand the sea of fire. Just as the artifact spirit said, he could take advantage of this opportunity to completely fuse the blood essence of the undying bird into the black flame. If he could truly transform it into the undying flame, then it would be extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Fang Chen began to try. As the master of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, he could control it as he wished. With a thought, he arrived at a certain edge of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Here, he could vaguely see the flames outside soaring into the sky. Absorb. Fang Chen controlled the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave and opened a small corner. Immediately, a wild sea of fire rushed in. Fang Chen hurriedly controlled the small corner to slow down the speed at which the sea of fire rushed in. Then, he urged the black flame to drill into the sea of fire. Hiss. Although the flames within the sea of fire were powerful, they were unable to contend against the black flame. The black flame was rapidly absorbing the power within the sea of fire. At the same time, the blood essence of the undying bird appeared and covered its entire body. Fang Chen closed his eyes and tried to fuse the blood essence of the undying bird with the black flame. Outside, beside the welcoming hall Sanguinati, there's no need to struggle in vain. You will definitely die. Yuan Ming sneered. As long as Fang Chen was not extinguished, the sea of fire would not be extinguished. He did not believe that Sanguinati could hide in this cave for the rest of his life. Seeing this scene, Zidao shook his head slightly. This Sanguinati is really heaven-defying. As the disciple of the Black Blade Monarch, Zidao's master had given him all the resources to nurture him to this level. However, this Sanguinati started from scratch. He came from a weak continent and relied on his own efforts to reach this level. It was not easy. In some aspects, Zidao was ashamed of his inferiority. However, their standpoints were different, so their views were different. What he wanted was the strongest inheritance. Whoever stopped him would be his enemy. If Sanguinati was not defeated, he would not be able to fight with Yuan Ming for the last person. Hence, he could only wait. Sanguinati, give up. You have no chance, Zidao roared. He did not want to waste time. However, if Sanguinati continued to hide in the cave, he would not be able to do anything. There was no movement inside. Zidao's expression changed slightly. He sat down cross-legged and said, "The ancestral land will be open for 3 years. I have plenty of time. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to hold on." After speaking, Zidao closed his eyes and cultivated. Inside the Coiling Moon Divine Cave at first, the speed of absorbing the energy in the sea of fire was very slow. However, as the undying bird's blood essence merged, the speed of absorption became faster and faster. After 2 hours, more than half of the undying bird's blood essence had merged. Indeed, using the sea of fire can merge the undying bird's blood essence. Fang Chen was delighted and continued to absorb. Half a month later, Yuan Ming felt that the power of the sea of fire had weakened significantly. His expression changed slightly. What's going on? Why did the sea of fire weaken? Yuan Ming carefully checked the rank 9 talisman. There was no problem. However, why did the sea of fire weaken? It was too inconceivable. Could it be that Sanguinati was burned to death? Thinking of this, Yuan Ming approached the sea of fire, wanting to check the cave's situation. He spread out his divine sense and found that the cave was still floating in the air. When his divine sense swept through a certain part of the cave, he found a small corner. The flames in the sea of fire were constantly entering the small corner. Ha ha ha, Sanguinati must have been killed. Yuan Ming was overjoyed and laughed wildly. However, after a moment, the smile on his face completely froze. That was because the flames in the sea of fire suddenly became wild, and then all of them rushed into the cave residence. Crash. In a moment, the raging fire in the reception hall was gone. It was as if it had never happened. What's going on? My rank 9 talisman. Yuan Ming turned pale with fright. He checked the rank 9 talisman. He was shocked to find that the energy in the rank 9 talisman had dried up. This meant that the rank 9 talisman was completely useless. Sanguinati must be dead. Yuan Ming comforted himself. If he couldn't kill Sanguinati after wasting a rank 9 talisman, then it would be a huge loss. At this time, in the coiling moon immortal cave, Fang Chen was surrounded by a sea of fire. The black flames in his body had completely merged with the undying bird's blood essence. After half a month of transformation, traces of purple flames appeared in the black flames. Black with purple, this was the characteristic of the undying flame. Buzz! Fang Chen's mind moved, and the black flames instantly emerged. The sea of fire surrounding him was instantly devoured. In the next moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. A bright smile appeared on his face. He was very happy. Black flames, no, it should be called the undying flame now. The black flames had completely transformed into the undying flame. Although it had just been transformed and its power wasn't too strong, it wouldn't take long for the undying flame's power to be completely exposed. The overlord of flames, the undying flame, was not an exaggeration. Fortunately, I have the undying bird's blood essence. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Fang Chen muttered to himself. With a thought, he put away the undying flame. It's time to go out. After being trapped for half a month, not only did Xiao Chen not die, but he also benefited from the disaster. Xiao Chen wondered what Yuan Ming would think after seeing this. After putting away the coiling moon celestial cave, Fang Chen's main body suddenly appeared above the welcoming hall. How can this be? When Yuan Ming saw Sanguinati, he cried out involuntarily. Yuan Ming quickly shook his head, not daring to believe everything before his eyes. The rank 9 talisman actually did not injure him at all. Impossible. This can't be real. Yuan Ming was somewhat dazed. Purple Dao, who was at the side, immediately stood up. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Sanguinati. This person is too terrifying. Even if I can't be his friend, I definitely can't be his enemy, Purple Dao thought to himself. Purple Dao could feel a scorching flame aura from Fang Chen's body. That flame aura made his heart palpitate. Did I disappoint you? Fang Chen asked. Why? Why? Yuan Ming cried out crazily. He did not understand how Sanguinati could survive the attack of the rank 9 talisman. Yuan Ming, you lost. Purple Dao reminded him. If Yuan Ming did not know what was good for him and forcefully attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing Purple Dao's words, Yuan Ming was stunned. Then, his face filled with a bitter smile. I, Yuan Ming, have been known as an outstanding talent of the Yuan race since I was young. Countless resources have been given to me. All along, I thought that I was the strongest genius of the mortal universe's younger generation, Yuan Ming said in a deep voice. Yuan Ming said in a deep voice as he looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. Sanguinati, I admit that you are very strong, but I will not give up. But I won't give up. One day, I will surpass you. At this point, Yuan Ming had actually already admitted defeat. Even a trump card like the rank 9 talisman could not do anything to Xiao Chen. If he continued fighting, he would just be sending himself to death. You tried to kill me time and time again. Now that you can't beat me, you admit defeat, Fang Chen sneered. Chapter 1533. Yuan Ming had tried to kill Fang Chen time and time again, and he was even willing to deal with his disciple. This grudge was absolutely irreconcilable. He could not let Yuan Ming go. You want me to let Yuan Ming go? Impossible. Fang Chen's attitude was tough as he said directly. Zi Dao's expression changed slightly. At the critical moment, he wanted to help Yuan Ming. Sanguinati, I want to leave. You can't stop me. Yuan Ming roared with a ferocious expression. He hated Sanguinati very much, but he was not strong enough now. He could not force himself. He was extremely regretful. When he entered the ancestral land, he should have searched for Sanguinati immediately and killed him. Damn it! Yuan Ming clenched his fists and cursed in his heart. Fang Chen walked towards Yuan Ming step by step, emitting a cold aura. You don't dare to go to Green Bamboo Island to find me, so you sent a martial artist to deal with my Heaven Star Border Realm disciple. Only you, Yuan Ming, can do such a thing, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zi Dao was also a little surprised. At their level, even if they had a grudge against their opponent, they would only fight head-on. Zidao could not do such a thing to deal with a Heaven Star Border Realm disciple. If I did not appear in time, my disciple would have died in your hands. Who can I reason with about this? Fang Chen asked, if I lost to you, Yuan Ming, today, would you let me go? The answer was obvious. Definitely not. Yuan Ming wanted to kill him all the time. If he won, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Yuan Ming's expression was gloomy, and he remained silent. He was thinking of a way to escape. It was not realistic to fight Sanguinati head-on. Sanguinati, if you dare to touch me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yuan Ming threatened. He wanted to use the Yuan race to threaten Sanguinati and force him to retreat. Unfortunately, he used the wrong person. Sanguinati was not afraid of threats. Yuan race? Fang Chen grinned. His smile was very strange. Swoosh, with the red glass sword in hand, the sword burial art of heaven and earth was suddenly displayed. In the sky, extremely terrifying sword chi emerged in an instant. Fang Chen's figure disappeared into the void. Run. Without another word, Yuan Ming immediately fled. Stop. Purple Blade attacked. His master had a good relationship with Yuan Jiyu. Furthermore, this quota of his was also given by the Yuan race. Although the Yuan clan had also obtained the benefits they deserved, he still had to help Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming, leave quickly. Purple Blade blocked Fang Chen's real body. He stared at Fang Chen and said, Sanguinati, with me here, you won't be able to kill him. He must die. As he spoke, Fang Chen's doppelganger whizzed out, shuttling through the void and bypassing Zidao's obstruction. Rumble, the fourth level of the Five Thunder Tribulation technique, was unleashed. The terrifying power of thunder, combined with the aura of the Soul Path, struck Yuan Mingning's head at lightning speed. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Yuan Ming's body twitched twice, and then he fell to the ground. At the same time, Fang Chen's doppelganger released the undying flame. Hiss! The undying flame was too powerful. Even Zidao did not dare to take it head-on. The undying flame carried a powerful force and enveloped Yuan Ming. Miserable cries rang out continuously. Yuan Ming! Zidao roared. He wanted to save Yuan Ming, but he was stopped by Fang Chen's real body. In the blink of an eye, the undying flame burned Yuan Ming to ashes. The top genius of the Yuan clan, Yuan Ming, died just like that. Whoosh! A breeze blew past, and the ashes on the ground instantly fluttered in the wind. The undying flame quickly returned to the doppelganger's body. The doppelganger and the real body stood side by side, staring at Zidao. Are you going to avenge Yuan Ming? Fang Chen asked. Zidao shook his head. Although he had a good relationship with Yuan Ming, it was not to that extent. I've already tried my best, Zidao said softly. He looked at Sanguinati with a complicated expression and said, but you killed Yuan Ming. Yuan Jiyu will not let you off. That's a matter for the future. Now, we should understand the battle between the two of us, Fang Chen said. Zidao nodded, doing his best to calm his heart. The two stared at each other. The air was heavy. Zidao held his purple saber. Sanguinati, I have to say that even I envy your potential. After entering the inheritance ancestral land, you improved too quickly. I, Zidao, rarely admire a person. You have relied on your own efforts to reach this point. I, Zidao, admire you. However, only the last person can obtain the strongest inheritance. I'll do my best, Zidao said. Actually, there is no need for us to fight, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Zidao's expression changed. A complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Are you going to admit defeat? Zidao asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Then, with a thought, the dark demonic wheel appeared in his palm. If I activate the dark demonic wheel, you have no chance of winning. The dark demonic wheel gave off a horrifying aura. For the first time, Zidao felt danger. Zidao's heart trembled. His heart was filled with unwillingness. We'll know after we fight. Zidao made his move. The dark demonic will gave him a lot of pressure. He was afraid that the situation would change if he delayed. The purple saber in his hand turned into a purple saber light and whizzed out. Rumble, the red glass sword waved and blocked the purple saber light. Then, Zidao attacked with all his might. An earth-shattering sound was instantly heard. The Dao light was like a rainbow, and the sword Qi was like a dragon. This was a battle between the saber Dao and the sword Dao. Zidao's saber technique was very fierce and overbearing. On the other hand, Fang Chen's sword technique was very bold and gave people a very shocking feeling. The burial sword art of heaven and earth was the burial sword emperor's secret skill. Although it was only a supreme secret skill, its true power was comparable to a divine skill. Of course, there was still a gap between it and a real divine skill. Everlasting Saint Light Saber. Zidao used his secret skill, Everlasting Saint Light Saber. Rays of saber light gathered together like rain. Go! Zidao shouted. His purple saber pierced towards Fang Chen along with the rays of saber light. The latter released the undying flame. The space instantly turned into a sea of fire. Splash, any saber light that entered the sea of fire was instantly refined. Damn it! Zidao was not willing to give up. He looked at the sea of fire around Fang Chen with fear. Undying flame. Zidao recognized the undying flame. He felt the powerful aura of the undying bird. Zidao naturally knew how powerful the undying flame was. He could not fight it head-on. Let's fight. As he spoke, Zidao's body flashed. 3 puppets suddenly appeared beside him. These 3 puppets were all at the 9th rank of the creation realm. Their combat power was very strong. Most importantly, these 3 puppets had a set of combined formation. As long as Zidao was trapped in it, he would not be able to escape easily. Go! Zidao controlled the 3 puppets and attacked Sanguinati with all his might. Seeing this, the latter sneered. The sea of fire spread and engulfed the entire area. After the 3 puppets entered the sea of fire, their footsteps slowed. Fang Chen looked at the 3 puppets in surprise. The undying flame was unable to enter their bodies. Fang Chen was shocked. This was a technique of the heaven puppet race. Where did you get these 3 puppets? Fang Chen asked in a low voice. You know them? Zidao asked. How could I not know the techniques of the heaven puppet race? Fang Chen said. He had once cultivated the heaven puppet race's puppet Dao with Qing Hu. However, due to his recklessness, he had broken through the barrier and charged into the sea of void. He had almost died. As for Qing Hu, he had completely inherited the heaven puppet race's inheritance. He had become a puppet grandmaster. He was very clear about the heaven puppet race's techniques. The puppets of the heaven puppet race were very strong. After recognizing them, Fang Chen gave up on using the undying flame to burn them. This was because the undying flame had no effect on the puppets. I didn't expect you to know the puppets of the heaven puppet race. Since you know, it's not too late to admit defeat, Zidao said confidently. Fang Chen shook his head. He held the red glass sword and used the true meaning of time and space. His body kept flashing. Although he was trapped by the 3 puppets' joint attack formation, Fang Chen was not worried at all. As long as he had some time, he would be able to find the weaknesses of the puppets and destroy them one by one. Sanguinati, admit defeat. Zidao held his battle saber and used the everlasting sacred blade outside the joint attack formation. Terrifying saber lights kept entering the joint attack formation. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen blocked the saber lights while observing the 3 puppets. After a while, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. The puppets of the heaven puppet race have no weaknesses. You are trapped and cannot break free. Zidao was very confident in his trump card. His grandfather had once told him that even an expert at the peak of the manifestation realm would not be able to break free from the 3 puppets' joint attack. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the red glass sword stabbed out in a strange trajectory. Crack! The red glass sword stabbed into the neck of one of the puppets. It's useless. You can't break it. Zidao sneered. Bang! The smile on Zidao's face froze and was replaced by fear. With a bang, the puppet that Fang Chen stabbed exploded from the inside and shattered. Then, Fang Chen used the same method to defeat the other 2 puppets. How is this possible? Zidao cried out. He kept shaking his head, unable to believe what he was seeing. The 3 puppets were the trump cards that his master had given him to save his life. The trump card that he was so proud of had been broken by Sanguinati so easily. 88.8. I'm too familiar with the puppets of the heaven puppet race. Seeing Zidao go crazy, Fang Chen shook his head. If it had been any other method, it might have caused trouble for him, but it just had to be the puppets of the heaven puppet race. Zidao was not willing to give up. He was about to get the strongest inheritance, but Sanguinati had interfered. For the strongest inheritance, I cannot give up. Zidao tried hard to calm down the madness in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Sanguinati with his red eyes. Chapter 1534. Recommended reading? Before entering the inheritance ancestral land, Purple Saber had made ample preparations. His master, the Black Saber monarch, had also given him a lot of help. His master had paid a huge price to obtain the 3 puppets. According to his master, the Black Saber monarch, there were very few cultivators in the younger generation who could force him to use the 3 puppets. In other words, as long as he took out the 3 puppets, he would be able to secure victory. The reason why the Black Saber monarch had paid a huge price to obtain a slot from the Yuan race was for Purple Saber. Purple Saber would definitely obtain the strongest inheritance. However, everything that happened in the inheritance ancestral land exceeded everyone's expectations. Sanguinati had appeared out of nowhere and defeated strong enemies all the way until now. Even the 3 puppets were easily defeated by Sanguinati. Purple Saber was already forced into a dead end. He only had one chance to counterattack. If he failed, he would have no chance of obtaining the strongest inheritance. You are not my match, Fang Chen said indifferently. He used his absolute strength to suppress Purple Saber. Even now, he had not used the dark demonic wheel. However, Purple Saber did not seem willing to give up. Give up. Once I activate the dark demonic wheel, you will definitely die, Fang Chen said. He did not want to use the dark demonic wheel so easily. Otherwise, he would fall unconscious, and his survival would be uncertain. I, Purple Saber, have never given up in my life, Purple Saber said sullenly. Right after he spoke, he suddenly bit his finger. Immediately, drops of blood flowed out from his finger. The sky and earth spun. The stars moved. Descendant of the purple race, I beg the purple race to descend. Purple Saber muttered an incantation as if he was summoning an ancient expert. Yes. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. However, he did not act rashly. Who? The blood dripping from Purple Saber's finger all stopped in midair. At the same time, Xiao Chen's essence spirit came out and enveloped the blood. In the sky, gusts of cool breeze blew past. Gradually, wisps of purple aura began to spread across the place. Dawn. Suddenly, the ground shook. The purple aura around Purple Saber grew denser. Descendant of the purple race, summoning the ancestor. Purple Saber's voice resounded in the sky. Rumble, sounds of tremors could be heard from the distant horizon. Immediately after, a strange aura emerged from the blood that flowed out of Zidao's finger. These strange auras resonated with the vibrations coming from the horizon. Space was torn apart, and a suffocating aura spread out. Deity aura. Fang Chen turned pale with fright. Purple Saber had actually summoned the purple ancestor. Just as Fang Chen was about to stop him, a god spirit presence suddenly poured down. A shadow appeared. Who summoned me? The illusory figure was an old man in a purple robe. His whole body was filled with the aura of a god. It was the same as the barbarian god's shadow that Fang Chen had seen before. Deities of the god realm. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He did not expect Purple Saber's ancestor to be an almighty being of the deity world. However, he wasn't too afraid. He had learned from the god of berserkers that it was extremely difficult for someone from the god realm to descend to the lower world. Purple Ancestor's aura was at most similar to the barbarian gods. Purple Saber had only summoned a wisp of consciousness that he had left in the mortal world. Ancestor, the descendant of the Purple clan requests your help, Zidao communicated with the Purple Ancestor. My descendant, the Purple Ancestor said, What difficulties have you encountered? Ancestor, I am fighting with this person for the strongest inheritance in the ancestral land. Please help me, Zidao said hurriedly. As a member of the Purple Clan, he had a secret technique that could summon the consciousness of the Purple Clan's ancestor. This time, he had no choice but to summon it. Has my descendant fallen to such a state? He can't even defeat a 5th-stage creation realm cultivator. The Purple Ancestor was somewhat dissatisfied with Zidao. Ancestor, you misunderstand. Although this person's cultivation is not high, he is very strong. I can't defeat him even if I use all my strength. Zidao explained, this person has the undying flame and is very strong. Even the 3 heaven puppet race puppets that Master Blackblade gave me were easily defeated. Oh, the undying flame. Hearing this, the Purple Ancestor's face finally showed a hint of surprise. Little fellow, give up. I don't want to attack you, the Purple Ancestor said slowly. He was a divine world's divine spirit. Although the projection was just a consciousness, he could not be questioned. It's just a consciousness. If the real body came, I might be afraid, Fang Chen said indifferently. Yes. The Purple Ancestor's face darkened. Little fellow, you are forcing me to attack. Whoosh. Fang Chen took out the dark demonic wheel and was ready to activate it. The Purple Ancestor's face kept changing when he saw the dark demonic wheel in Fang Chen's hand. You actually got the dark demonic wheel? At this moment, the Purple Ancestor was finally surprised. He knew very well how powerful the dark demonic wheel was. He did not expect this 5th-stage creation realm cultivator to be so lucky. Do you think that a mere dark demonic wheel can block my attack? Although he was shocked, the Purple Ancestor's face was very calm. Fang Chen did not speak. The starlight in his chi-si vibrated and a strong force poured into the dark demonic wheel. Little fellow, since you are not willing to give up, then don't blame me. The Purple Ancestor was ready to strike first. He stretched out his hand, and a powerful god spirit aura surged toward Su Chen. So strong. Fang Chen exclaimed. As expected of a divine spirit. Just a consciousness was enough to oppress him. Dark demonic wheel. Just as Fang Chen was about to activate the dark demonic wheel, a wild aura came from the hall. Purple Ancestor, after so many years, you are still the same. As soon as the voice fell, a figure walked out of the welcoming hall. Lightning Ancestor. The Purple Ancestor recognized this person. There were many consciousnesses in the welcoming hall that were left behind by the ancestors of the human race. Some of them stepped into the divine world, while others fell in the universe. The Lightning Ancestor was one of them. In the divine world, the Lightning Ancestor and the Purple Ancestor were acquainted. Purple Ancestor, you are a divine spirit of the divine world. Don't you think it is embarrassing for you to attack a junior? Fang Chen stared at the Lightning Ancestor. He could faintly feel the terrifying aura of lightning emanating from the Lightning Ancestor's body. What a powerful lightning energy, Fang Chen exclaimed inwardly. Suddenly, Fang Chen could no longer hear the conversation between the Lightning Ancestor and the Purple Ancestor. It seems that they have set up a seal, Fang Chen said inwardly. Purple Dao felt uneasy. He had thought that summoning the Purple Ancestor's consciousness would help him obtain the strongest inheritance. Who would have thought that the welcoming hall would contain the consciousnesses of the human race's ancestors? I hope it succeeds, Purple Dao prayed inwardly. 15 minutes later, the seal was lifted. The Purple Ancestor's expression was gloomy. It seemed that he had a dispute with the Lightning Ancestor. Lightning Ancestor, are you not willing to give me face? Asked the Purple Ancestor. Your back lost to this child. He has no fate with the strongest inheritance, said the Lightning Ancestor calmly. Lightning Ancestor, you're just a consciousness. Don't force me to take action, threatened the Purple Ancestor. Crash. Purple Ancestor, it's been so many years, but you're still so protective. Just at this moment, another person walked out of the welcoming hall. This person wore white robes and had delicate features. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary martial artist. But the huge sword on his back was particularly eye-catching. Sword Ancestor. The Purple Ancestor's expression changed when he saw this white-robed old man. Don't you want to fight? Come on, let's fight. The thought I left in the reception hall hasn't fought for a long time, the sword master said with a smile, holding the giant sword in his hand. Damn it. Cursed the purple ancestor. His gaze swept past the sword ancestor and then landed on the lightning ancestor. Purple ancestor, you can protect your descendants. I won't interfere. But if you want to interfere in the welcoming hall, I won't agree. The lightning ancestor's attitude was very unyielding. The purple ancestor's expression changed. He sank into silence. He had already guessed that the lightning ancestor and sword ancestor's consciousnesses weren't the only ones in the welcoming hall. After a moment of silence, the purple ancestor asked, "Why did you lie to me back then?" The lightning ancestor and sword ancestor glanced at each other, then said, "We didn't lie to you back then. When you came, the consciousnesses of the human race's ancestors were all asleep." The purple ancestor sneered. In the end, he compromised. "If we meet in the deity world, I'll definitely exchange pointers with the two of you." With that, he turned and walked in front of Purple Blade. "My descendant, I can't help you with this matter. But there's no need for this consciousness of mine to remain in the mortal universe. I'll help you one last time." The purple ancestor's body turned into specks of purple light that entered Purple Blade's body. Rumble, in an instant, Purple Blade fell unconscious. His entire body was wrapped in purple light. The purple ancestor's consciousness disappeared. The lightning ancestor and sword ancestor's gazes landed on Fang Chen. "Kid, not bad." The lightning ancestor nodded in satisfaction. "He's a sword cultivator. My inheritance is very suitable for him," said the sword ancestor. Seniors. Fang Chen was a little dumbfounded. It ended just like that. "Kid, what are you waiting for? You persevered until the end and are qualified to step into the welcoming hall. Come in with me." Seeing Fang Chen in a daze, the lightning ancestor smiled. With a flash of light, Fang Chen entered the welcoming hall. The ancestral land was still operating normally. The young geniuses of the 4 great sacred grounds were all looking for their own opportunities. The ancestral land opened once every 100 years, and each time it opened, it would be open for 3 years. It was less than half a year now. There was enough time. As for the demon race's only remaining demon Dao ancestor, he had been hiding ever since he was chased by the 4 great sacred grounds geniuses. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Gradually, the human race martial artists stopped looking for the demon Dao ancestor. After all, increasing one's strength was the most important. They had no idea that Yuan Ming had fallen, Purple Blade had failed, and Sanguinati had reached the top. They would never have dreamed that Sanguinati would be the one to reach the end. Moreover, he had crushed Purple Blade with an absolute advantage. As a result, the latter summoned the purple ancestor to no avail. On this day, the welcoming hall was closed and isolated from the world. Chapter 1535. Recommended reading: Ancestral Land, Welcoming Hall. He had always thought that the welcoming hall would be magnificent. But after entering, he realized that he was thinking too much. The welcoming hall was not much different from an ordinary hall. The empty hall was filled with a strong wild aura, giving people a feeling of returning to ancient times. At the front of the welcoming hall, there were countless memorial tablets. There was a name on each tablet. Each name represented an existence that suppressed an era. They were all unparalleled powerhouses of the human race, and their names would go down in history. Fang Chen glanced around and found that the tablets of the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor were in the 4th row. There was only 1 tablet in the 1st row. There were 9 tablets in the 2nd row. There were 31 tablets in the 3rd row. There were 81 tablets in the 4th row. The further one went, the more tablets there were. "Kid, what's your name?" the lightning ancestor asked. "My name is Fang Chen, and my alias is Sanguinati," Fang Chen said. There was no need to hide it from the ancestors of the human race. "Well, I just checked your body and was quite surprised. To be able to obtain the inheritance of the divine realms almighty in the mortal universe, this is also your ability," the lightning ancestor said. Fang Chen was secretly shocked. As expected of the lightning ancestor, He could see that there was a divine aura on his body at a glance. We saw your battle outside with our own eyes. It's not easy for the descendants of the human race to have such an outstanding disciple like you, the lightning ancestor said. The sword ancestor frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense." The lightning ancestor smiled awkwardly and said, "Kid, you are already qualified to know some of the secrets of the human race since you can reach this step with your own efforts." Fang Chen was looking forward to learning the secrets of the human race. "I think you should know about the great destruction of the universe," the lightning ancestor asked. "I've heard of it, but I'm not too sure," Fang Chen said modestly. After the birth of the universe, countless creatures evolved. These creatures are constantly absorbing the power of the universe. Over time, the universe will gradually be destroyed. The birth of the universe to its destruction is called an epoch, the lightning ancestor said. Each epoch is about 10 billion years. Of course, this was just a general statement, because the exact time limit still depends on the actual situation. The lightning ancestor continued, for example, the destruction of the universe will intensify. In short, there are many factors that affect the destruction of the universe. You won't understand even if I tell you now. Senior lightning ancestor, may I ask how many eras have passed since the birth of our universe? Fang Chen asked. The lightning ancestor said calmly, "Our era is the 18th era." Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. In other words, it had already been 17 eras. Every epoch was about 10 billion years. 17 eras was simply too long. However, our epoch has only just begun. There is still a very long time before the great calamity. The lightning ancestor said. Only 800 million years have passed in this era. It was only 800 million years. Fang Chen was secretly speechless. For the lightning ancestor and other older generation powerhouses, 800 million years was nothing. But for a martial artist like him who had cultivated for less than 50 years, 800 million years was simply too long. Kid, when your strength reaches a certain level in the future, you will realize that a universe epoch is just a snap of the fingers, said the lightning ancestor. The sword ancestor sat quietly to the side. In our universe epoch, the strongest person is the bone progenitor, said the lightning ancestor. Fang Chen looked in the direction of the lightning ancestor's finger and saw that on the only tablet in the first row, there were two bold and powerful words, bone progenitor. The bone progenitor's strength has reached a heaven-defying level. In the mortal universe, it was able to resist the gods. After stepping into the divine realm, it grew rapidly, the lightning ancestor said with a sigh. In a few hundred years, the bone progenitor became a lord of the divine realm. Most martial artists in the mortal universe will rely on the bone progenitor's power after stepping into the divine realm. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. In the mortal universe, it was able to resist the gods. This was too heaven-defying. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the bone progenitor's tablet. Didn't the bone progenitor leave behind a will? Fang Chen asked. It did, but it dissipated 100 years ago, said the lightning ancestor softly. Seeing that the lightning ancestor didn't say anything, Fang Chen didn't ask. By the way, the dark demonic wheel you obtained was left behind by the demon ancestor, said the lightning ancestor. Fang Chen saw that the demon ancestor's tablet was in the third row. In other words, the demon ancestor's strength was much weaker than the bone progenitor's. In fact, many people left their wills in the welcoming hall. Every 100 years, there will be a human descendant coming here, and correspondingly, a few wills will dissipate, said the lightning ancestor. Senior lightning ancestor. Fang Chen was about to speak when the lightning ancestor interrupted him. I know what you want to ask. I will tell you what you should know. If you don't know, I won't tell you even if you ask. The lightning ancestor waved his hand and said, okay, let's not talk about other things. You have reached the end, so you should get your own inheritance. Look at these tablets. Which old guy's inheritance is suitable for you? Choose at will, said the lightning ancestor. Fang Chen, you are a sword cultivator. Among the many ancestors of the human race, my achievements in the sword Dao are number one. My inheritance is more suitable for you, said the sword ancestor. Fang Chen, don't listen to the sword ancestor. I see that you cultivate the Thunder Dao soul technique. My Thunder Dao is also quite suitable for you. Fang Chen was too outstanding. The lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor fought to pass on their mantle to Fang Chen. Seniors, let me take a look. Fang Chen didn't make a choice immediately. He stood up and swept his gaze across the many tablets. Every name on the list represented a heaven's pride of the human race of an era. It could be said that each person's inheritance was very powerful. Fang Chen's gaze finally fell on the bone progenitor's tablet. I wonder what kind of inheritance this strongest person in the history of the human race left behind, Fang Chen said to himself. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Seniors, what kind of inheritance did the bone progenitor leave behind? Yes. Hearing this, the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor were clearly stunned. The bone progenitor was the strongest person in this era of the universe. It was very difficult to pass on his inheritance. Even for an outstanding genius like Fang Chen, it was nearly impossible for him to succeed. You actually want the bone progenitor's inheritance? Asked the lightning ancestor in surprise. Kid, I advise you to choose other inheritances. You can't touch the bone progenitor's inheritance, said the sword ancestor. The more it was like this, the more curious Fang Chen was. Didn't the bone progenitor leave behind an inheritance? Fang Chen continued to ask. Kid, to tell you the truth, no one has ever succeeded in receiving the bone progenitor's inheritance. The lightning ancestor said, a long time ago, when the ancestral land opened, there was a human genius who was half a step into the life and death realm. He gave up on all inheritances and resolutely chose the bone progenitor's inheritance. In the end, he died in the process. Both his original body and clone were destroyed, and his soul scattered, added the sword ancestor. Why is that? Asked Fang Chen in surprise. The lightning ancestor walked to the bone progenitor's tablet and said with a face full of admiration, the bone progenitor was the strongest person in our era of the universe. He created his own system, which contradicts the system we are currently cultivating. It is also because of this that the bone progenitor's strength is unusually strong. Although there are many peerless experts in the human race, none of them have reached his height. The people you see in the second row are experts second only to the bone progenitor, continued the lightning ancestor. The bone progenitor's strength is number one since ancient times. He also knows that his own cultivation system contradicts the current cultivation system, making it difficult to find a successor, so he gave up in the end. Otherwise, with the bone progenitor's ability, how could he not have a disciple? Said the lightning ancestor. Fang Chen's heart shook. The bone progenitor was too heaven-defying. He had actually created his own cultivation system. Fang Chen stared dumbstruck at the bone progenitor's tablet. The lightning ancestor and sword ancestor looked at each other. Everyone who heard the legend of the bone progenitor would have the same expression. 99% of the geniuses would give up on the bone progenitor's inheritance. Because if they failed midway, they would undoubtedly die. Moreover, both their original body and clone would be destroyed, their soul scattered, and they would truly die. This kind of price was simply too great. They simply couldn't bear it. Even a peerless genius with 1 foot in the life and death realm would die with a grievance, let alone Fang Chen. Although your potential is great, your strength isn't enough. Don't rely on luck. Think carefully and choose the most suitable inheritance for you, said the sword ancestor as he gently patted Fang Chen's shoulder. The latter sunk into contemplation. His eyes were emitting a scorching aura, and his heart was shaking. Thump, the golden heart was rapidly beating. Yes, you want me to choose the bone progenitor's inheritance. Fang Chen communicated with the golden heart. Thump, thump, thump. The golden heart seemed to be responding to Fang Chen, rapidly beating a few times. Once I accept the bone progenitor's inheritance, my soul might scatter, said Fang Chen. Do you think I can successfully accept the bone progenitor's inheritance? The golden heart was of great help to Fang Chen. Moreover, Fang Chen concluded that the golden heart was the method of the God Realm's Almighty. Now, he was somewhat hesitant. According to the sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor, the bone progenitor's inheritance was too dangerous. However, the golden heart wanted him to try. For a moment, Fang Chen was somewhat in a dilemma. "Little guy, give up. Don't hesitate anymore," reminded the lightning ancestor. Although they hadn't seen the bone progenitor with their own eyes, they had heard of the bone progenitor's legendary deeds. The higher the cultivation level, the more shocking it was. The height that the bone progenitor had reached in the past was unprecedented. Buzz. For a moment, Fang Chen fell into a state of confusion. A voice came from the endless void in his mind. This voice seemed real and illusory, as if it didn't exist. "Put yourself in a desperate situation and fight to live. Dong." As the voice fell, Fang Chen felt his primordial spirit tremble. His body twitched, and he instantly woke up. Recommend this book. Bluestone Whispers. Chapter 1536. The bone progenitor inheritance was extraordinary. Since ancient times, no one had ever been able to accept the bone progenitor inheritance. Moreover, accepting the bone progenitor inheritance was very dangerous. If one failed, one would die. Moreover, both the original body and the clone would be destroyed. This was very frightening for a martial artist. If the clone was destroyed, there was still the original body. As long as the original body was nurtured for a period of time, it was possible to nurture another clone. If the original body was destroyed, the clone would still be there. Therefore, as long as the original body and the clone were not destroyed, the martial artist was almost immortal. However, some extremely powerful martial artists could directly kill the clone through the martial artist's original body. This kind of expert was very frightening. Right now, Fang Chen was deciding whether to accept the bone progenitor inheritance. The sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor were unwilling to let Fang Chen take the risk. After all, Fang Chen's potential was obvious to all. A Creation Realm martial artist could force a 9th-level Creation Realm martial artist and even force out the purple ancestor's consciousness. This kind of method was not something an ordinary martial artist could possess. The sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor had already concluded that if he did not die prematurely, Fang Chen would definitely step into the life and death realm in the future. It was even possible for him to reach the eternal realm. He was the hope of the human race. He was the genius with the most heaven-defying potential in countless years. Suddenly, Fang Chen's mind shook. Then, the complicated expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Just now, he had made his decision. The golden heart told him to fight to survive. On the path of martial arts, one should face difficulties head-on. If he could not even accept such a setback, how could he step into the life and death realm? "Seniors, I have made my choice," Fang Chen said. "Give up." The lightning ancestor chuckled. The sword ancestor also looked at Fang Chen, waiting for Fang Chen to make a decision. "I have decided to give it a try." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor fell into silence. After a long time, the two raised their heads. "I've already told you how dangerous the inheritance of the bone progenitor is. However, if you insist on doing so, I have nothing to say," said the lightning ancestor. "Kid, since you've made your choice, you have to walk on bravely. I hope you can succeed." The sword ancestor nodded. "We also want to know how powerful the inheritance of the bone progenitor is." The bone progenitor was the strongest human in history. The inheritance he left behind was naturally very powerful. However, for countless years, no one had been able to obtain it. "What should I do?" Fang Chen asked. He was ready. "Send your mind into the bone progenitor's memorial tablet. If you can get the approval of the bone progenitor, you will know what to do next," the swordmaster reminded him. Fang Chen nodded. With a thought, a strand of his consciousness floated out and swept towards the bone progenitor's memorial tablet. "Be careful," the lightning ancestor warned. Immediately, the phantoms of the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor walked to the side to protect Fang Chen. In an instant, Fang Chen's consciousness drilled into the bone progenitor's memorial tablet. Boom! Fang Chen felt as if his consciousness had entered endless darkness. Boundless darkness filled the area, and everywhere was filled with empty space. His consciousness floated in the dark space of the void. "Senior bone progenitor, how can I get your approval?" Fang Chen asked. "Buzz." The dark void was very quiet. Fang Chen's consciousness moved forward, trying to find the inheritance left behind by the bone progenitor. However, no matter where he walked, he was surrounded by the same darkness. Fang Chen did not give up. He moved forward in the darkness. Perhaps this was the bone progenitor's test for him. Green Bamboo Island. The Sea Demon clan was still harassing Green Bamboo Island. However, after this period of operation, under the leadership of Deputy Island Master Yin Fang, Green Bamboo Island had formed a very strong defense. They made full use of the Green Bamboo Array to resist the destruction of the Sea Demon clan. Especially the two array geniuses that Fang Chen had high hopes for. In recent battles, they had burst out with dazzling light. Qiu Xin had completely stabilized his array formation realm and reached the peak of 5-star. With a raise of his hand, he could set up a top-tier 5th-rank array formation. When he was in a good state, he could even set up a 6th-rank array formation. Compared to Qiu Xin, Nile's improvement was greater. Not long after becoming a 2-star array formation master, he broke through to 3-star. And recently, with continuous combat experience, he broke through to the 4-star array formation realm beyond everyone's expectations. The more he broke through, the more his potential was revealed. Even Deputy Island Master Yin Fang could not help but sigh. The Island Master's vision was too sharp. Back then, Nile was only a very ordinary array formation master among the 300 array formation masters. It had only been a short while and Nile had already reached the level of a 4-star divine array master. Even Qiu Xin was full of admiration. On Green Bamboo Island, there was a green bamboo array formation and a large number of warriors guarding it. There was nothing to worry about. Below Green Bamboo Island, deep in the void ocean. This was the mansion of Blood Fiend Emperor. Blood Fiend Mansion. At the same time, it was the core of the entire Sea Demon clan. After Blood Fiend Emperor took the old faker back, he planted him in the back garden of Blood Fiend Mansion. The old faker was a quasi-divine tree and had touched the threshold of the divine realm. As long as it was not completely destroyed, it would be fine. In the old faker's main body, there was a very narrow cave. There was a figure inside. It was Tian Xin who was forced into the void ocean by the Sea Demon clan. Back then, Tian Xin fell into the void ocean. The old faker wanted to take action, but it was too late. He thought that Tian Xin had died. But who would have thought that not only did Tian Xin not die, but he also miraculously appeared in Bloodfiend Mansion. When the old faker saw Tian Xin, he naturally kept him in his body. "Martial uncle, is there any way to escape?" Tian Xin asked. The old faker heaved a sigh and put away his usual cheerfulness. "This is the base camp of the Sea Demon clan and Bloodfiend Emperor is guarding it personally. As long as I do something, Bloodfiend Emperor will know immediately," the old faker said sadly. "I wonder how Master is now," Tian Xin said to himself. Hiding in the old faker's body, he was not in any danger. However, it restricted his freedom. Don't think too much. Cultivate well. When your master comes out of the ancestral land of inheritance, he will definitely find a way to save us, the old faker said. He was living a good life in Bloodfiend Mansion. As long as he handed over some branches and leaves regularly, Bloodfiend Emperor would not attack him. "I will work hard to cultivate." Tian Xin clenched his fists and closed his eyes to cultivate. Fang Chen did not know what was happening in the outside world at all. Unknowingly, his consciousness had been walking in the dark void ocean for half a month. It was too lonely and too boring. Even a living martial artist would be tortured to the point of mental abnormality. Fang Chen's consciousness was fluctuating. "Senior bone progenitor, is this your test for me?" Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the dark void ocean. There was no reply, only darkness and loneliness. "I don't believe that it will continue like this." Fang Chen continued to move forward. He walked for 3 months. For 3 whole months, Fang Chen's consciousness had been walking in the dark void ocean. Loneliness accompanied him. He was completely numb now. If this continued, he did not know if he could stay true to himself. Phew, Fang Chen sat on the ground weakly. Just as he was about to rest, suddenly, there was a trace of warmth from the ground. Fang Chen was shocked. He immediately checked carefully. At this moment, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. What a strange aura. The warmth from the ground entered his body. His body felt like it was being overturned. Intense pain came from his body. It hurts. Fang Chen looked up to the sky and howled. Fortunately, the golden heart helped him suppress the warmth. From the initial discomfort to the later adaptation. Gradually, Fang Chen began to actively absorb the warmth from the ground. Finally, Fang Chen noticed that something was wrong. The warm aura coming from the ground contained an extremely pure energy. The power of the bone progenitor. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He frantically absorbed the pure power. This state lasted for another month. Finally, an illusory voice came from the dark void ocean. 4 months is not too late. Hearing this voice, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After 4 months of tension, he could finally relax. Senior bone progenitor, did I pass your test? Fang Chen looked up to the sky and asked. You only received my recognition. If you want to receive my inheritance, you have to pass the test I left behind. The bone progenitor said. My inheritance would rather disappear in the long river of history than pass it on to a mediocre person. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. As expected of the bone progenitor, he valued his inheritance very much. The bone progenitor was a proud person. A mediocre person was not qualified to receive his inheritance. In 3 months, I felt the bone power under the ground. In 1 month, I absorbed it to saturation. Your potential is much stronger than the few little fellows who came here before. I hope you can succeed. The bone progenitor's voice was an illusory inheritance. Senior bone progenitor, I will not let you down. Fang Chen said solemnly. After 4 months, he received the bone progenitor's recognition. The pure power contained in the warmth from the ground is called bone power. However, Fang Chen had some doubts in his heart. What was bone power? Fang Chen did not know. This was the first time he heard of it. He guessed that this bone power might be a power created by the bone progenitor. Inside the reception hall. Seeing Fang Chen's body twitching, the sword ancestor and lightning ancestor's expressions changed. They were very worried. Will he fail? The lightning ancestor paced back and forth. He was very anxious. You are an ancestor of the human race. What kind of storms have you not experienced? Why are you so anxious? The sword ancestor glanced at the lightning ancestor. This is different. The lightning ancestor retorted. All of a sudden, Fang Chen's twitching body stopped. Yes. The sword ancestor and lightning ancestor hurried to his side and carefully observed him. His breathing is stable. It seems that his life is not in danger. The sword ancestor said. Chapter 1537. In the dark void. Fang Chen's face showed exhaustion. He breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. His nerves had been stretched taut for 4 whole months. Now, he could finally relax. The test set by the bone progenitor was more humane. After being recognized, he had 3 days to prepare. After everything was ready, his test would come. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen seized every second to recover his strength, trying to adjust to his best state in 3 days. The body in the outside world had completely calmed down. The sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor looked at each other and laughed. Fang Chen should have been recognized by the bone progenitor. After being recognized, he had at least taken the first step. I hope this little guy can succeed, the lightning ancestor whispered. Yes, he has great potential. He is the future of our human race. If he fails. The sword ancestor did not finish his words, but the lightning ancestor was also very clear. The current Fang Chen had no room to retreat. He could only charge forward. And if he failed, both his original body and clone would be destroyed. The 2 ancestors were very worried and paced back and forth in the welcoming hall. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The moment the time came, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Pass the test and you will receive the inheritance. If you fail, both your original body and clone will be destroyed. In the dark void, the voice left by the bone progenitor sounded. What is the test? Fang Chen muttered to himself. All of a sudden, a great change occurred in the dark void. The temperature of the hot air dropped sharply. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen felt a trace of coldness. What is this? Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and carefully felt the changes in the surrounding air. He was shocked to find that the previous warmth had completely disappeared and was replaced by extreme coldness. Rumble, just as Fang Chen was thinking, countless ice skeletons suddenly appeared in all directions. These skeletons were completely condensed from ice, giving a very shocking feeling. There are a total of 10 waves of attacks, each stronger than the last. If you can withstand 10 waves of attacks in 3 years, you will pass. Otherwise, you will fail. A voice came from the dark void. During this period of time, if you are unable to withstand the attacks, you can directly tell them to stop. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly moved. Only 3 years. It was fortunate that he could call for a halt within the time limit. Otherwise, it would truly be too dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, the first wave of attacks arrived. With a rough look, there were over 100 ice skeletons in this wave of attack. Bang Fang Chen took the initiative to attack, throwing out a punch. The ice skeletons that approached him were sent flying with a single punch. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face darkened even more. The first wave of attacks was obviously not very powerful. In the following period of time, Fang Chen used his absolute strength to continuously attack the ice skeleton. In less than a quarter of an hour, the first wave of ice skeletons was completely wiped out by Fang Chen. The strength of the first wave of ice skeletons is around the first tier of creation realm. Looking around, the ice skeletons scattered on the ground gradually melted, and the icy aura returned to the dark void. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly thought of something. If the first wave is at the first tier of creation realm, then the 10th wave. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart raced. If his speculation was correct, then the following waves of attacks would be more terrifying than the previous one. If the 10th wave of attacks was really at the life and death realm, how could he resist it? 3 years. For the first time, Fang Chen felt that time was a little tight. He also finally understood why the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor did not let him choose the bone progenitor inheritance. Thinking about it, this was the problem. However, there was no turning back. If he could not resist 10 waves of attacks within 3 years, both his true body and clone would be destroyed. This was not the result Fang Chen wanted, so he had to work hard. Continue. While he was thinking, the second wave of attacks arrived. Just as Fang Chen had guessed, the cultivation of the second wave of ice skeletons was around the second tier of creation realm. Although there were over 100 of them, they did not affect Fang Chen at all. Boom! He could resist almost without using his full strength. The third, fourth, and fifth waves of attacks were the same as the first 2. Their combat strength was not strong, so Fang Chen could easily resist them. However, when the 6th wave of attacks came, Fang Chen clearly felt that something was wrong. There were a total of 81 ice skeletons in the 6th wave. Their positions were very strange, and they vaguely formed a joint attack formation. Fang Chen finally felt a little pressure. Burial sword technique of heaven and earth. He finally took out the red glass sword and performed the burial sword technique of heaven and earth to resist the attacks of the ice skeletons. The 81 ice skeletons raised their skeletal palms, and an extremely cold aura instantly spread out. So cold. For a moment, Fang Chen felt that his primordial spirit was about to be frozen. This is only the 6th wave. Fang Chen's face became more and more solemn. The 6th wave of attacks actually gave him so much pressure. Swish! The terrifying red sword light danced in the sky, carrying a powerful force and piercing towards the ice skeletons. Puff! One by one, the ice skeletons were defeated by Fang Chen. After 2 hours, the 6th wave of ice skeletons finally collapsed. Phew! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not let down his guard and carefully looked around. After a while, the 7th wave of attacks came. The 7th wave of attacks was even more powerful. The burial sword technique of heaven and earth could no longer completely resist the attacks of the ice skeletons. In the end, Fang Chen performed the 5 thunder tribulation technique to completely defeat the ice skeletons. When the 8th wave of attacks came, Fang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He fought for 7 days and 7 nights before he barely passed. However, when the 9th wave of attacks came, Fang Chen directly admitted defeat. Although he was not afraid of a martial artist at the 9th level of the creation realm in a one-on-one fight. However, with so many ninefold ice skeletons working together and emitting an extremely cold aura, Fang Chen's primordial spirit trembled. After the ice skeletons retreated, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. He recalled the previous battle. The 9th wave of attacks is too strong. Unless I have a breakthrough, it will be difficult to resist, Fang Chen said to himself. Immediately, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. This was only the 9th wave, but it had already troubled him. Time waits for no man. He only had 3 years. Therefore, he had to resist the 9th wave of attacks as soon as possible. Then, he wholeheartedly studied the 10th wave of attacks. At this moment, Fang Chen had already predicted that the 10th wave of attacks should be comparable to the attacks of the life and death realm. A creation realm martial artist challenging a life and death realm martial artist was courting death. Cultivate. There was only one word in Fang Chen's mind. In the reception hall, the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor had been observing Fang Chen. Seeing that he had been calm, the two of them relaxed a lot. I wonder what this kid is doing now, the lightning ancestor asked. Logically speaking, he should have been recognized by the bone progenitor. He must be undergoing the test now, the sword ancestor said. I hope he can pass, the lightning ancestor said. Within the ancestral land, the martial artists of the 4 great holy lands were seizing the time to search for inheritances and increase their strength. As for the outside world, danger was gradually approaching under the calm exterior. At a certain edge of the void ocean, there was an extremely hidden island here that was not in the territory of the human race. Countless alien races lived on this island. This was the headquarters of the alien races, isolated from the human race. The island was surrounded by a peerless array left behind by the ancestors of the alien races, capable of isolating everything. Even life and death realm emperors would not be able to sense the array's existence. Therefore, the alien races were very safe. For countless years, the alien races had fought with the human race because of this peerless array. Today, this island was very lively. This was because the ruler of the alien races had come out of seclusion. Ruler Qian Yuan was the absolute leader of the alien races. In the enormous alien race, there were tens of thousands of races. Ruler Qian Yuan's strength had received the acknowledgement of all the alien races. Before entering seclusion, Ruler Qian Yuan's strength was already close to the 5 tycoons. However, he had been enduring silently. The human race was too strong. If the alien races wanted to turn the tables, they had to seize the opportunity and not attack blindly. After coming out of seclusion, Ruler Qian Yuan's strength had greatly increased. After learning of the battle between Sovereign Emperor Bloodfiend and the 5 tycoons, he immediately set out for the Bloodfiend Manor in the depths of the Void Ocean. Void Ocean, Bloodfiend Manor. Ruler Qian Yuan, why have you come to my Bloodfiend Manor? Tycoons could sense the other party's presence with just a slight sense. The moment Ruler Qian Yuan stepped into the Void Ocean, Sovereign Emperor Bloodfiend already knew. Sovereign Emperor Bloodfiend, I have something to discuss with you. Ruler Qian Yuan said with a beaming smile. Come in. Suddenly, the door of Bloodfiend Manor opened, and Ruler Qian Yuan entered. In the garden, the blood-red robed Sovereign Emperor Bloodfiend sat quietly. The somewhat stooped Ruler Qian Yuan walked in and cupped his hands towards Sovereign Emperor Bloodfiend. Bloodfiend, your strength has increased by quite a bit. If you have something to say, say it. Sovereign Emperor Bloodfiend said gravely. Bloodfiend, you're still so impatient. Ruler Qian Yuan chuckled. 90% of the vast mortal universe is the Void Ocean, and it belongs to you. Bloodfiend, have you never thought of taking over the universe? Sovereign Emperor Bloodfiend's expression changed, and he looked straight at Ruler Qian Yuan. What are you trying to say? The sea monsters shouldn't hide in the Void Ocean. The mortal universe is your final destination, said Ruler Qian Yuan. Sovereign Emperor Bloodfiend shook his head. The human race has a deep foundation and cannot be underestimated. In addition, We sea monsters have an agreement with the human race. We don't invade each other's territory. Ruler Chen Yuan seemed to have a card up his sleeve, as though he had already expected this. Blood Fiend, I know your ambitions. Agreements are useless to experts like us. When you rule over the mortal universe, agreements are nothing more than a blank piece of paper, Hegemon Chen Yuan said. In addition, if we alien races join forces, it should be easy to deal with the human race, continued Ruler Chen Yuan. What do you want? Sovereign Emperor Bloodfiend didn't directly refuse. Chapter 1538. In the Dark Void. Fang Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed as he cultivated. The ninth wave of ice skeletons was too powerful. With his current strength, he was no match for it. Firstly, Fang Chen chose the true meaning of space-time. The true meaning of space-time was a supreme true meaning, and it was also one of the top true meanings. A long time ago, the true meaning of space-time had reached the 7th grade. Of course, that was when he was trapped in the space-time island in the inner area of the star ruins. He was forced to constantly attack the space-time demon spirit to raise his realm. As time passed, Fang Chen's comprehension of the Tao of space-time deepened. The true meaning of space-time could be separated. Space-time was one of the foundations of the universe. Since ancient times, the 4 directions were the space. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by the rich true meaning of space-time, and his golden heart was beating rapidly. He maintained this cultivation for half a year and finally broke through to the level 8 realm in one fell swoop. Half a year later, Fang Chen opened his eyes abruptly. His body was surrounded by a rich space-time aura. 8th grade. Fang Chen was elated. His strength had increased a lot since the true meaning of space-time had reached the 8th grade. Just as Fang Chen was feeling happy, he suddenly realized that his cultivation base had unknowingly broken through to the 6th layer manifestation realm in the past 6 months. My strength has increased a lot. Fang Chen was full of fighting spirit. He took a step forward and came to the center of the dark void. Rumble. An extremely cold aura instantly spread out, and the powerful ice skeletons whizzed over. Dozens of 9th layer creation realm ice skeletons attacked together. Their strength was so powerful that it struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it. However, Fang Chen was no longer the same as he was half a year ago. His strength had increased tremendously, and he was fearless in the face of the 9th wave of ice skeletons. Come on, let me see how strong you are. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly threw out a punch. Dong! His fist punched out, causing the void to shatter. Ripples appeared one after another. The ice skeleton closest to Fang Chen was smashed into pieces with a single punch. Smashing a 9th level creation stage ice skeleton to death with a single punch. If the outside world knew of this battle prowess, they would definitely be extremely shocked. As expected. As his strength increased, so did his physical strength. While the following battles were almost all one-sided. Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space. His figure flickered in the void, faintly discernible. Although there were many ice skeletons and their attacks were powerful, they were unable to capture Fang Chen's figure. This way, they would not be able to attack Fang Chen, who could easily defeat them. As the saying went, the other went up. In just a quarter of an hour, the last ice skeleton of the 9th wave was killed by Fang Chen with a single punch. Whoosh! After withstanding the 9th wave of attacks, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not relax in the slightest. Instead, his expression became even more serious. It was because the next wave would be the most terrifying one, as well as the last one. If they could not withstand this wave, only death would await them. Buzz! Just as Fang Chen was pondering, a vast aura filled the air. So cold. Fang Chen's primordial spirit trembled. The temperature in the air was too low. It made his primordial spirit feel as if it was about to freeze. A life and death stage ice skeleton? Fang Chen's heart trembled. He stared at a certain spot in the dark void without blinking. Dong! The earth trembled. A huge ice skeleton with a snow-white body strolled out of the dark void. Around its body, a grey aura pervaded the air. This aura isolated it from the world, as if it could block the airflow of the world. What is that? Feeling the dangerous aura approaching, Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. There was only one ice skeleton in the 10th wave of attacks. The strength of this ice skeleton exceeded the sum of the previous 9 waves of ice skeletons combined. Too strong. Fang Chen's body trembled. His body was surrounded by the undying flame. Fortunately, he had the undying flame protecting his body. Otherwise, just the extremely cold aura in the air would have frozen his primordial spirit. Is this the power of a life and death emperor? Fang Chen stared at the distant ice skeleton with a burning gaze. The ice skeleton stood there quietly. The aura emitted from its body made Fang Chen's heart palpitate. Life and death realm was filled with endless life and death qi. The ice skeleton before him was brimming with life qi, but not a trace of death qi. It could be seen that this ice skeleton had the strength of a low-level life and death realm expert. The grey aura around its body should be the legendary power of law, right? After entering the life and death realm, one could sense the power of law in the world. From there, one could cultivate the law successfully. The law grasped by the ice skeleton was the law of ice. There were countless laws in the universe. Every law was blessed by the heavens and was a part of the universe. Above the law was the law. The law and the law were part of the order of the universe. However, the law was a supreme existence. For example, the law of destruction, the law of life, the law of death, and so on. As for the law, there were more, such as the law of ice, the law of water, the law of fire, and so on. If a life and death realm expert wanted to reach the peak, they had to cultivate a law to the extreme. Only by thoroughly grasping a law could one reach the strongest battle strength. This was also the reason why there were differences in strength between experts of the same realm. Some experts grasped more than one law. The more laws they grasped, the stronger they were. Of course, the more difficult it was to cultivate. The law of ice could command all the ice energy in the world. Facing the ice skeleton, Fang Chen's body continuously retreated. All of a sudden, the snow-white skeleton opened its mouth and spat out a breath of ice. Seeing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He used the true meaning of space and time and quickly fled. However, even so, he was still swept away by the ice aura. So strong. In an instant, his body felt like it was about to freeze. The undying flame erupted at full force, and it took a long time to dissipate the ice aura in his body. This snow-white ice skeleton has only grasped the basics of ice laws, Fang Chen guessed. If it fully grasped the law of ice, he would definitely die. I admit defeat. Immediately, Fang Chen admitted defeat. The deadline was 3 years, and only 1 year had passed. There were still 2 years left. The current him was no match for the snow-white skeleton at all. He could only continue to cultivate. If only I could grasp a law. The snow-white ice skeleton disappeared and Fang Chen sat down cross-legged, once again entering a state of cultivation. Inside the reception hall, Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor saw Fang Chen's body move, and their faces changed slightly. For a short while, Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor felt an extremely cold aura in the air of the reception hall. The law of ice. Lightning Ancestor cried out. He was experienced and knowledgeable, so he naturally recognized the law of ice at a glance. It seems like Fang Chen is in danger. Sword Ancestor's face revealed a hint of worry as he spread out his hands. A Fortune Realm martial artist had almost no power to fight back against a life and death emperor who had grasped the law. Ari, the inheritance left behind by the bone progenitor is too difficult for a martial artist in the mortal universe. Lightning Ancestor said. Sword Ancestor nodded. The bone progenitor has reached the peak, so his inheritance must be unimaginable. He doesn't want his descendants to be mediocre. The two ancestors looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. Ever since Fang Chen chose the bone progenitor's inheritance, it was already destined. This path could only be walked by him alone. Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do. The bone progenitor was the pinnacle of the human race in this universe era. His methods were heaven-defying and unimaginable. Even if this was only his inheritance, it was not something that Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor could turn the situation around. Therefore, The two could only wait. Outside, in the human race's sacred land. Inside the sacred palace, the human race's sacred master and the other 4 magnates were gathered. The atmosphere was very solemn, and the 5 magnates' faces were gloomy. Everyone, tell us your opinions. The human race's sacred master said. The 5 magnates rarely gathered together. The last time they gathered was because the master of the evil Soul Islands had been killed. And this time, it was a matter related to the safety of the human race. It was a matter of great importance, and the 5 magnates did not dare to ignore it. The sea demon race is going too far. Spiritual Race Master said in a deep voice, our human race and the sea demon race signed an agreement not to invade each other. Blood Fiend Monarch relied on his tyrannical strength to ally with Heaven Origin Ruler and demand territory from our human race. The Luo clan head said, our human race cannot compromise. Previously, during the Battle of Green Bamboo Island, the Luo clan head said, our human race cannot compromise. We didn't want to start a war between races, so we let Blood Fiend Monarch leave. He's asking for a yard after taking an inch. 2 magnates in a row expressed their extreme dissatisfaction with Blood Fiend Monarch. It's said that Heaven Origin Ruler has also taken that step. The 2 of them together have astonishing battle strength. Unless one of us can reach the eternal ancient realm, Yuan Racemaster said. Monarch Blackblade did not say anything. But his meaning was obvious. He wanted to fight. Since the 2 of them dare to do this, they must have something to rely on. We can't be careless. It's better to be careful, said the human race's sacred master. But this time, we won't back down. Last time, Blood Fiend Monarch had come to Green Bamboo Island. He had taken the old faker away and angered the 5 magnates. The 5 magnates had a shocking battle with him. No one knew what the outcome of the battle was. They only knew that Blood Fiend Monarch had retreated unscathed. Although there were many magnates in the human race, none of them were particularly strong. Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler had both taken that step, which was a great deterrent. Green Bamboo Island. Usually, the sea demon race would launch small sneak attacks and wreak havoc. But today was different. When the sea demon race had descended, Yin Fang and the others did not think much of it. 880 But when the sea demon race really began to fight, Yin Fang realized. Activate the Green Bamboo Array Formation, Vice Island Master Yin Fang roared. With Nile and Qiu Xin in the lead, 300 formation masters activated the Green Bamboo Array Formation together. Suddenly, a majestic green aura spread out. Green bamboo covered the ground, and the branches and leaves swayed, trapping the attacking sea demon race. Chapter 1539. A great battle was about to break out. With Green Bamboo Island as his target, Blood Fiend Monarch took the lead. Amidst the clouds, Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler stood with smiles on their faces. Blood Fiend, won't this cause those old fellows to be dissatisfied? Heaven Origin Ruler asked. So what if they're dissatisfied? With the 2 of us joining hands, there's no need to fear them. Blood Fiend Monarch sneered, if we don't give them a bit of pressure, they won't take us seriously. On Green Bamboo Island, the Green Bamboo Array opened. Within the array, with Vice Island Lord Yin Fang at the lead, numerous creation experts were embroiled in a chaotic battle. The strength of the ocean demon race couldn't be underestimated either. Kill. Yin Fang took a step forward and arrived before an ocean demon. His large hand grabbed the ocean demon's head and crushed it with a catcher sound. Immediately after, he appeared before another ocean demon. The battle was extremely bitter. This was the largest battle in the history of Green Lake Island. Who above Green Bamboo Island, 5 giants appeared one after another. Blood Fiend, you're going too far. Human Race's Saint Lord said furiously. The 2 giants stood in the clouds, staring at each other. If you agree to my request, the battle will immediately end. Blood Fiend Monarch said fearlessly. Impossible. Our human race's territory will never be ceded. Spiritual Race's Lord rebuked. That's right. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Luo Clan's Lord said. Yuan Jiu and Blackblade Monarch also entered a state of battle readiness. I'll wait for you in the void battlefield. Blood Fiend Monarch's figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Heaven Origin Ruler followed closely behind, entering the void battlefield as well. In the void battlefield, the 5 giants fought against Heaven Origin Ruler and Blood Fiend Monarch. Rumble, Blood Fiend Monarch opened his hand, and several spheres of light appeared in his palm. Each ball of light represented a kind of law. Kill. Blood Fiend Monarch's figure charged before human race's Saint Lord and started fighting. A battle between peak life and death experts was too exaggerated. With a raise of their hands, they could destroy an island. If not for the void battlefield, Green Bamboo Island would have long been destroyed. After 15 minutes of fighting, Blood Fiend Monarch's figure. Shuesho, although the two of you are strong, you are no match for us, the human clan's holy master said in a deep voice. Is that so? It's too early for you to be happy. The Blood Fiend Monarch waved his hand. Suddenly, countless clumps of lore began to tremble. Not long after, the lore of light completely disappeared and was replaced by a jet-black ball of light. This ball of light emitted an extremely terrifying aura. This caused the hearts of the 5 giants to palpitate. That is, when the 5 magnates saw the black ball of light, their faces turned completely gloomy. Law of Devour. The human clan's Saint Master cried out. The universe contained countless laws. Every law was a part of the order of the universe. There were also strong and weak laws, high and low. Therefore, there was a law list among the life and death realm emperors. The Law of Devour was a powerful law that could be ranked in the top 10 of the law rankings. Legend had it that the Law of Devour could devour all laws. So this is your greatest reliance. The human race's holy master tried his best to stabilize his shock. The Blood Fiend Monarch looked at the jet-black ball of light in his hand, a trace of bloodthirsty malevolence appearing on his face. Correct. After bitterly cultivating for 350,000 years, I've finally comprehended the Law of Devour. The Blood Fiend Monarch said, in front of my Law of Devour, your laws cannot withstand a single blow. The Law of Devour had yet to reach its peak. To reach its peak, one's cultivation base had to reach the eternal ancient realm. For the Blood Fiend Monarch to comprehend the Law of Devour at the life and death realm was already heaven-defying. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to give way or not? The Blood Fiend Monarch asked. Blood Fiend, what's the point of wasting words with them? The battle continued. However, after revealing the Law of Devour, Blood Fiend Monarch's strength was even more heaven-defying. The human clan's holy master was actually at a disadvantage. Heaven Origin Ruler also used heaven-defying methods. For a moment, the 5 magnates of the human clan were at a complete disadvantage. The battle in the void battlefield lasted for 3 whole months. No one knew what the outcome of the battle would be. The 5 magnates of the human clan had gloomy expressions. On the other hand, Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler's faces were full of smiles. At the same time, the 5 magnates of the human clan notified Vice Island Lord Yin Fang to lead all of his clansmen away from Green Bamboo Island. Yin Fang was shocked, not knowing what was going on. However, he didn't dare to disobey the orders of the 5 magnates. This day was the most shameful day for the human clan. In less than half a day, Fang Chen's friends and family were transferred to the human clan's sacred land. As for Green Bamboo Island, it became the territory of the Ocean Demon clan. The human clan ceded 3 islands to Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler. Blood Fiend, the human clan won't let this matter rest. We have to be careful, Heaven Origin Ruler said. Don't worry. It won't be long before I enter the eternal ancient realm. At that time, the entire mortal cosmos will belong to me, Blood Fiend Monarch. Blood Fiend Monarch was full of confidence. Heaven Origin Ruler lightly nodded. Blood Fiend, I'll take my leave first. All right. Human clan's sacred land. In the coming days, I'll leave the protection of the human clan to the 4 of you, the human clan's holy master said. Holy master, what are you planning to do? Black Blade Monarch asked. I'm going to break through, the human clan's holy master said. As a holy master, his primordial spirit was fused with the universe. With a thought, he could spy on the entire void ocean. However, there was a huge restriction. If he wanted to enter the eternal ancient realm, he had to pay a huge price. This time, the human clan was in danger. The Holy Master had no other choice. The four powerhouses fell into silence. We've already given in to this extent. I believe Blood Fiend won't push his luck. Otherwise, we'll completely fall out with him. We'll fight to the death, said the Luo clan leader. Let's enter seclusion together and strive to enter the eternal ancient realm as soon as possible. The four powerhouses returned to their respective residences and entered seclusion. As for the human clan's holy master, he disappeared from the universe. No one knew where he went. In the distant fiend-subduing world. In a quiet and elegant garden, fiend-subduing world's holy master was fishing by the pond. He looked up at the blue sky and sighed. The sky is about to change. 3 months, a year and a half, 2 years. Fang Chen's cultivation went from the 6th level of the creation realm to the 7th level, and then to the 8th level. He only stopped when he reached the peak of the 8th level. He originally had hopes of entering the 9th level of the creation realm, but he chose to give up. His cultivation had increased too quickly and he needed to stabilize it. Otherwise, his foundation would be unstable and he would be in danger. The increase in his cultivation did not mean that he could withstand the ice skeleton's law of ice. The law of ice was unparalleled. Unless he had the same development, he could resist it. However, Fang Chen did not give up and continued to cultivate. Just as the 2-year deadline was approaching, the sword scripture broke through to the 3rd level. It was recorded in the sword scripture that a creation realm sword cultivator who could comprehend the 2nd level was considered a rare genius. Comprehending the 3rd level was rare in the world. With his amazing talent, Fang Chen comprehended the 3rd level of the sword scripture when he was at the 8th level of the creation realm. The sword scripture was very special. It could increase the attack power of sword Dao secret techniques. When the sword scripture was at the 1st level, it could increase the power by several times. Now that it had reached the 3rd level, the increase in power was absolutely incredible. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes. It's been 3 years. Fang Chen muttered, exuding a special aura. After entering the ancestral land of inheritance for 3 years, Fang Chen's strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. He remembered that when he first entered the ancestral land of inheritance, his cultivation was only at the low level of the creation realm. Now, he had reached the high level of the creation realm. All this was because he had accepted the test of the bone progenitor's inheritance. Phew! Fang Chen stood up and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Holding the red glass sword in his hand, he suddenly swung it. Boom! When the red sword light shot out from the red glass sword, a terrifying power suddenly came from his sea of qi. The power of the red sword light was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. It had increased by a full 32 times. Dong! The red sword light fiercely struck the dark void. Whoosh! The void was torn apart, and a ray of light shot in from the outside. The entire dark void trembled. The snow-white ice skeleton roared to the sky and instantly appeared. An extremely cold aura instantly spread out. Whoosh! The undying flame surrounded its body, resisting the cold aura. The 3rd level of the sword scripture has increased the power of the burial of heaven and earth technique by a full 32 times. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Seeing the snow-white ice skeleton, he was eager to try. 32 times was enough to kill any martial artist at the peak of the creation realm. Fight to the death. Fang Chen said to himself. Roar! The snow-white ice skeleton's huge body exuded the power of law. A terrifying aura penetrated the void. It looked at Fang Chen and roared to the sky. The time was up. Today, it would end this human martial artist. Outside, in the reception hall, the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor were anxiously pacing back and forth. The two of them could not sit still anymore. 3 years are up. Is Fang Chen going to die? The lightning ancestor said unwillingly. He remembered that the genius who had 1 foot in the life and death realm had completely died when the 3-year time limit was up. He is still breathing. His life is not in danger for the time being. The sword ancestor checked Fang Chen's body and said in a low voice. Now, the two ancestors felt like a year. They really hoped that Fang Chen could succeed. Once he failed, both his original body and doppelganger would be destroyed. CCC Pavilion. A 5th-level creation realm martial artist can match a 9th-level martial artist. Maybe a miracle will happen in 3 years. Yes, for countless years, he is the most talented human martial artist I have ever seen. If he can't pass the test, then others will have no hope. The God Realm. Known as the top of the universe, all the peerless experts were here. In a palace that towered into the clouds. An old man suddenly opened his eyes. 3 years have passed. I wonder how that little guy is doing. Chapter 1540. In the Dark Void. The snow-white ice skeleton's huge body was constantly emitting a terrifying power of law. The law of ice was extremely cold and could freeze a warrior's primordial spirit unknowingly. This kind of law was very terrifying. It could often kill people without them noticing. However, Fang Chen had the undying flame, so the cold aura could not hurt his primordial spirit. This was something that the snow-white ice skeleton did not expect. Hiss. Hiss. The law of ice surrounded Fang Chen and suppressed Fang Chen fiercely. Sword-shaped runes flickered on the surface of Fang Chen's skin. They could dissipate at any time. From this point, it was enough to see the power of the law of ice. So strong. Fang Chen held the red glass sword in his hand. At this point, the perfect sword body was no longer useful. He completely relied on the undying flame for defense. As expected of the flame of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird, it is too powerful. In the past, although he had a certain understanding of the undying flame, he did not know how powerful it was. Now, Fang Chen finally knew how powerful the undying flame, known as the ancestor of all flames, was. How powerful was the ancient divine beast, the undying bird? However, now was not the time to think about this. He needed to resist the attack of the law of ice and then defeat the snow-white ice skeleton. Kill. The red glass sword danced in the air, drawing a series of incredible trajectories in the dark void. The red sword light was quickly suspended in the void. Buzz. A vast amount of power erupted from within the red sword light. In his body, the sword scripture was activated, and 32 times the power poured out. When all the power poured into the red sword light, this sword had exceeded the limit of the creation realm. Swoosh. Using the space-time true meaning, Fang Chen's figure was hidden in the void. Roar. Seeing this, the snow-white ice skeleton opened its palm and slapped at Fang Chen. The power of the law of ice quickly gathered in its palm. Sword chi, soaring sword chi, pervaded Fang Chen's body, forming the strongest defense. Suddenly, Fang Chen's figure appeared behind the snow-white ice skeleton. Dong. The entire earth was shaking, and the void was torn apart. The red sword light with 32 times the strength stabbed towards the snow-white ice skeleton. Hoo in front of the snow-white skeleton, the power of law was wrapped up, blocking the path of the red sword light. Seeing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He had underestimated the power of the laws. No matter how Fang Chen attacked, the red sword light was unable to advance an inch. There's no other way. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and took out the dark demonic wheel. His primordial spirit trembled, and the dark demonic wheel erupted with a world-destroying aura. Cracks suddenly appeared in the power of laws surrounding the snow-white ice skeleton. The dark aura instantly surged out. At the same time, the red sword light ruthlessly pierced into the body of the snow-white skeleton. Whoosh. Seeing this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, a moment later, a look of shock appeared on his face. After the red sword light pierced into the snow-white ice skeleton's body, it instantly shattered. The terrifying aura released by the dark demonic wheel was also completely absorbed by the snow-white ice skeleton. Although the snow-white ice skeleton looked a little injured. However, it was not yet dead. Did I fail? Fang Chen's face was full of helplessness. He had cultivated bitterly for 3 years just for today. He did not expect to fail in the end. Fang Chen knew best what failure meant. He was unwilling to give up. He had not found his mother, and he had not found his wife. He still had a lot of things to do. He did not want to die. Fang Chen's primordial spirit was falling silent. His eyelids were fighting, and the dark demonic wheel had drained all the strength in his body. He was about to fall into a coma. He looked at the dark void reluctantly. Perhaps this was his last look at this world. Bang! Fang Chen's body fell to the ground softly, and he fell into a coma. The snow-white ice skeleton looked up to the sky and roared. It looked at the injuries on its body, and then looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. In the end, the snow-white ice skeleton did not make a move and disappeared into the dark void. A leisurely laugh was heard. I didn't expect that after so many years, someone would finally come. While Fang Chen was in a coma, at the top of the distant universe. In the God realm, in the palace at the top of the clouds. A gratified smile appeared on the old man's face. As an 8th level creation realm martial artist, he had injured the life and death realm snow-white ice skeleton and blocked the power of the law of ice. Although he had not been completely defeated, he had passed the test. The hope of the human race, the old man said softly. For countless years, the most outstanding martial artist of the human race had been born. Perhaps, his future achievements will surpass mine, the old man said to himself. In the reception hall. The sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor carefully observed Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, fell to the ground. What's going on? The lightning ancestor stood up and hurried to Fang Chen's side. Quickly check his body. The sword ancestor was also a little anxious. The lightning ancestor spread out his divine sense and enveloped Fang Chen. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fang Chen was still breathing, which meant that he had not died. Fortunately, he's still breathing. He seems to have encountered some danger and fell into a coma, the lightning ancestor said. What's going on with this kid? The sword ancestor frowned. Although the sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor were very anxious, there was nothing they could do. All they could do was wait. In the dark void. The extremely cold aura had long dissipated and was replaced by a scorching aura. Under the ground, a scorching aura gathered under Fang Chen's body and then drilled into his body, nourishing his muscles and bones. The golden heart was also beating slowly. Fang Chen's body was gradually recovering. A month later, Fang Chen woke up. Am I dead? Fang Chen opened his eyes and looked around. It was pitch black. Hey! Fang Chen carefully sensed and found the warm aura under the ground. He then spread out his divine sense and found that he was still in the dark void. Slap. He slapped himself and felt his face burning. Ha ha ha. Fang Chen let out a wild laugh. He was not dead. He was still alive. Little guy, in this universe era, you are the person with the strongest potential I have ever seen. You have successfully passed the test and can accept my inheritance. The bone progenitor's voice sounded. Really? Fang Chen was somewhat in disbelief. The snow-white skeleton was clearly not defeated by him. How could he have passed the test so carelessly? However, this was no longer important. Fang Chen was somewhat excited. That was the bone progenitor's inheritance. How could he not be excited? My inheritance contradicts the current cultivation system. After you accept the inheritance, if you feel that your cultivation is not suitable, do not force yourself and give up immediately, the bone progenitor said. Fang Chen nodded. Buzz. In the dark void, a ray of light came. Immediately, Fang Chen felt his mind tremble and a large amount of information appeared. Whether you can comprehend it or not will depend on your luck. After saying that, the bone progenitor's voice disappeared in the dark void. Thank you, bone progenitor. Fang Chen closed his eyes and hurriedly looked into his mind. In his mind, there were many words. This was the bone progenitor's inheritance. Fang Chen read it word by word, looking very serious. After a while, Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and was quite shocked. Space-time cultivation system, Fang Chen muttered to himself. The bone progenitor's cultivation system was a system that had never been heard of before. It was called the space-time cultivation system. This cultivation system was mainly based on time-type true meanings and space-type true meanings. Martialists who cultivated this cultivation system could fuse their bodies into one with time and space. What a powerful cultivation system! Fang Chen sighed. This was different from the true meaning of spacetime. Fang Chen had comprehended the peerless true meaning of spacetime, but it could only allow his body to merge with the void. It could not merge with time. One had to know that the Tao of time was a very profound Tao. The spacetime cultivation system could actually allow a warrior's body to merge with spacetime at the same time. This was much more powerful. According to the records of the bone progenitor's inheritance, when cultivated to the peak of the spacetime cultivation system, one could merge with the universe. With a thought, one's body could be everywhere. The human race's divine lords could only merge their primordial spirits with the universe. They could not make their bodies everywhere. And this cultivation system, when cultivated to the peak, was actually so domineering. I wonder how far the bone progenitor has cultivated, Fang Chen thought to himself. Just thinking about it made him excited. Moreover, what made Fang Chen the most happy was that this cultivation system was based on time-type and space-type true meanings. And he himself had the true meaning of space-time. Wasn't this specially made for this cultivation system? The bone progenitor is too powerful. He created his own cultivation system, which is unprecedented. He created a school of thought. Fang Chen admired the bone progenitor very much. To be able to become the strongest warrior of the human race in this universe era, it was no exaggeration. Trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, Fang Chen continued to look at the spacetime cultivation system. Divine art. There was actually a divine art in the bone progenitor's inheritance. But thinking about it carefully, if even the cultivation system could be left behind, a mere divine art was nothing. This divine art was called the Spacetime Book. There were a total of 18 levels. Every 3 levels was a threshold. After cultivating the first 3 levels, one's true meaning of martial path could be raised to the peak of the 9th grade. This, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. This was too exaggerated. The spacetime cultivation system and the spacetime book. The bone progenitor's inheritance was simply a priceless treasure. Fang Chen felt that his chance to rise had come. The 8th grade spacetime true meaning is already so strong. How strong will it be when it reaches the peak of the 9th grade? Fang Chen was looking forward to it. This cultivation system, as well as the divine art, was simply tailor-made for him. When the bone progenitor left behind the inheritance, it probably did not expect that a martial artist with the true meaning of spacetime would obtain its inheritance. Ha ha ha. Fang Chen could not help but laugh. 3 years of hard work finally paid off. Oh no, the 3-year limit is up. The ancestral land of inheritance is about to close. Suddenly, Fang Chen thought of this, and his face was full of anxiety. If the ancestral land of inheritance closes, won't I have to wait 100 years before I can leave? 100 years was a long time for Fang Chen. Buzz. While thinking, a white light flashed in front of Fang Chen. Chapter 1541. His consciousness returned to his body, and he got up from the ground. The extremely anxious Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. He's awake. Ha ha ha, he's awake. Fang Chen looked up and saw the crazy Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor. He was a little stunned. Fang Chen, are you okay? Lightning Ancestor grabbed his arm and asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. How was it? Did you get the inheritance? Sword Ancestor looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. The inheritance of the bone progenitor was of great importance. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Fang Chen grinned. Hearing this, the 2 patriarchs jumped up happily like children. It was no wonder they were like this. The bone progenitor's influence on the human race was too great. The 2 of them grew up listening to the legends of the bone progenitor. When they were young, they set the bone progenitor as their goal and secretly swore that they would surpass the bone progenitor in the future. However, when they reached a certain level, they realized that the bone progenitor was not on the same level as them. It was impossible for them to reach the level of the bone progenitor in their lifetime. For countless years, no one had been able to obtain the inheritance left behind by the bone progenitor. But now, it was obtained by Fang Chen. Really? Sword Ancestor could not believe his ears. Fang Chen nodded. You're old and confused. If he didn't get the inheritance, would he be able to come out alive? Lightning Ancestor said. Sword Ancestor touched his head and said awkwardly, I feel like I'm in a dream. The two ancestors were very excited, and it took a long time for them to gradually calm down. Kid, I didn't expect you to be able to obtain the bone progenitor's inheritance. Lightning Ancestor took a deep breath and said, the bone progenitor's inheritance is very powerful. If you can fully accept it, even if you can't reach the level of the bone progenitor in the future, you can still shock the entire universe. Yes, take advantage of this time to comprehend the bone progenitor's inheritance. Sword Ancestor urged. Only then did Fang Chen remember. Ancestors, 3 years have passed. Has the ancestral land closed? Asked Fang Chen. The two patriarchs looked at each other, then widened their eyes and stared at Fang Chen. What happened? The ancestral land is closed. Fang Chen thought that the ancestral land was closed. He felt somewhat disappointed. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait here for 100 years. He didn't want to waste his youth here. You brat, you actually have the mood to care about this? That's right. We have already obtained the bone progenitor's legacy, why would we care about this? The two patriarchs said snappily. Compared to the bone progenitor inheritance, the closing of the ancestral land is nothing. If the two of them had a choice, they would rather be trapped for 10,000 years, or even longer, as long as they could obtain the inheritance of the bone progenitor. The ancestral land opens once every 100 years. Looks like I can only leave the next time, Fang Chen said helplessly. The Lightning Ancestor chuckled and said, Kid, the ancestral land of inheritance hasn't closed yet. Yes, it hasn't closed yet. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he asked. Under normal circumstances, the ancestral land of inheritance should have closed long ago. The Lightning Ancestor paused for a moment before continuing, however, because you are receiving the bone progenitor's legacy, the closing of the ancestral land of inheritance has been delayed. That's right. The ancestral land of inheritance was built by the bone progenitor. As long as someone touches the bone progenitor's legacy, the ancestral land of inheritance will naturally sense it, the Sword Ancestor added. Fang Chen suddenly understood. So that's why. Doesn't this mean that I can leave? When will the ancestral land of inheritance close? Fang Chen continued to ask. Kid, don't worry and just cultivate. Before you finish cultivating, the ancestral land of inheritance will not close, the Lightning Ancestor said. Outside, in the human race's sacred land. The human race's sacred leader frowned with a complicated look in his eyes. According to the time, the ancestral land of inheritance should have closed long ago. But why hasn't anyone come out yet? Could it be that everyone has been wiped out? The human race's sacred leader thought to himself. However, he quickly shook his head and denied this thought. What's the reason? The human race's sacred leader was puzzled. Not only the human race's sacred leader, but the leaders of the other 3 sacred grounds, Black Blade Emperor and Bloodfiend Emperor, were also paying attention to the ancestral land of inheritance. In the depths of the void ocean, Bloodfiend Mansion. The old faker was rooted in an open space. There was a powerful seal around him. Tian Xin was cultivating in his body. Bloodfiend Emperor had arrived. Have you thought about it? Bloodfiend Emperor asked. Impossible. If my main body is broken in half, I will definitely not be able to step into the divine realm in the future. You are cutting off my path of retreat, the old faker refused without thinking. Bloodfiend Emperor smiled eerily when he heard that. Do you think that I can't deal with you? With Bloodfiend Emperor's strength, he could definitely break the old faker's body if he attacked forcefully. However, the old faker was determined to die, so Bloodfiend Emperor did not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, the old faker would self-destruct and he would not get anything. Splash! Bloodfiend Emperor stretched out his hand and reached the old faker's main body in an instant. There is a human martial artist in your body. I think he is very important to you. If you refuse, I will kill him personally. The old faker was furious. He swayed his branches and blocked Bloodfiend Emperor. If you dare to touch him, I guarantee that you will not get anything, the old faker shouted angrily. I will give you 3 days to think about it, Bloodfiend Emperor said and left the place. The old faker was left alone. When he was in the ancient sword continent, Fang Chen gave him a lot of help. A friend in need is a friend indeed. When his life was in danger, Fang Chen stepped forward to save him. And now, Fang Chen's disciple was threatened. He could not help him. The old faker was in a dilemma. He looked at Tian Xin, who was cultivating in his body, and sighed. Then, he made a decision. Bloodfiend Emperor was powerful. If he did not obey, Tian Xin would definitely die. It was worth it to exchange half of his main body for Tian Xin's life. 3 days later, Bloodfiend Emperor made a martial oath. The entire sea demon tribe would not attack Tian Xin to ensure his safety. Only then did the old faker nod. Crack. The Bloodfiend monarch used his godly technique to break the main body of the Bloodfiend monarch from the middle. In a moment, the old faker seemed to have aged 100 years. The remaining half of the main body emitted a decadent aura. The surrounding branches were a little yellow and seemed to be withering. It's just half of the body. Then, Bloodfiend Emperor turned and left. Martial uncle, are you okay? Tian Xin woke up and was very worried. I'm fine. Cultivate well. The old faker said in a low voice. Ancestral land of inheritance, reception hall. Fang Chen was cultivating the spacetime cultivation system. With the spacetime true intent, it was much easier to cultivate the spacetime cultivation system. And it was very strange that the spacetime cultivation system was not rejected by the body. This caused Fang Chen to be very surprised. However, when he saw the beating of the golden heart, he was relieved. After circulating the spacetime book's incantation 36 times in his body, the first level was completed. Buzz. With a thought, a strong spacetime aura spread around him. This meant that Fang Chen had officially become a member of the spacetime cultivation system. With the compatibility of the two systems, Fang Chen's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Whoosh! Fang Chen activated the spacetime book and suddenly disappeared into thin air. Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor could not find traces of him. I can't merge with spacetime for the time being. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Kid, this is the bone progenitor's inheritance. Lightning Ancestor asked. What a domineering inheritance. Even I can't find it when it's hidden. Sword Ancestor was shocked. Fang Chen nodded and continued to cultivate. Inside the ancestral land of inheritance. In a certain open space, a figure broke out of the ground. He was the only survivor of the Sea Demon clan, Dao Ancestor Monster. Dao Ancestor Monster had been cultivating in seclusion since he was attacked by the martial artists of the 4 sacred lands. After 3 years, Dao Ancestor Monster had obtained a very strong inheritance and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the creation realm and had undergone earth-shaking changes. Now, even if I face Xinyu, I have nothing to fear. The strongest of the younger generation of the Sea Demon clan was Su Xinyu. At that time, Dao Ancestor Monster was still a distance away from Su Xinyu. But now, he believed that he was not weaker than Su Xinyu. Dao Ancestor Monster was very confident and arrogant. It's been a long time since I tasted human delicacies. Dao Ancestor Monster licked his dry lips and said sinisterly. At this moment, a human martial artist approached. You came at the right time. Dao Ancestor Monster's body turned into an afterimage and rushed out. Crack. Before the human martial artist could react, his head was crushed by Dao Ancestor Monster. Dao Ancestor Monster placed his palm on the human martial artist's corpse. Blood gathered from the limbs and bones in Dao Ancestor Monster's hand and then drilled into his body. So delicious. A ghostly smile appeared on Dao Ancestor Monster's face. Immediately, he disappeared into the darkness. Human martial artists formed groups of 3 to 5 to search for opportunities. Dao Ancestor Monster encountered 2 or 3 groups. They were not too strong and could not defeat Dao Ancestor Monster. They were killed by him. Human martial artists, all of you must die. Dao Ancestor Monster said coldly. I want you to know that your so-called monstrous martial artists are like ants in my eyes. I will kill them one by one with my own hands and suck their blood dry. I will make this ancestral land of inheritance a nightmare for the human race. He raised his head and looked at the endless blue sky. Welcome Hall, I'm coming. Tao Ancestor Monster rushed in the direction of the Welcome Hall. Back then, he was forced to give up the inheritance and leave the Welcome Hall. And now, he was about to return to the Welcoming Hall in an absolutely powerful manner. Chapter 1542. The Blood Fiend Monarch had chosen 10 of the most outstanding youths of the Sea Demon clan. And now, only Tao Ancestor Monster was left. Of course, he did not know that Su Xinyu and Mu Hanfu had died. With their strength, even if they were no match for the geniuses of the human clan, escaping was not a problem. A few days later, Tao Ancestor Monster came to the Welcoming Hall. The Welcoming Hall was still standing on the ground, surrounded by a strong seal. Could it be that Xinyu entered the Welcoming Hall? Tao Ancestor Monster thought to himself. He quickly walked to the front of the reception hall. Suddenly, he saw a shocking scene. Immediately, his face was filled with a gloomy expression. Xinyu. Tao Ancestor Monster saw Su Xinyue's corpse. After 3 years, Su Xinyue's corpse was still lying on the ground, unharmed. Tao Ancestor Monster's heart was filled with anger. Su Xinyu was a young genius of the Sea Demon clan, and also his senior sister. Yarrow remembered that when he was young, Su Xinyu had always helped him. Su Xinyu was very good to him, as if he was her younger brother. Although Tao Ancestor Monster did not say anything, he treated Su Xinyu as his sister. Various scenes of the past appeared in Tao Ancestor Monster's mind. These were the beautiful memories he had with Su Xinyu. Xinyu, I will definitely avenge you. Tao Ancestor Monster's body was filled with an extremely dense evil aura, and then he walked step by step towards the Welcoming Hall. After taking 2 steps, he saw another corpse. This was Mu Hanfu's corpse. Damn it! Tao Ancestor Monster's eyes were scarlet, and he fell into a state of madness. Su Xinyu and Mu Hanfu's death was a huge blow to Tao Ancestor Monster. No matter who it is, I will tear him into pieces. Tao Ancestor Monster tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart, and came to the Welcoming Hall. Boom! He gathered his strength and punched the Welcoming Hall. Dong! When the terrifying fist light came into contact with the Welcoming Hall, it let out a deafening sound. Rays of bright light spread out, devouring the fist light. The Welcoming Hall returned to its calm state. What a joke, the Welcoming Hall created by the strongest person in this era, the Bone Progenitor. If it was destroyed by a Creation Realm martial artist, wouldn't it be a joke? Damn it. Tao Ancestor Demon went berserk as he bombarded the Welcoming Hall with punch after punch. However, it was useless. The restriction around the Guidance Hall was very strong. With his strength, it was impossible to break it. Inside the reception hall, Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor frowned slightly when they sensed that someone was attacking the reception hall. Then, they spread out their divine consciousness and found that the attacker was actually a member of the Sea Demon clan. The Sea Yarrow clan is too arrogant, the Lightning Ancestor said solemnly. Should I get rid of this annoying fellow? The Sword Ancestor stopped him. Us 2 old fellows shouldn't interfere in the battle between the younger generation. Fang Chen's cultivation is about to end, so I can use him to practice. Hearing Sword Ancestor's words, Lightning Ancestor nodded with a smile. In the center of the hall, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, practicing the Book of Time and Space. The aura around his body gradually increased, giving people a shocking feeling. At some point, Fang Chen opened his eyes. As expected of the space-time cultivation system, Fang Chen sighed. Although he practiced 2 cultivation systems, his body didn't reject them. This was due to the Golden Heart. Ordinary warriors could only choose the current cultivation system. Once they practiced other cultivation systems, they would be seriously injured or even die. After becoming a member of the space-time cultivation system, it was easier to cultivate the Book of Time and Space. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's space-time true meaning had reached the peak of the 8th grade, and he was only 1 step away from the 9th grade. Fang Chen had also cultivated the Book of Time and Space to the 2nd level. As for the 3rd level, he couldn't cultivate it for the time being. Fang Chen, who was stuck at the bottleneck, gave up on cultivating and stood up. How is it? Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor hurriedly asked. I have some gains, Fang Chen replied simply. The space-time cultivation system was a system created by the bone progenitor. Even experts like Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor didn't understand it. So, it was better not to say. Moreover, the space-time cultivation system involved very deep things. It was better to keep it a secret. If it was known, there would be many people targeting him. Fang Chen didn't want to put himself in the middle of a whirlpool. I didn't expect that we would be able to meet the successor of the bone progenitor. We're looking forward to the moment you step into the God realm. Lightning Ancestor laughed. The Sword Ancestor also nodded slightly. The bone progenitor was the strongest human in the mortal universe in this universe era. Its talent was so strong that it made countless warriors despair. After entering the God realm, it was also a meteoric rise. It had already become an overlord in the God realm. Fang Chen had accepted the bone progenitor's inheritance and was considered the bone progenitor's disciple. If he entered the God realm in the future, his future would be limitless. I will definitely go to the God realm. Fang Chen whispered. Fang Chen, you have already accepted the bone progenitor's inheritance. Logically speaking, I shouldn't do anything. But seeing how outstanding you are, I really can't help it. Lightning Ancestor said. I saw that you cultivated a lightning-attributed soul path secret technique. I'm best at lightning, so I can give you some pointers. In fact, Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor's feelings were understandable. They were also thinking for the human race. Their true bodies were in the God realm and couldn't take care of their hometowns. They could only pin their hopes on Fang Chen. Thank you, Lightning Ancestor. Fang Chen was a little happy and cupped his fists. Tell me about the soul path secret technique you cultivate. Lightning Ancestor said. Fang Chen nodded and then told Lightning Ancestor the details of the Five Thunders Tribulation technique. He didn't expect Lightning Ancestor to have heard of this secret technique. If you want to cultivate this secret technique to the extreme, you need to ingeniously fuse lightning and soul path aura. Lightning Ancestor began to give Fang Chen pointers. Although Lightning Ancestor wasn't a soul cultivator, his control of lightning had surpassed all warriors. The Lightning Ancestor had mastered the law of lightning to the extreme. He could create lightning with a thought. When triggering the void lightning, you have to be undistracted. Lightning Ancestor seriously taught Fang Chen some information about the Tao of lightning. Then, he told the latter the method of ingeniously fusing lightning and soul path aura. Half an hour later, Fang Chen benefited a lot. Thank you, Lightning Ancestor, for your guidance. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. He vaguely felt that his Five Thunders Tribulation technique was about to break through. He needed an opportunity. Once it appeared, he would definitely break through. Well, you have to comprehend it well. Lightning Ancestor nodded, very satisfied with Fang Chen's comprehension ability. In half an hour, Fang Chen completely comprehended Lightning Ancestor's teachings. At this time, Sword Ancestor came over. I have nothing to say. This is a little of my sword cultivation experience. Take it and comprehend it. Sword Ancestor pointed his finger, and a silver light drilled into Fang Chen's forehead. Suddenly, a lot of information appeared in his mind. Thank you, Sword Ancestor. The two ancestors looked at Fang Chen with some reluctance. Little guy, our consciousness is about to collapse. The next time we meet, it will be in the God realm. Lightning Ancestor said. I hope you can come to the God realm as soon as possible. Sword Ancestor said. Ancestors, I will not let you down. Fang Chen said. After a pause, Fang Chen continued, Ancestors, I have a request. Speak. If I meet a woman named Star and Moon in the God realm, I hope the two ancestors can help secretly. Fang Chen said. No problem. This kind of small matter was nothing to the two ancestors. While talking, the shadows of the two swayed and were about to dissipate. Cultivate well. Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor's consciousness finally collapsed. Fang Chen bowed deeply to the void, then stepped out and came out of the reception hall. Boom. After Fang Chen left, the The seal on the welcoming hall was completely sealed off. I'm finally out. For 3 whole years, he had gained a lot in the reception hall. It was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. Although his cultivation had not reached the 9th level of the creation realm, his combat strength was comparable to a life and death realm emperor. Almost no one in the mortal universe could do such a thing. Fang Chen walked in the void and saw Tao Ancestor Monster sitting cross-legged below. Beside him were 2 corpses. Whoosh! Tao Ancestor Monster opened his eyes and shot out 2 beams of light. Killing intent surged as he stood up and stared at Fang Chen. Sanguinati. Tao Ancestor Monster gritted his teeth. I thought you had died in the ancestral land. Fang Chen smiled faintly. You are not dead. How can I die before you? Tao Ancestor Monster said in a deep voice. Today, I will take your life to avenge them. I'm afraid you won't get what you want. Fang Chen landed on the ground and walked in front of Tao Ancestor Monster. Boom! Tao Ancestor Monster's body exploded with a terrifying aura. The power of a 9th level creation realm expert was fully displayed. How is it? Are you afraid? It's too late. Tao Ancestor Monster looked at Fang Chen and sneered. He wanted to see the fear on Fang Chen's face. However, he was disappointed. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chen did not take him seriously. Buzz! With a thought, Fang Chen's aura, which was comparable to a life and death realm emperor, gushed out from his body. It instantly devoured Tao Ancestor Monster's aura and suppressed it. Your little bit of strength is really not enough, Fang Chen sneered. This Tao Ancestor Monster, who was smiling arrogantly, suddenly felt a strong pressure. No, impossible. You can't be this strong. Tao Ancestor Monster did not believe that Fang Chen was this strong. Stop pretending. Watch how I kill you. Tao Ancestor Monster used all his strength and used his trump card. Die. Facing Tao Ancestor Monster's attack, Fang Chen sneered. Bang! A light punch had directly disintegrated the trump card that Tao Ancestor Yarrow was so proud of. Poochie. Tao Ancestor Monster's body caved in and blood splattered on the ground. His eyes were filled with despair. The heavens want me dead. Sanguinati's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. In front of Sanguinati, he did not even have the strength to fight back. Poochie. Chapter 1543. Although Tao Ancestor Yarrow had obtained the inheritance and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. But in Fang Chen's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. The space-time cultivation system made Fang Chen different from ordinary warriors. He was truly invincible in the creation realm. After killing Tao Ancestor Yarrow, Fang Chen left the welcoming hall. On this day, the ancestral land of inheritance shook as if the end of the world had arrived. All the warriors who were hiding in the dark walked out one after another. They looked up at the sky with grave expressions. What happened? Many warriors were puzzled and did not know what had happened. But soon, the warriors of the 4 sacred lands knew that the ancestral land of inheritance was about to close. It's finally over. Most of the warriors had survived the disaster. They had obtained the inheritance in the life and death battle and had been hiding in the dark to cultivate. They were afraid of being discovered by powerful warriors. Once discovered, they would die without a doubt. Such days had finally come to an end. Now, the ancestral land of inheritance was closed. As long as they left this place, they would be safe. In the sky above the human sacred lands, ripples appeared in the void, followed by a vast aura that emerged. As the doors of the void appeared, one martialist after another walked out in a single file. It's the people of the Ling clan. The 4 sacred lands were the first to know about the commotion in the ancestral land of inheritance. They came to the human sacred lands at the fastest speed. Seeing the warriors of the Ling clan appear, the lord of the Ling clan was full of smiles. Ling Xian, Ling Yu, Ling Lianzhu, Ling Ming, Ling Chihu, and other geniuses of the Ling clan's sacred lands appeared one after another. This made the lord of the Ling clan heave a sigh of relief. His divine sense enveloped everyone and found that there were many fewer Ling clan disciples. However, most of them were ordinary disciples. He was relieved that Ling Ming and the others were fine. Ha ha ha. The lord of the Ling clan looked at Ling Ming and the others and laughed. The aura around Ling Ming and the others was strong. One could tell at a glance that they had gained a lot. The lord of the Ling clan waved his hand and summoned Ling Ming and the others to his side. He asked in detail about the process. Then, the people of the Luo clan, Luo Feng Luo Chen, Luo Qinghan, and the others were all there. The Luo clan lord also heaved a sigh of relief. Emperor Black Blade had been waiting for his disciple Purple Sword. However, even though the two Holy Lands cultivators had shown their fists, the purple saber had yet to appear. Purple Blade is so strong. He must have obtained some inheritance. Monarch Blackblade believed that Purple Blade would appear at the end. Next were the warriors from the human race's Holy Land. Apart from the deaths of a small number of weaker martial artists, the genius martial artists did not suffer any losses. Among them, Jiang Quang and the heaven-slaughtering sword's strength had steadily increased. Good, very good. Come over here. An elder of the human clan said happily. No one knew where the human saint lord had gone. Until now, it had never appeared. After that, it was the Yuan clan's Holy Lands martial artists. Yuan Jiaojiao, Yuan Liao, Yuan Hongyun, and Yuan Liang all came out one after another. Where's Yuan Ming? Yuan Jiyu frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. He shook his head to shake off the thoughts in his mind. If Yuan Liang and the others can come out, Yuan Ming must be fine. Maybe he got the inheritance and was delayed. Yuan Jiyu had been waiting. However, he was disappointed. After Yuan Liang, the members of the Yuan race all came out. Purple Blade. Monarch Blackblade laughed when he saw Purple Blade. He grabbed Purple Blade and took it away. It's gone. After Purple Blade appeared, the void gate gradually disappeared. This scene made Yuan Gu's face turn gloomy. Yuan Ming was the strongest martial artist of the Yuan race's younger generation. He had monstrous talent. He was also the disciple that Monarch Blackblade valued the most. In order to prepare for the inheritance of the ancestral land, Monarch Blackblade even gave Yuan Ming a rank 9 talisman. Yuan Ming is dead. Yuan Jiyu could not believe it. The clone left in the Yuan race immediately checked the life slip in the ancestral hall. Suddenly, Yuan Gu's main body trembled. In the ancestral hall, Yuan Gu's life slip shattered. This meant that Yuan Jiyu had died in the ancestral land. Yuan Jiyu clenched his fists. He was furious. Because the ancestral land was isolated from the outside world, the life slip outside would not shatter when one died in the ancestral land. Only when the ancestral land was closed would the life slip change. Purple Blade, tell me. Who killed Yuan Ming? The void gate had disappeared. The ancestral land was completely closed. Yuan Ming did not appear. This meant that he had died. It was no wonder that Yuan Jiyu was furious. Everyone's gaze fell on Yuan Jiyu. Purple Blade, tell me what you know, said Monarch Blackblade. Purple Blade nodded and said, Yuan Ming was killed by Sanguinati. Impossible. How could Sanguinati kill Yuan Ming? Yuan Ming had a rank 9 talisman. Sanguinati was not his match at all. That's the truth. After entering the ancestral land, Sanguinati's strength increased by leaps and bounds. In a one-on-one fight, Yuan Ming was no match for Sanguinati. At the last moment, Yuan Ming activated the rank 9 talisman, but Sanguinati stopped him. I wanted to help, but Purple Blade did not finish his sentence, but it was no longer important. Damned Sanguinati! Yuan Jiyu roared furiously. He looked around but did not find any trace of Sanguinati. Where's Sanguinati? Did he die in the ancestral land as well? At this time, everyone realized that Sanguinati really did not come out. Purple Blade was also somewhat puzzled, but he did not say anything. Damn it. Unable to find someone to vent his anger on, Yuan Jiyu grabbed at the void, and the void directly collapsed. Yuan Jiyu left, and Monarch Blackblade also left with Purple Blade. After everyone had disappeared, Fang Chen's figure gradually appeared in the void. He guessed that killing Yuan Ming would definitely infuriate Yuan Jiyu, so he used the spacetime book to hide in the void. Amazing. Fang Chen could not help but praise. The space-time book was too powerful. Even the 4 giants could not detect him when he merged into the void. Quietly, he arrived at a certain residence. This was the residence of the human race's Grand Elder. Fang Chen scanned the human race's sacred land with his divine sense and did not find the sacred lord, so he went to find the Grand Elder. Who is it? The Grand Elder, who was sitting in the courtyard, suddenly looked at a certain spot in the void and asked coldly, "Huala." Fang Chen's figure appeared. "Sanguinati, you." The Grand Elder was very shocked. The ancestral land had already closed. How did Sanguinati come out? He had carefully checked the void gate before and was 100% sure that Sanguinati did not appear. "Grand Elder, I killed Yuan Ming and was afraid that Yuan Jiyu would vent his anger on me. So when I came out, I hid in the void." Fang Chen explained simply. Although the Grand Elder was full of doubts, he still restrained himself. "Grand Elder, where's the Sacred Lord?" Fang Chen asked. "The Sacred Lord disappeared. I don't know where he went." The Grand Elder's face darkened when he mentioned the human race's Sacred Lord. "What happened?" Fang Chen asked. The Grand Elder said in a low voice, "Not long after you entered the ancestral land, Monarch Bloodfiend sent the sea demon race to harass Green Bamboo Island every day. First, your disciple was forced into the void ocean. Then, the quasi-divine tree made a move, but Monarch Bloodfiend sensed its aura and forcibly took it away under the obstruction of the 5 giants." Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He was full of anger. Not long after, Monarch Chen Yuan of the alien race came out of seclusion. His strength had increased to a very high level. He joined forces with Monarch Bloodfiend to pressure the human race. In the end, the human race was defeated. "We ceded some territory to the sea demon race and the alien race," the Grand Elder said. This was a disgrace to the human race. At this point, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. "How's Green Bamboo Island?" Fang Chen asked anxiously. "Monarch Bloodfiend has occupied Green Bamboo Island. But don't worry, all the warriors on Green Bamboo Island have been brought to the human race's sacred land," the Grand Elder said. Hearing this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was full of anger. The old faker was forcibly taken away by Monarch Bloodfiend, and the fate of his disciple, Tian Xin, was unknown. Monarch Bloodfiend. Fang Chen roared in his heart. Deep in the void ocean, Monarch Blood Mansion. Today, Monarch Bloodfiend was very angry. The entire sea demon race was trembling. They had never seen Monarch Bloodfiend so angry. They were curious about what had happened. In the meeting hall, Monarch Bloodfiend clenched his fists. The air was filled with cold killing intent. "The most outstanding geniuses of the sea demon race that I personally selected were all annihilated." Monarch Bloodfiend's eyes were cold. Monarch Bloodfiend knew that the ancestral land of inheritance had closed. However, due to the Cold War with the human race, he did not go. The life slips of the 9 people had all shattered. Su Xinyu and Mu Hanfu, the 2 supreme geniuses, had all died in the ancestral land of inheritance. The talents of the sea demon race have been killed by you. The geniuses of the human race can forget about living. Monarch Bloodfiend gave an order. Assassinate the human geniuses at all costs. Kill one and there would be a reward. If one could kill the top geniuses of the 4 sacred lands, they could become his disciple. When this news spread, the entire void ocean was in an uproar. Countless sea demons who dreamed of becoming Monarch Bloodfiend's disciple disguised themselves and left the void ocean, sneaking into the human territory. "Monarch Chen Yuan, I agree to the matter you discussed with me previously." Monarch Bloodfiend sent a voice transmission to Monarch Chen Yuan across the void ocean. Monarch Chen Yuan replied immediately. "All right. In that case, I'll start the plan." Monarch Chen Yuan said. "I've already sent the sea demon race to sneak into the human territory and wait for an opportunity to assassinate the human geniuses. Are you sure your plan will succeed?" Monarch Bloodfiend asked. "Don't worry. There won't be a problem. This is my painstaking effort after countless years of research." Monarch Chen Yuan was full of confidence. Monarch Bloodfiend nodded. After cutting off the transmission, Monarch Bloodfiend's scarlet eyes looked through the void ocean to the distant horizon. Monarch Bloodfiend Manor was surrounded by blood-red waves. The entire sea demon race was shocked. In this universe era, I, Monarch Bloodfiend, am destined to become the overlord of the mortal universe. Monarch Bloodfiend said in a deep voice. Chapter 1544. In the human race's sacred land, Fang Chen met his family and friends. They were all fine and safe. No matter how bold Emperor Bloodfiend and ruler Chen Yuan were, they wouldn't dare to commit murder here. Island Lord. Nile found Fang Chen. Fang Chen discovered that Nile's Array Dao realm had improved a lot. Not bad. Fang Chen had a high opinion of Nile. When he first saw Nile, he thought that his future Array Dao achievements would not be too low. Island Lord, I have some questions about Array Dao. I hope you can help me, Nile said sincerely. No problem. Immediately, Fang Chen and Nile came to a garden, where the former explained in detail. Fang Chen's explanation was rather unique, and it was easy to wake people up with one sentence. He first asked Nile to talk about his understanding of Array Dao, and then talk about the troubles he encountered. He didn't directly point out the problem, but gradually guided Nile to think about it himself. I see. After listening to Fang Chen's guidance, Nile was enlightened. Just as Nile was about to ask the next question, Fang Chen suddenly stood up. I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. With that, Fang Chen disappeared into thin air. Demon Subduing World. Realm Lord Fu Mo sent a voice transmission to Fang Chen, asking him to quickly return to the Demon Subduing World. Fang Chen didn't say anything and returned to the Demon Subduing World. At the highest point of the Demon Subduing World, there was a simple and unadorned garden. Realm Lord Fu Mo sat in the garden fishing. When he saw Fang Chen, he chuckled. How was it? Fang Chen knew that Realm Lord Fu Mo was asking him about his harvest. Not bad. Fang Chen said. Realm Lord Fu Mo carefully observed Fang Chen and found that his cultivation had improved to the 8th level of the creation realm. Not bad, your cultivation has improved a lot. With Fang Chen's current cultivation, he could be considered a 6th level disciple. However, according to his true strength, he could enter the 7th level. There are many powerful legacies in the ancestral lands of the human race. Whose inheritance did you obtain? Realm Lord Fu Mo asked. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, Bone Progenitor Inheritance. Hearing this, Realm Lord Fu Mo jumped to his feet. His face was filled with surprise. Are you saying that you obtained the Bone Progenitor's inheritance? Clearly, Realm Lord Fu Mo had also heard of the Bone Progenitor. Fang Chen nodded. That's right. I received the Bone Progenitor's inheritance. Realm Lord Fu Mo laughed heartily, and it took him a long time to control his excitement. Then, he looked at Fang Chen and nodded in satisfaction. In this universe epoch, the Bone Progenitor is the pinnacle of the mortal universe. His self-created cultivation system is the dream of countless warriors. I didn't expect you to obtain it. Realm Lord Fu Mo sighed. Realm Lord, you also know about the Bone Progenitor? Fang Chen asked. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. Of course. I'm afraid there's no one in the mortal universe who doesn't know about the legend of the Bone Progenitor. The Bone Progenitor rose from nothing. From the weakest warrior at the bottom, he walked step by step to the peak of the martial Dao. When the Bone Progenitor entered the Eternal Realm, he created his own cultivation system and directly became the overlord of the mortal universe. Fang Chen listened attentively. He didn't expect Realm Lord Fu Mo to know so much. You should know that in the Bone Progenitor's era, life and death realm emperors could only be considered top experts in the mortal universe. They couldn't be considered overlords. In that era, there were several peerless Eternal Realm experts. When the Bone Progenitor entered the Eternal Realm, he was suppressed by several other peerless Eternal Realm experts. However, after he created his own cultivation system, his strength increased by leaps and bounds, and he suppressed those enemies with a flip of his hand. After that, the Bone Progenitor unified the mortal universe, and the human race became the absolute ruler of the mortal universe. After that, the ancestral land he created entered the God world. Fang Chen's heart trembled. What kind of era was it during the bone progenitor's era? 100 schools of thought contending, 100 schools of thought contending for hegemony. When he thought of the fact that there wasn't a single eternal realm expert in the mortal universe, Fang Chen felt incomparably shocked. Heroes were created in times. The bone progenitor's era could be said to be a golden age. There were several eternal realm experts, and the bone progenitor stood out among them. It was really too strong. As expected of the bone progenitor. Can I see the bone progenitor's inheritance? Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at Fang Chen and asked sincerely. Fang Chen nodded, and a rich space-time true meaning spread out from his body. Then, he dived into the void. Realm Lord Fu Mo's divine sense spread out, and his face was full of shock. His divine sense couldn't find Fang Chen's hiding place. Whoosh! Fang Chen walked out of the void. The bone progenitor's cultivation system is called the space-time cultivation system. When cultivated to the extreme, it can allow a martial artist to merge with space-time, Fang Chen said simply. The space-time cultivation system is too domineering. Realm Lord Fu Mo couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the legend of the bone progenitor. Fang Chen withdrew his space-time aura and looked at Realm Lord Fu Mo. Realm Lord, why did you call me here? I called you here to see what you've gained, and there is indeed something I need you to do, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Please speak, Realm Lord. The world is about to change, Realm Lord Fu Mo suddenly said. Fang Chen didn't understand, but he could roughly guess. Realm Lord, are you saying that Monarch Bloodfiend and ruler Chen Yuan are going to attack the human race? Fang Chen asked. The human race has a deep foundation, so the outsiders and the sea monsters don't dare to launch a large-scale attack. However, this situation is very likely to be broken. Realm Lord Fu Mo said, according to some reliable information, Monarch Bloodfiend has already taken that step and can enter the Eternal Realm at any time. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He knew best what the Eternal Realm meant. Ruler Chen Yuan isn't as strong as Monarch Bloodfiend, but he has a supreme treasure that surpasses the Dark Demonic Wheel. That's why the two of them joined forces to force the human race to retreat, Realm Lord Fu Mo continued. The thing I need you to do has something to do with the human race's sacred master, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Sacred master? Fang Chen was puzzled. I heard from the Grand Elder that the sacred master disappeared and no one knows where he went. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. If I'm not wrong, the sacred master should have gone to a different space-time. He's in seclusion and wants to break through to the Eternal Realm. However, I feel that he's in danger and needs your help. Fang Chen was speechless. A peak life and death expert needed his help. How could he help? As if guessing Fang Chen's thoughts, Realm Lord Fu Mo chuckled. You'll know when you get there. Realm Lord, there's something I don't understand. Fang Chen looked straight at Realm Lord Fu Mo and asked. Speak. What's the meaning of the existence of demon subduing realm? It seems like the 5 tycoons don't know about its existence. Fang Chen asked. This was a question that had troubled Fang Chen for a long time. I thought you'd hold back and not ask. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked into the pavilion. With a sigh, he seemed to be lost in his memories. After a long time, he opened his mouth. Actually, what you saw was just a clone of mine. Realm Lord Fu Mo's words shook Fang Chen's heart. Clone? Yes, this is just a clone of mine. My original body is in the God world. Fang Chen was completely confused. How did a clone come to the lower realm if his original body was in the God world? Back then, I offended a big shot in the God world. The big shot chased after me at all costs. In the end, I paid a heavy price and my original body was suppressed. Fortunately, a good friend came forward and made the big shot stop. He only suppressed my original body forever. Realm Lord Fu Mo slowly said, it was at that time that my clone was seriously injured by the big shot. By chance, I found an extremely unstable universe passage. I gritted my teeth and entered the passage. Finally, I came here. Hearing this, Fang Chen was extremely surprised. He didn't expect Realm Lord Fu Mo to be from the God world. No wonder he felt that Realm Lord Fu Mo was unfathomable. Although my clone was seriously injured, it was still a top expert in the lower realm. I wasn't willing to continue like this. I wanted to return to the God world and save my original body. So I created Demon Subduing Realm. The purpose of the creation of Demon Subduing Realm was to select the monstrous geniuses of the lower realm and cultivate them. One day, they will return to the God world with me. Although this is an incomparably long process, I won't give up. It was only at this moment that Fang Chen finally understood. Chapter 1545. For countless years, I've been looking for a monstrous genius. Realm Lord Fu Mo continued, there are many life and death realm disciples in Fu Mo realm, but none of them could meet my requirements. Until you appeared, I saw hope. I'm just a creation realm martial artist. I don't know when I'll be able to enter the God realm. Fang Chen shrugged. Realm Lord Fu Mo shook his head. No, you're different from others. I see hope in you. In fact, you didn't disappoint me. Whether it was the purgatory trip or the trip to the ancestral land, you always surprised me. I thought you could get the sword progenitor's inheritance at most. I didn't expect you to get the bone progenitor's inheritance and cultivate the space-time cultivation system. It's beyond my expectations. Realm Lord Fu Mo sat on the stone bench, his old face full of joy. He finally vented all the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. This was his secret, and he didn't tell anyone. Today, he told Fang Chen. Do you think I'm selfish? Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Realm Lord Fu Mo did everything for himself. It wasn't selfish. Moreover, he didn't do anything to harm the human race when he established Fu Mo realm. He was just silently nurturing his own disciple. Without Realm Lord's great efforts, I wouldn't be able to grow to this level. Fang Chen was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Realm Lord Fu Mo had been very good to him and played a very important role in his cultivation. How could he forget such kindness? Good, very good. I didn't misjudge you. Realm Lord Fu Mo was very happy. The human race is in a precarious situation. Blood Monarch is breaking through. Once he does, the human race will be in danger. So I asked you to find the human race's Saint Lord and help him break through to the eternal realm. Of course, that place is also very beneficial for your cultivation. Ordinary people can't enter it. In the entire lower world, besides the human race's Saint Lord, only I have the ability to send you there. Fang Chen was startled and immediately asked, then why didn't Realm Master go? Realm Lord Fuming Demon shook his head. Once my doppelganger dies, I won't be able to do anything. My true self will be completely suppressed. I can't take the risk. Fang Chen understood. Pack up. I'll send you away, said Realm Lord Fu Mo. Fang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, Sector Lord, I have a request. Speak. There's no need to be polite with me. Realm Lord Fu Mo said. My companions and my disciple were kidnapped by the Blood Fiend Monarch. I would like to ask the Realm Lord to step forward and take them back. Fang Chen said. This was Fang Chen's decision after much consideration. The old Faker and Tian Xin had been taken away by the Blood Evil Monarch and he was worried. With his strength, it was impossible for him to save them from Blood Fiend Monarch. Therefore, he could only thicken his face and ask Realm Lord Fu Mo for help. All right, I'll take you to the Void Ocean. After saying that, Realm Lord Fu Mo waved his hand and tore the void apart. A moment later, Realm Lord Fu Mo and Fang Chen appeared in the depths of the Void Ocean. Actually, Realm Lord Fu Mo is in the deepest part of the Void Ocean. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. Fang Chen was shocked. Although Realm Lord Fu Mo was injured, his means were too amazing. Let's go. Whoosh. In the Void Ocean, the two quickly traveled. Soon, they arrived at the Blood Fiend Mansion. This is the Blood Fiend Monarch's mansion. Realm Lord Fu Mo pointed at the Blood Red Mansion in front of him and then brought Fang Chen into the mansion. Blood Fiend Monarch, is this how you greet your guests? Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice spread throughout the Blood Fiend Mansion. When he entered the Blood Fiend Mansion, Blood Fiend Monarch already knew, but he didn't come out to welcome him. Whoosh! Blood Fiend Monarch appeared out of thin air, his blood-red robe fluttering in the wind. It's you. Blood Fiend Monarch recognized Realm Lord Fu Mo. A long time ago, he met Realm Lord Fumo once. Blood Fiend Monarch, your strength has improved a lot. Realm Lord Fumo smiled. Blood Fiend Monarch noticed Fang Chen beside Realm Lord Fumo. Brat, you still dare to come to my Blood Fiend mansion? Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch said coldly. Buzz. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch attacked without warning, but he was stopped by Realm Lord Fu Mo. A big shot of the Sea Demon race actually lowered his status to deal with a Creation Realm martial artist. Realm Lord Fu Mo said. What do you mean? Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch retracted his hand and asked coldly. Nothing. I just want to ask you for someone. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. Who? My disciple, Tian Xin, and my good friend, the Quasi-God Tree, Fang Chen said. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch looked at Fang Chen, his eyes flashing. I have never handed over anything that belongs to me. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch sneered. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch, a weak martial artist has no value to you. Why don't you give me face? Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch already knew that Realm Lord Fu Mo was very strong. He didn't want to fall out with this person. I can give you the person, but not the Quasi-God Tree. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch's attitude was firm. Fang Chen felt that the surroundings were silent. He couldn't hear anything. They didn't want him to hear anything. After a while, Realm Lord Fu Mo and Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch finished their discussion. I can let your disciple go, but not the Quasi-God Tree, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. The Quasi-Divine Tree is here, so there's no danger to your life. Let's save your disciple first. Okay. Fang Chen nodded. Thank you, Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch. Realm Lord Fu Mo cupped his hands. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch brought the two of them to the garden. When Fang Chen saw the dispirited old faker with only half of his main body left, his heart burned with anger. However, he suppressed it. The old faker had fallen into a coma and was seriously injured. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch took Tian Xin out. Master! Tian Xin shouted when he saw Fang Chen. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch casually threw Tian Xin to Fang Chen. See him out, Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch said. Realm Lord Fu Mo pulled Fang Chen out of Blood Fiend residence. Before he left, he secretly swore that one day, he would kill his way to Blood Fiend residence and save the old faker. At that time, he would return the harm that the old faker suffered 100 times. Old faker, wait for me here. I will definitely come back to find you, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. After successfully saving Tian Xin, he placed him in the human race's sacred land. Fang Chen left his clone in demon-subduing realm, while his true body left with Realm Lord Fu Mo. At a glance, the void ocean was boundless. In the sky above the void ocean, there were two figures. Realm Lord Fu Mo and Fang Chen. That place is very strange. After entering, don't wander around. Be careful, or you will lose your life, Realm Lord Fu Mo reminded. I know. Fang Chen nodded. Then, Realm Lord Fu Mo took out a small token from his chest and injected a wild power into it. Instantly, the aura emitted from the token enveloped Fang Chen and disappeared into thin air. I hope it works. Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at the boundless blue sky and returned to demon-subduing realm. At the same time, in the Yuan race's sacred land, Yuan Jiyu was playing chess with Monarch Blackblade. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and spread out his divine consciousness. Yuan Jiyu, what's wrong? Monarch Blackblade asked. I sensed Sanguinati's aura. Whoosh. The void ocean tore open and Yuan Jiyu stepped into it. After a while, he arrived at a certain place in the void ocean. Yuan Jiyu spread out his divine consciousness and found that it was empty. There was nothing here. Damn it, I clearly sensed that he was here. Yuan Jiyu was furious. Sanguinati had not returned. He was in the Yuan clan and was constantly paying attention to the lower realm. The 5 major figurehead class powerhouses, the strength of their divine senses was inconceivable to people. They could scan half of the lower realm with a thought. Just now, he had accidentally scanned with his divine consciousness and found Sanguinati's aura. Whoosh! The void ocean tore open and Monarch Blackblade walked out. Yuan Jiyu, did you sense it wrongly? Monarch Blackblade asked. Yuan Jiyu shook his head. There's no mistake. I can't remember Sanguinati's aura wrongly. It must be him. But the ancestral land is closed, Monarch Blackblade said. Yuan Gu's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. There's only one possibility. He has obtained the strongest inheritance in the ancestral land. Chapter 1546. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and towering trees stood tall. What greeted his eyes was an enchanting scenery. Fang Chen calmly stood there. The air was filled with a powerful pressure. Perfect sword body automatically revolved, and sword-shaped runes flickered incessantly. What is this place? Why is the sacred lord here? Fang Chen was puzzled. According to reason, the ancestral land should be the foundation of the human race. But what was this place that had suddenly appeared? Fang Chen took out his communication jade pendant and sent a message to the sacred lord. The sacred lord didn't reply, which made Fang Chen even more puzzled. The realm lord wouldn't lie to me, Fang Chen inwardly said. The first thing one had to do after arriving at an unfamiliar place was to check the surroundings. After making sure there was no danger, one could explore. One couldn't wander around blindly, or one would be killed. Spreading out his divine sense, Fang Chen discovered that there was an ice mountain behind the forest. Hey, it's familiar. Fang Chen's heart shook. He immediately leaped and merged with the void, rapidly advancing. Soon, he passed through the forest and arrived in front of the ice mountain. Seeing this ice mountain, Fang Chen was shocked. The ice mountain was filled with an extremely cold aura. It towered into the clouds, and one couldn't see the end of it. It's exactly the same as the ice mountain in the star ruin. Fang Chen was overwhelmed with shock. What was going on? What was this place? Why was there an ice mountain that was exactly the same as the one in the star ruin? He clearly remembered that the ice mountain in the star ruin was incomparably dangerous. Blue Thunder Emperor, 9 Firmament Wind Master, and Chaos Origin Demon Master. The 3 Life and Death Emperors didn't have any chance of survival after entering the ice mountain. Both their true bodies and avatars were destroyed. Moreover, they died under the ice. Fang Chen approached the ice mountain, wanting to see what was going on. But right at this moment, he saw an astonishing scene. On the mountainside of the ice mountain, a figure appeared. Sacred Lord! Fang Chen involuntarily cried out. The human sacred lord who was climbing the mountain heard the cry and turned his head. He was astonished. Sanguinati! The saint lord of the human clan stopped, talking to Fang Chen from afar. Sanguinati, why are you here? Holy Lord, it's a long story. Do you want to climb to the top of the ice mountain? Fang Chen asked. The human saint lord nodded. I once saw a similar iceberg in a certain ruin. The ice mountain is extremely dangerous. Even life and death realm monarchs would die without a doubt. Saint Master, you have to be careful. Fang Chen reminded. Are you talking about the star relic? Asked the human race's holy leader. Fang Chen froze for a moment, then nodded. The holy lord of the human clan took a deep breath and then walked down from the ice mountain in a flash. You went to the star ruins? Yes, I have. The human clan's holy master nodded and hurriedly asked, do you have a token that allows you to enter the star relic? Fang Chen didn't understand what the white race's holy lord meant. The latter explained, Sanguinati, this is related to the survival of the human clan. Holy Lord, are the 2 icebergs connected? Fang Chen asked. This iceberg is called the dual polar iceberg. There should have been 2 icebergs here, but the owner of the star relic forcefully took one of them away and placed it inside the star relic, the human clan's holy master explained. When the 2 icebergs are connected together, they can form an enormous energy field. Legend has it that as long as one can climb to the top of the iceberg, they can comprehend the extreme laws and break through to the eternal realm. Moreover, there are supreme treasures on top of the iceberg that would make eternal realm experts jealous. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. I do have a way to enter the star ruins, but Holy Lord, can you tell me where this place is? Even now, Fang Chen didn't know where he was. This is where the ice progenitor used to cultivate. The human clan's holy lord said slowly, the ice progenitor doesn't belong to this era. His a peerless expert from the previous era. During the ice progenitor's era, the bone progenitor hadn't been born yet. At that time, the ice progenitor was known as the strongest expert in the lower world, reaching the extreme laws of the eternal realm. He spent his entire life creating 2 icebergs, which were called the dual polar iceberg. After the ice progenitor entered the god world, there was a rumor that if someone could climb the dual polar iceberg, they could break through to the eternal realm. However, to this day, no one has been able to reach the top. The human clan's Holy Lord said, "Many years ago, I came here once, but failed. The price of failure was great, so the Holy Lord didn't want to come here often." I see. Fang Chen suddenly realized that the dual polar iceberg was created by an expert from the previous era. He made a mental note of the ice progenitor's name. No wonder the Realm Lord said I could help the human clan's Holy Lord. Seeing Fang Chen's confusion, the Holy Lord continued to explain, the dual polar iceberg is very difficult to climb. Even life and death realm emperors will die without a doubt. Only emperors who have cultivated to the peak can barely survive. The master of the star relic took the iceberg and placed it in the relic. After refining it himself, the difficulty of climbing the iceberg was greatly reduced. This gave people hope. It seems that the Blue Thunder Emperor, 9 Firmament Wind Master, and Chaos Origin Demon Master were all trying to climb the iceberg, Fang Chen thought to himself. The human clan's Holy Lord looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. The Blood Fiend Emperor is very likely to take the final step. I have to break through to the eternal realm before him. Otherwise, the human clan will be in danger, the human clan's Holy Lord said. Holy Lord, I'll take you into the star relic, Fang Chen said. The human clan's Holy Lord nodded, his face filled with joy. Then, Fang Chen took out the star token and activated it. Instantly, the 2 of them disappeared. In the next instant, the 2 of them appeared in the star relic. This is the star relic. The human clan's Holy Lord was overjoyed. Let's go. Fang Chen quickly brought the human clan's Holy Lord to the bottom of the iceberg. Under the iceberg, 3 corpses sat cross-legged quietly. Even though they had been dead for countless years, they did not lower their heads. Some memories surfaced in the human clan's Holy Lord's mind. The Blue Thunder Emperor, 9 Firmament Wind Master, and Chaos Origin Demon Master. The 3 of them died here. The human clan's Holy Lord exclaimed. Back then, the Blue Thunder Emperor and the other 2 were famous in the universe. When the 3 of them worked together, their strength was comparable to an eternal realm expert. Not long after they came to the lower realm, they disappeared without a trace. The disappearance of the 3 of them had always been an unsolved mystery in the lower realm. No one had expected the 3 of them to die under the iceberg. After a long while, the human clan's Holy Lord sighed and shook his head. In the end, such an expert had died here without a sound. What was the use of being glorious when they were alive? No one remembered them after they died. The human clan's Holy Lord sighed. In order to reach the peak of the martial path, the 3 of them stepped onto the iceberg despite knowing it was dangerous. They died with no regrets. The human clan's Holy Lord admired the 3 of them. It took a lot of courage to make such a decision. Holy Lord, Fang Chen called out. The human clan's Holy Lord shook his head and collected his thoughts. Holy Lord, could you please bring their bodies out? Fang Chen asked. He had promised that if he had the chance, he would bring their bodies out and give them a proper burial. Okay. The human clan's Holy Lord moved. His body flashed, and Fang Chen could not catch him. In the blink of an eye, the human clan's Holy Lord returned. When he returned to Fang Chen's side, the 3 corpses sat quietly beside him. The 3 of you are all heroes worthy of respect. Give them a proper burial. After that, Fang Chen and the human clan's Holy Lord personally buried the 3 of them. The 3 of them were resolute in their decision even in death. Fang Chen buried the 3 of them under the iceberg so that they could see the iceberg at all times. Whoosh! After doing all this, Fang Chen felt that his primordial spirit had improved. Sanguinati, wait here. I'll go and try. The human clan's Holy Lord dashed toward the iceberg as soon as he finished speaking. At the same time, Iron Armor and the others sensed Fang Chen's arrival. Kid, I haven't seen you in a while. Your strength has increased a lot, Iron Armor said with a smile. 88.8. The old man guarding the soul power source exclaimed when he sensed the soul path aura around Fang Chen. You actually broke the curse of the 5 lightning tribulation technique. Fang Chen chuckled and looked at the iceberg. The top of the iceberg was covered by clouds. There was a blood-red eye with complicated patterns on it. Each pattern could activate the power of heaven and earth. The blood-red eye gave off a terrifying aura.